Touching story of a white Southern family taking in an impoverished black teenager and helping him turn his life around. And it's busting all the predictions at the box office.
I feel that I'm misunderstood. I feel Cam he's misunderstood. You have to get to know someone personally, and you can't just go off a picture or a video. To have the credit go to somebody else when you did this 17, 18 years old, so that kind of rubs you the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way.
And now we see a filing to terminate a conservatorship, but the story had always been that the Tuohy family had adopted Michael Oher.
You feel like you've been mislabeled sometimes, misunderstood.
But as soon as I saw him look like a fucking idiot, I was like, I want to interview I feel this Michael Oher. I said, what did you think about the way they portrayed you? Because I saw him on the football field. I saw him on like a Monday Night Football game or something, and they did the starters. And I said, this guy's nothing like what they showed on this movie.
We think that it might empower people to do a little bit more.
I think it took away the hard work and the dedication that I created from a child, and going to school in the 3rd grade, getting myself up. First one in the locker room, last one out. And I think the biggest for me is, being portrayed, not being able to read or write. Where, I struggle, I battle, from day in, day out, man, the time I was 11, 12 years old, getting up on my own, going to school. When I could have dropped out in 6th, 7th grade, man. And when somebody else get that credit, yeah, it pisses you off.
In reality, you were a workaholic, you were hyper organized, and you were like, damn it, I'm making something of myself no matter what it takes.
You look at him and think of him as your son?
He thinks I birthed him.
He trusted them and signed where they told him to sign.
With Michael, it was just so easy, and then it was so rewarding.
What he signed, however, and unknown to him until after February 2023, were not adoption papers or the equivalent of adoption papers. Instead, it was a petition for appointment of conservators, which was filed in this cause in August 2004 by Deborah Brannon, attorney of record in this matter. Ms. Brannon was so close to the Tuohy family that Michael was encouraged to refer to her as Aunt Debbie.
And we really do feel, and this is, whether people believe this or not, I really feel that giving is something that needs to be, a happy thing.
I wasn't sure what to wear today because I have really bad luck with football jerseys. So I settled on this one, my number 15 Trevor Siemian Bears jersey. I know Siemian only spent 1 year on the Bears, and yes, I know his stupid ass signed with the Bengals now, and yes, I know he barely ever even got to start as a quarterback, but it's not like I actually expected him to, not while Justin Fields is around, but I had to buy this jersey because it's not often that the guy who played on my team while I was in college, while I was playing in the marching band for the very same games and cheering him on from the bleachers and on the field, cheering him on specifically, it's not often that that guy joins my team in the NFL too, okay? We were basically best friends, we graduated the same year and everything, so I'm keeping the Siemian Bears jersey, and all of you NFL simps can suck my
wet ass P-word.
I really wasn't expecting that. I spent like $80 on this thing, god damn it, Bears. Plus, in the spirit of me having bad luck with football jerseys, it was either this or this. We can't do this anymore. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this jersey now, to be honest. I wore this to every game. I still get season tickets every year. Even after the 2022 season, I bleed purple, okay? Don't judge me, but what am I gonna do with this?
You're picking now to get some self-respect?
If you know, you know, okay? And if you know and you have any ideas for what I should do with this jersey, or which Wildcats jersey I should get instead, or why the fuck I'm so stupid as to tie any of my emotions to college football in the first place, please leave your thoughts in the comments below. Today, we are going to be talking all about college football, and pro football, and high school football, but beyond the game itself, we're going to be talking about the human element in all of this. The people who get lost as the NFL focuses more and more on profit, and colleges wanting to make money as well steer themselves to being more and more like the NFL. Often, these discussions get glossed over in mainstream media in favor of portraying football, a long-standing American tradition, as something that's always inspirational. That's why we get so many movies. Movies like Remember the Titans, movies like Rudy, fuck Notre Dame by the way, and the topic of today's video, the 2009 hit The Blind Side. These movies show football at the high school, college, and professional levels as traditional rags to riches stories, stories of hard work and perseverance, stories of the true American dream. When you work hard and you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you too can achieve success in our free market society regardless of where you started out. After all, how can things like socioeconomic inequality or racism or sexism or systemic injustices or anything else, how could it possibly exist in a country where we have American football, a sport where kids from the lowest income households with the greatest academic and familial instabilities can turn themselves into multi-million-dollar success stories? That's the American dream, right? Well, no, of course not. As we often say when we're breaking down pyramid schemes, cults, MLMs, and other scams, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. In this case, what's too good to be true is the myth of American exceptionalism, the false image of US meritocracy, one that we've been sold from birth, one that Hollywood movies like The Blind Side tend to glorify. But these movies are just that, movies, entertainment. Even things that are based on a true story are often barely a step away from complete fiction, complete fabrications, and sometimes borderline propaganda. So let's have a little background. In 2009, a movie premiered called The Blind Side, which starred Sandra Bullock as a sassy Tennessee woman named Leanne Tuohy. Leanne and her husband Sean, a man who can't shut up about the fact that he used to play basketball for Ole Miss, like, we get it, bro. They meet a homeless teenage boy named Michael Oher, and out of the goodness of their hearts, they invite him to live in their home while he goes to school with their kids. Soon, they discover that Michael is extremely gifted at football, a skill he uses to gain himself a scholarship to college before ultimately signing with the Baltimore Ravens to start his NFL career, which he did in 2009, the year the movie premiered. The movie was extremely well received overall. It was nominated for Best Picture, and it was the source of Sandra Bullock's Oscar for Best Actress. Now, at the time, it did receive a decent amount of criticism as well for perpetuating the white savior narrative. And this is something that we're going to delve into a little more in depth later in this video. But there were some critics to say that the movie seemed a little bit off, a little bit, dare we say, racist, due to the fact that in a young black man's story of overcoming the odds and making a better life for himself, the wealthy white couple who took him in were the heroes, the main characters, and Michael's portrayal in the movie showed him as basically a prop, as having little to no agency outside of what the rich white people in his life could do for him. The real-life Michael Oher himself has spoken out as well, claiming that the movie was a gross misrepresentation of him.
Being portrayed not being able to read or write. Second grade, I was doing plays in front of the school.
But ultimately claiming that he did not hold ill will towards the Tuohy family themselves, since they did help him when he was at his most vulnerable. Plus, Michael considered the Tuohys to be his family. One of the things that nobody disputed the accuracy of in the film was the moment where Sean and Leanne Tuohy present Michael with adoption papers, claiming that they want to adopt him as their real son. In real life, Michael had no issue with this in the movie because according to him, he had been adopted by the Tuohys. They were, for all intents and purposes, his parents. That is, until August of 2023, when ESPN broke a story that left a lot of fans feeling, well, blindsided. The article claims that Michael Oher only learned in February of 2023 that the Tuohys had never actually legally adopted him. Instead, they'd manipulated him into a conservatorship, a legal agreement giving them jurisdiction over his financials, his business dealings, his assets. That when he showed the most promise for a successful financial future, a successful career in football, a profitable career, the Tuohys, pretending that they were signing an adoption contract, actually got him to sign a contract guaranteeing themselves a piece of the financial pie. As the article reports, the 14-page petition filed in Shelby County, Tennessee probate court alleges that Sean and Leanne Tuohy, who took in Oher into their home as a high school student, never adopted him. Instead, less than 3 months after Oher turned 18 in 2004, the petition says the couple tricked him into signing a document making them his conservators, which gave them legal authority to make business deals in his name. The petition further alleges that the Tuohys used their power as conservators to strike a deal that paid them and their 2 birth children millions of dollars in royalties from an Oscar-winning film that earned more than $300 million, while Oher got nothing for a story that would not have existed without him. In the years since, the Tuohys have continued calling the 37-year-old Oher their adopted son and have used that assertion to promote their foundation, as well as Leanne Tuohy's work as an author and motivational speaker. Wow, boss babe! The Tuohy family has denied these allegations, although the proof that he was never legally adopted by them is right there in the pudding, or the legal documents. This new legal battle and these new findings have caused fans to go back through the history of the movie The Blind Side and see what red flags were there. Were the Tuohy's crimes hiding in plain sight all along? As we'll explore in today's deep dive, The Blind Side is one of the darkest, most horrifying examples of Hollywood inspiration porn. At best, The Blind Side is a cheesy movie with absolutely no ties to reality. A movie that finally got Sandra Bullock an Oscar. At best, it's a feel-good story about a rich family who decided to use their means to help a homeless kid, which ultimately led him to the NFL. At worst, it's a lie sold to the American public to cover up the dark sins of the Tuohy family, a wealthy group of Tennessee restaurant franchise owners worth hundreds of millions of dollars who groomed an impoverished teenage boy, intentionally funneled him into the growing industry of college football at the University of Mississippi, where they were boosters with a financial investment in the program, then tricked him into signing away all his rights to his own estate and assets while manipulating the journalists who wrote the story, spinning it to make themselves look like the heroes, all while pocketing the profits for themselves and essentially trafficking a minor that they profited from. So what's the real story behind former Mississippi college football star turned NFL player Michael Oher? What's the story behind the nice white family who took him in? This story runs deep, which is why this video is going to be so long. Through an extensive review of the movie The Blind Side, plus the book it's based on, written by acclaimed journalist Michael Lewis, plus my review of 3 other books, 2 books written by Michael Oher himself and 1 written by Sean and Leanne Tuohy, plus an examination of the current legal disputes going on between Michael Oher and the Tuohy family, plus a deep dive into the Tuohy's involvement with the Mississippi booster scandal investigated by the NCAA nearly 20 years ago, plus a discussion of the ties to iconic college football coach Hugh and his own scandals that he was running from at the times that the Tuohys helped lift him up. There is a lot to uncover here about this vile, disgusting family who spent so long masquerading as the good guys in someone else's story.
Inside my own world of make-believe, kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's all.
That's not football. That's actually white supremacy, patriarchy, late model capitalism.
The system itself is rotten.
What's up, my fellow small business supporters? I'm Savvy. Welcome back to Savvy Writes Books, the channel where we talk about books and business, where today we are going to be talking about both of those things. We're going to have a video that includes not only 4 book reviews, but also a movie review, and on top of that, we are going to be discussing what happens when you mix business and family, and some of those business dealings can go very, very wrong. I hope you all enjoy today's deep dive, but before we get too deep into it, if you're new here, please don't forget to take a moment and subscribe, because every week I put out new videos about these types of topics, and I hope you will ring the little notification bell so that you don't miss those. Today's video does not have a sponsor, but today's video was brought to you by my Patreon supporters. Patreon supporters' names are up on the screen. Don't forget to take a look in the description below, where my Patreon supporters who contribute $5 a month and up have the option to link their own stores or their own merch sites or whatever links they want to promote in my description below. Those are down there right now, so don't forget to check those out as well. And with all of that stuff said, let's get into our topic, starting with some background information. Who is Michael Oher?
From day in, day out, man, the time I was 11, 12 years old, getting up on my own, going to school. When somebody else get that credit, yeah, it pisses you off.
People who grow up like this oftentimes have PTSD, and the world just try to tell them that they're crazy.
Michael Oher was born on May 28th, 1986, the child of Michael Williams and Denise Oher, a woman from Memphis, Tennessee, who had 11 other children. Michael's biological father was unfortunately absent for most of his life as he was often in prison, and his mother, Denise, was a victim of the crack cocaine epidemic that targeted many low-income neighborhoods, especially in the 1980s.
Crack cocaine epidemic ruined a lot of lives back then. We know all about it now, but back then, early adopters didn't understand how dangerous and hyper addictive it was. And it just spread like wildfire through poverty-stricken neighborhoods in the 80s, right around the time Mike would have been growing up.
In 2019, University of Kansas history professor David Farber released a book called Crack, Rock Cocaine Street Capitalism and the Decade of Greed, which detailed the ways that crack cocaine targeted and destroyed a lot of low-income communities with a disproportionate effect on Black communities within the US, specifically within the 1980s and 90s. In a 2020 interview he gave to the Crime Report, Farber says, "In some communities, especially poor inner-city, mostly African-American communities, there was a kind of epidemic of crack cocaine use, but it was a localized epidemic. It was certainly not one that spread to America's suburbs or its upper middle-class neighborhoods. By the early 1990s, within Black communities, a lot of people started to fear that the solution to crack mass incarceration was worse than the problem itself, and that's when you started to see some pushback against what was a merciless criminal justice approach to what could have been treated as a public health crisis. Within the Black community, that public health perspective caught on quicker than it did anywhere else because they saw both the horrors of crack and also the over-militarized police response to it in their own communities. Due to his mother's ongoing battle with drug addiction, Oher spent most of his childhood in the foster care system, circulating among different schools, living in a variety of different foster homes, and ultimately facing homelessness. By Michael's own admission, despite all of his childhood traumas, he absolutely loved playing sports, and he was determined to go to school as much as possible, even though he and his siblings were often having to deal with things like child protective services, rotating through foster homes, and more.
Before I moved in with the family, I was an All-American.
While many stories report that some gang members in his low-income Memphis community of Hurt Village considered him a future bodyguard prospect for their gangs due to his size, Michael actually had no interest in gang culture or being a part of it whatsoever, instead preferring to spend his time playing sports, taking care of his younger siblings, and going to school whenever possible. At the start of his time in high school, Michael often stayed with a neighborhood man named Tony Henderson, who was also known as Big Tony due to his massive football player stature. Tony worked as a mechanic and also ran local athletic programs for kids in the neighborhood. We're going to talk a lot more about Big Tony and his role in Michael's life later in this video, but for now, I need you guys to keep in mind that Big Tony is the reason that Michael was actually able to attend a private school in the first place. After playing football for a Memphis public high school during his freshman year, Michael tagged along with Big Tony and his son Steven to the admissions at Briarcrest Christian School, a private religious academy on the wealthier side of Memphis. This would have been around 2001 or 2002. Briarcrest Christian School at the time employed a football coach by the name of Hugh Freeze, a man we're going to be delving into later in this video. Don't worry, we'll come back to Hugh Freeze. He was very impressed with Michael's athletic potential, his large stature, since Michael, as a still growing 15 to 16-year-old boy, was already well over 6 feet tall and already over 300 pounds. During his sophomore year, Michael continued couch surfing, occasionally staying with friends from school, sometimes staying with Big Tony, and during this time he excelled playing sports at Briarcrest, being a star in football, track, and basketball. In 2003, which is when Michael would have been about 16 or 17 years old, his high school football career had started to take off, and he was showing a lot of promise as an upcoming football star. That year, he was named the Division II Lineman of the Year and was even named the number 5 high school offensive lineman in the entire country. During this time, though, Michael was still couch surfing and occasionally staying with Big Tony, not having a permanent home just yet. In 2004, during Michael's junior year, a couple named Leanne and Sean Tuohy invited him to stay with them as their biological children also attended Briarcrest, and Michael, a star football player, was acquaintances with their daughter Collins, who was a cheerleader and state champion pole vaulter. After living with the Tuohys for the remainder of his time in high school, Michael eventually received multiple college offers and ended up attending the University of Mississippi, also known as Ole Miss, the school that both Sean and Leanne Tuohy had attended as well. For those of you who are chomping at the bit right now to talk about how some of this, the Tuohy's going to Ole Miss and all of that's a little bit sus, don't worry, I got you. We're just giving background information right now. Trust me, we're gonna get into it all. Michael then played 4 years of football for the Ole Miss Rebels, and when he graduated in 2009, he was considered a top prospect for the NFL draft. He was drafted by the Baltimore Ravens, a team he played on for the next few years, even playing right tackle in the 2013 Super Bowl, which the Ravens won against the San Francisco 49ers. I remember this game very well. I remember watching it. I was a sophomore in college. I watched it hungover in a frat house with a bunch of friends, a few of whom were just spending the whole game making fun of me for all the dumb drunk shit I'd done the night before, but I was just too busy simping hard for Beyonce's halftime show. Those were the days. Remember college? Those were the days, weren't they? In 2014, Michael signed with the Tennessee Titans, where he played for that season before signing with the Carolina Panthers the following year, where he remained until 2016. After suffering a concussion, Michael was released from the Panthers in 2017, and he has been retired from the NFL ever since. And for the past 6 years, that's where most of the mainstream public considered the public viewing of Michael Oher's story to be over. Not in the sense that his life was over or anything, but that was the end of the trajectory that we as the public were watching. That was the end of his NFL career. During the past few years, he's taken on the role of being a family man, having married his college sweetheart Tiffany Roy, with whom he raises 4 children, and writing When Your Back's Against the Wall, his new memoir that just released in 2023, which we're going to review later in this video. Overall, Michael seemed to have a happy ending. But as it turns out, this actually wasn't Michael's happy ending. It was just the beginning of a massive legal conflict that was about to blow up with Sean and Leanne Tuohy. Yeah, remember them, the couple that I briefly mentioned earlier? Well, as it turns out, Sean and Leanne Tuohy weren't done seeing themselves as the main characters in Michael's story. Who are Sean and Leanne Tuohy? Sean and Leanne Tuohy are the villains in a horror movie called Bless Your Heart, in which 2 wealthy conservatives flash you creepy smiles and southern hospitality to hide the fact that they're about to destroy your life. In all seriousness, let's just have a quick overview of this wild-ass couple. Sean Tuohy was born in 1959 in New Orleans, Louisiana. In high school, he played basketball at Newman, a private school where his dad, Edward, was the coach and had a building named after him. Edward was known as Coach Skeets, which, if that means something different in the South, please let me know in the comments below. Sean moved to Mississippi in the late 1970s to play basketball for Ole Miss. In a true Steve Buscemi, how do you do fellow kids fashion, Sean Tuohy to this day still identifies as an Ole Miss point guard 40 years later. His pronouns are 11 and 16, which is why his midlife crisis project, instead of buying a motorcycle or looking lame at Kid Rock concerts, is instead profiling young black kids in order to capitalize off of their athleticism. In college, Sean met Leanne, a cheerleader for Ole Miss, and the two started dating, eventually getting married in 1982, the year they graduated. After college, Sean went into business as a restaurant franchise owner, at the height of his career owning 115 total restaurants, which included Pizza Huts, KFCs, and especially Taco Bells. Note that he didn't own any Dunkin' Donuts, because if there's one thing Sean Tuohy can't do, it's Dunkin'. Leanne Tuohy's career consisted of co-owning 1 million Taco Bells with her husband, as well as working as an interior designer, even being featured on Extreme Makeover Home Edition in 2010. As well as administering tough love to down-on-their-luck teenagers, a skill she claims she learned from her father, Stanley, a U.S. Marshal who loved to yell the N-word and refused to let her have black friends growing up. Make of that what you will. In 2003, Sean and Leanne Tuohy met a kid named Michael Oher at the Briarcrest Christian School, which their biological kids, Collins and Sean Jr., also known as SJ, they both attended that school. If you remember the timeline I laid out in the previous section, then you probably know that at this time, Michael Oher was currently Division II Lineman of the Year and rated as the 5th best high school offensive lineman in the country. That year, he was named the Division II Lineman of the Year and was even named the number 5 high school offensive lineman in the entire country. He was going to go to college somewhere. Why not Ole Miss? At the time, Sean and Leanne Tuohy are what's considered Ole Miss boosters. According to the NCAA compliance page, boosters, referred to the NCAA as representatives of the institution's athletic interests, include anyone who has provided a donation in order to obtain season tickets for any sport at the university, participated in or has been a member of an organization promoting the university's athletic programs, made financial contributions to the athletic department or to a university booster organization, arranged for or provided employment for enrolled student athletes, assisted or has been requested by university staff to assist in the recruitment of prospective student athletes, assisted in providing benefits to enrolled student athletes or their families, or been involved otherwise in promoting university athletics. Once an individual is identified as a representative of the institution's athletic interest, that person retains that identity forever. Only institutional staff members are permitted to recruit prospective student athletes. Generally, NCAA rules prohibit anyone else from contacting, calling, writing, or in-person contact prospects or the prospect's relatives or guardian for recruiting purposes. Basically, the Tuohys, as alumni with big money, have donated to the school throughout the years, specifically the athletic departments, and as a result are continued to have a financial investment in the school. They and other people who qualify as boosters like them are prohibited from being involved in the recruitment of students to the school's athletic programs due to a conflict of interest and the potential for bribery to enter the the school's sports recruitment world. Now, there have been multiple scandals with this, including an investigation into the Tuohys, which we are going to detail later in the video. In 2004, Sean and Leigh Tuohy, who had been hosting Michael at their home, offered to adopt him. Or at least that's what they told him they were doing, and we'll delve into all the dirty details of that controversy later on. But the overview is that basically Sean and Leigh told Michael that because he was already 18 years old, they couldn't legally adopt him, so instead they'd give him something called a conservatorship. It was 2004, we hadn't had hashtag free Britney yet, and most teenagers had never even heard of a conservatorship, and Michael trusted them when they said it was the same thing as an adoption. And it didn't help that the lawyer representing Michael was a friend of the Tuohy family with their best interests in mind. After tricking him into signing the conservatorship papers, Sean and Leigh met up with an old high school friend of Sean's named Michael Lewis, who'd also attended Newman back in New Orleans. Michael Lewis, an acclaimed journalist, was working on a book called The Blind Side, all about the evolution of the left tackle position, both within the NFL and within college football. He interviewed the Tuohys to get their story about helping their supposedly adopted son, Michael Oher, in becoming one of the best left tackles in the country. In 2006, while Michael was playing for Ole Miss, The Blind Side was published, and we're going to review that book as well in just a bit. Shortly after, Lewis sold the rights to the movie, and in 2009, the movie The Blind Side released, much to the excitement of Sean and Leigh, who'd both arranged to receive profits from the film, and much to the disappointment of Michael Oher, who not only received no profits from the movie, but also hated the way the movie portrayed him.
It took away the hard work and the dedication that I created.
Why did he hate this movie so much? When we delve into the movie itself, it's not that hard to see why. So let's move into our next section, a full review of The Blind Side movie. The Blind Side movie review. This movie is racist. The 2009 movie The Blind Side tells the story of a really nice white Christian couple who made lots of money through the sheer power of hard work and determination and pulling themselves up by their bootstraps and buying 69,420 Taco Bells, and then they meet a black kid on the street, force him into their car, and teach him how to play football. Within a few minutes of Sandra Bullock telling him that playing football is basically the same thing as protecting her delicate white Christian ass from scary gangs in his original neighborhood, he's suddenly able to tackle. And then he goes to the college that both of the parents went to, which the NCAA finds extremely sus, except they're able to prove that they weren't grooming him as part of a booster scam because deep down, it was all about family. And then the credits roll and we listen to an inspirational song by Five for Fighting, or as I like to call them, Wish brand Coldplay. The Academy in Hollywood, a bunch of old white dudes who need inspiration porn in order to remember how to feel anything anymore at this point in their lives, started drooling out of both sides of their mouth for this heartwarming story, which was nominated for Best Picture and ended up grossing about $300 million. Let's go through the movie bit by bit so you can see just how ridiculous this entire thing is. At the beginning of The Blind Side, we're introduced to a guy by the name of Big Mike, who never talks. He takes a quiz in science class, but instead of filling in any of the answers, he just draws a boat on the back of the test. All the teachers at his fancy Christian private school meet in the teacher's lounge to talk about how Mike isn't smart enough to be in their school. That is, until one of the teachers whips out a crumpled piece of paper that she pulled out of the trash, on which Big Mike had written a gorgeous slam poem about how everyone in the school is white except for him.
White walls, white floors, and a lot of white people.
And then all the teachers realize that he has potential. The school football coach in this movie, named Burt Cotton, but really a dramatization of the real coach Hugh Freeze, has an investment in keeping Big Mike in the school because he wants a guy this huge on his football team, even though Mike needs to first get his grades up before he'll be even eligible to play any sports at the school. We then learn that Mike is homeless, and we see him wandering through laundromats, going to the school gym to sleep, and wearing the same ill-fitting clothes to school every day. One day at school, a little boy introduces himself to Mike on the playground, and this is how he introduces himself. He says, "Hi, I'm SJ. That stands for Sean Jr. My dad is also named Sean. You know, Sean Tuohy, he was a point guard for Ole Miss, and now he owns like 1 million Taco Bells." That's right, Sean. Everyone still cares that you were a point guard for Ole Miss back in the 70s. We're so very proud of you. What kind of kid introduces himself with his shitty dad's resume? Keep in mind that this movie is all from Sean and Leigh Tuohy's perspective, so it's only gonna get worse. Later, this goofy goofy little kid SJ is in his school play where he's playing an Indian. By that, the movie actually means a racist caricature of an indigenous person. And in the car on the way home, while SJ is decked out in a full headdress, he tells his parents that he wished he'd been cast as the main chief, but that they gave it to another boy instead because that boy was Chinese and the school has a multicultural bias. We're off to a great start with this. While the family is driving home, we see Big Mike wandering along the street wearing shorts and a t-shirt even though it's supposedly cold outside. The family then stops the car, rolls down the window, and doesn't let Mike go on his way. Instead, they start interrogating him in a scene that like weirdly resembles racial profiling. They're like, hey, where are you going? And Mike's like, to the gym. And they're like, go ahead. Like, thanks, he didn't need your permission. Imagine thinking a stranger needs your permission to continue their walk to the gym. But when you're used to thinking that you're the main character in everyone's story, I guess maybe that makes sense in your own head. They're literally like, go ahead, as opposed to what? Were you just gonna run him over with your car otherwise? Anyway, they then realize that it's late at night and the school gym isn't open at this hour, so they stop him again and they're like, why are you going to the gym? And Mike says, because it's warm, and then because obviously now Leanne's gonna feel like a bad Christian and worry about Jesus punishing her forever if she lets a homeless person mind their own business. So she tells Mike to get in her car, and Mike doesn't get in her car, so she insists and then pressures him and bullies him until he finally gets in her car. When an adult stranger stops a minor on the street and pressures them to get in their car, I thought we used to call that kidnapping, but like, what do I know? Anyway, they bring Mike home and let him sleep on their couch. Mike continues to say no words and expresses no opinions about anything at all. That night, he sees a coffee table book full of Norman Rockwell paintings where he sees a family eating Thanksgiving dinner together, and it makes him feel some kind of emotion that we never really find out what it is, and he decides to stay. Leanne decides that she needs to take Mike shopping for clothes because he wears the same thing every day. Mike tells her, I got clothes. And she says, no, you have clothes. Okay, Leanne. I say this as a former English teacher myself, as a person with a master's degree in English, as someone who loves linguistics and writing and grammar and editing with all my heart and soul. What the fuck kind of power trip do you have to be on to respond to someone in that way? To literally do the first grade teacher, can I go to the bathroom? I don't know, may you thing to kids. No one does that unless they just enjoy showing off their self-proclaimed superiority to other people, right? Also, I got clothes isn't even grammatically incorrect, Leanne, okay? Moving on. Then we get two scenes in a row that show this movie's view of racial dynamics. First, Leanne takes Mike to his birth mom's neighborhood in a projects community in Memphis called Hurt Village. While she's there, she sees all the other black guys that Mike knows, and they're literally all in gangs. Then later, while everyone's at school, Leanne goes out to lunch with her friends, who are a bunch of racist white middle-aged ladies who make fun of poor predominantly black communities on the other side of town. This is where the movie establishes the two genders. As we know, these are hyper-conservative Christians, and they all assert that there are two genders and only two genders in the world. There are two genders of white people in this movie, and those are full-on Jim Crow era racist bitch who wears white robes to church on Sunday, or good Christian who does endless charity out of the goodness of their own heart, working as the superhero to single-handedly end racism. There are also two genders of black people. Those are either sports prodigy or gang. There are no others. Then we get the iconic scene where the school administration is going over Michael's test results. They say, and I quote, spatial relations 3rd percentile, ability to learn 5th percentile. He tested 98th percentile in one category though.
Which one? Protective instincts.
Isn't that just beautiful? Whatever bullshit standardized test the school gave him somehow found out that he doesn't have the ability to learn, whatever that means, and that he has no concept of time and space and perceives nothing, but that he is a protective pack animal who can guard your home. I'm sorry, how did this test measure protective instincts?
I've always talked this way. I've always been well-spoken. I've always went to school on my own. Ain't nobody had to save me, man. So will that sell in America, you think? I don't think so.
What, you guys don't remember when we all took the protective instincts test back in high school where they all lined us up in the school gym and set one kid on fire and whoever reacted the fastest, they got the highest score in protective instincts? What the fuck is going on right now? The Tuohy family takes Mike out to dinner to celebrate the fact that his grades are finally high enough that he qualifies to play football. Now, we know that this movie is wildly inaccurate to what happened in real life, but let's just look at this within the context of the movie itself. Let's look at the movie in a vacuum, assuming we had no other context for this story. If we're just looking in this fictional story itself, Mike, the character, has shown no interest in playing football. Michael, the fictionalized character, has played no football so far in this movie, nor has he said a word about the sport of football. Yet in this scene, the parents are taking him out for dinner to celebrate that he can play football now. Even at the dinner, Mike doesn't actually celebrate at all. He never shows any excitement, any emotions, nothing. Right now, this is reading to me like the story of a couple who saw a really huge guy, assumed he'd be great at football, then kidnapped him so they could groom him into playing for Ole Miss and take some of his profits. Which is not actually too far off from what actually happened, with the one difference being that the real life Michael Oher was already really good at football and was a football star without the Tuohys, but we're gonna get into all that later. Just within the context of the movie itself, canonically this family has now kidnapped a strange minor off the street and forced him to play a dangerous high-risk contact sport for their benefit. And we're still supposed to be sympathizing with them. Okay. After that, we go back home, and Leanne is reading her younger son, SJ, the picture book Ferdinand the Bull, which is a kid's book about a large, strong bull who doesn't want to be aggressive like the other bulls, but instead chooses to just sniff the flowers and be gentle and loving like a big sweet puppy.
But not Ferdinand.
Michael listens along to the story, and I guess this is supposed to symbolize that Michael is basically Ferdinand the Bull because he's a huge, strong guy and could be dangerous, but instead chooses to be loving. I don't know, it's pretty stupid. And then we get one of the most surreal scenes that I've ever seen in film before, and I'm a regular consumer of some of the weirdest B, C, and D movies out there, but this scene takes the cake. Leanne Tuohy becomes so excited by all the work she's doing to help Michael that she literally gets horny for it. Michael is now permanently staying at their house, and he's about to join the spring football team, and she's so satisfied by this turn of events that she literally gets sexually turned on. We see a shot of Sandra Bullock lying in bed with this like weird, almost borderline post-orgasmic looking smile on her face, and then her husband Sean, who in the movie's played by Tim McGraw, climbs on top of her and they start making out. And while they're making out, she lets out these moany breaths where she's like, "We need to start a charity for helping kids like Michael." Meanwhile, Tim McGraw is like kissing down her jaw and her neck, and he's riding on top of her. So from this scene, we're learning that not only does this family do charity for their own self-gratification, but because they also literally get off on it, like sexually. Anyway, I'm just gonna pour some bleach into my brain after watching that. Soon after, it's time for Mike's first football practice. But as this movie makes it out to be, Mike has literally never played football before, and he's basically just a sweet little puppy in a huge man's body, just a gentle giant. So the entire time the coach is yelling at him to tackle, instead, Mike's just getting distracted by some pretty balloons that are floating along in the sky. He literally stops paying attention on the field and looks at some colorful balloons. Then the coach, upset that Mike doesn't have his head in the game, talks to Leanne, where he literally says, "Most kids from bad situations can't wait to be violent, but he just doesn't want to hit anyone." We're just gonna leave that. We're gonna leave "most kids from bad situations can't wait to be violent" there. We're just gonna let that marinate. Anyway, Leanne responds to this by saying, "He's Ferdinand the Bull." The dehumanization of Michael is a common theme throughout this entire movie. He's often referred to as Ferdinand the Bull, an animal character, but even beyond that, throughout the movie, he's treated as more of a prop than a character. He never has any agency, he never expresses any desires for anything, he never has any passions or goals, he never works to achieve the things that he personally desires or sets out to achieve, because he doesn't actually want anything in the movie. In his story, he's not actually cast as the main character. Sean and Leanne are the main characters. They have goals, they have things that they want, and they have difficult decisions to make. But Mike's just along for the ride. At one point, I realized that if you replaced Michael's character with a dog, this movie would just become Air Bud, and I mean that in the sense that the movie The Blind Side itself would barely change at all. If you've seen this movie recently, imagine this in your head. A family finds a stray dog wandering on the street, and they take him in and let him live with them, and then he starts playing sports and shocking everyone with his abilities. Michael almost never talks in the movie, so you'd have to change like very few lines. That is how far they've gone to dehumanize the person that this story is supposed to be about. Anyway, Michael won't focus on football, so their younger son in the family, SJ, decides to help Michael train. And Mike's like, "Come on, bro, can't we just go play video games?" And SJ responds to him by saying, "Everyone in this family is an athlete." So once again, not in real life, but within the context of this movie, looking at this movie in a vacuum as a piece of fiction, Mike's one time that he expresses a preference is to say that he doesn't want to practice. And couple that with the fact that Mike, the fictional character, has never once expressed a desire to play football, and when he finally speaks up and shows a preference, the response is basically, "Well, if you want to be in this family, you gotta play sports, so start working." So he's basically being threatened, be a star athlete or go back on the street. The movie, which is supposed to be the fictionalized, sanitized version that shows the Tuohys as the heroes that they actually weren't in real life, still shows them as child groomers. And I don't mean that in the sexual way. I mean, setting aside Leanne's weird horny scene from earlier, but in an abusive sense, yes, this movie showcases a couple who steals a kid off the street and then tells him that everyone in the family has to be a star athlete. And he just kind of goes with it because his other option is to sleep on the street. Not exploitative at all. No child grooming here. What are you talking about? Then, if the abuse didn't seem clear enough from that, in the next scene, Mike asks Leanne, can I get my driver's license? So for only the second time in this entire movie, Mike is expressing his own opinions, showing that he has a want for something. And Leanne's response to him is, why do you need a driver's license when you don't even have a car? I'm sorry, that the literal homeless guy that you stole off the street doesn't have his own car like you do, but what do you mean, why would he want a driver's license?
Have a car.
It's better to keep the guy you're basically owning from getting a driver's license, right? Wouldn't want him to have too much freedom. Also, the response, you don't even have a car? Wow, rich lady, way to rub that in a low-income guy's face. Again, this just makes it feel more and more like literal kidnapping. Later, Leanne meets Mike's birth mom, Denise. Denise literally says to Leanne,
"You're a fine Christian lady."
And Leanne responds, I try to be. So we have the other characters just straight up telling us, don't forget the Tuohys are the good guys. Next we get a scene where Mike still doesn't understand football at all because God forbid they give this kid any thoughts of his own. So SJ teaches him football by moving around some ketchup bottles on the kitchen table. And that's how Mike learns how coaches run plays. He had no idea before a middle schooler demonstrated it for him with ketchup. That's very believable. Then Mike and SJ get into a mild car accident. SJ, who's too small to be sitting in the front seat, almost gets crushed by the airbag, but just in time, Mike uses his arm to block the airbag and save SJ's face. When the paramedics arrive to the scene, Leanne is like, well, that checks out that Mike would block the airbag because he did get 98% in protective instincts. He's a great asset to our family because he can protect our lightweight son from airbags. Mike goes to another football practice where, despite now understanding the players as ketchup bottles, he's still too scared to tackle them because, don't forget, he's Ferdinand the Bull, not Michael the human. The coach is getting fed up with him, so Leanne storms onto the field where she takes over the practice. She tells Mike to imagine all the other players as the family. She's like, Mike, remember when we went to your birth mom's neighborhood and you had to protect me from other black people? And Mike was like, yep. And then she's like, remember when you blocked the airbag from smashing SJ? You're protective. Your job as left tackle is to protect the quarterback. And Mike's like, oh, I get it now. I just need to imagine that the team is filled with other black guys and that the quarterback is my sweet white mom. And Leanne's like, yes, exactly. And then going back to like actual quotes from the movie, she says to him,
are you going to protect the family, Michael?
And he responds, yes, ma'am. And Leanne says, verbatim, I shit you not. She says, and I quote, good boy. Remember how earlier I told you they were basically training Michael like a dog in this movie? That his character had become completely dehumanized? Well, this was the final nail in the coffin. She literally gave him a command and then said,
good boy. And go have some fun.
Then after that, Michael starts playing football perfectly, and the coach looks at Leanne and is like, wow, how did you do that? And she's literally like, he tested 98% in protective instincts. After a stunning victory on the field and SJ recording Michael playing and sending in a highlight reel to scouts, Michael starts getting recruited by college coaches across the country. But in order to secure a college scholarship, he first has to get his GPA up higher. So the Tuohy family hires a tutor named Miss Sue, who in the movie is played by Kathy Bates. Miss Sue also went to Ole Miss and is also a diehard fan who wants everyone to go to school there. While Michael is being recruited, he's considering taking an offer from Tennessee, the rivals of Ole Miss. This makes Sean and Leanne very sad because they poured all this time and energy and resources into this kid, and now he's not even gonna play for the team that they're invested in. I thought we had a deal here, Mike. How are they gonna profit from that? I mean, they're sad because they want the whole family to be together, that's why. During one of his tutoring sessions, Miss Sue tells Mike a ghost story about how the University of Tennessee has a science department that studies the effects of soil on body decomposition, and because of that, they're actually storing tons of corpses right under the football field. Smash cut to Michael choosing Mississippi as his school. Not sus at all, right? Well, in the movie, the NCAA actually does find it a bit sus, like they did in real life, as they should. But of course, the NCAA investigator is portrayed as a villain. She just wants to get in the way of this new found family all getting to go to Ole Miss together. So we get a scene where the NCAA investigator basically explains the Tuohy's scam outright to Michael. She's like, so this family brought you in off the street, forced you to play football, gave you tons of gifts and financial stability, plus pumped you full of Ole Miss propaganda, and the Tuohy's are Ole Miss boosters, so you kind of see how this was grooming. But of course, we as the audience are supposed to think that this woman is just raining on everyone's parade. I mean, she is objectively right, but within the context of the movie, what the movie's shown us, in a more believable movie, this would be the moment where we get the big reveal, and then we suddenly see Sandra Bullock as the villain. But no, because this movie has an extremely oversimplified understanding of good and evil, and the Tuohy's are the good guys, that means they can't be the bad guys, that means the NCAA investigator has to be the bad guy, there's no other way. Then finally, Michael stands up for himself for the first time in the entire movie. He asks Leanne, why did you do this to me? And she's like, I didn't, Mike, it wasn't like that, I always saw you as my real son. But Mike doesn't believe her, as he shouldn't, and he runs away to the ghetto where all his old gang friends live. We see a scene of Mike hanging out with his old friends, and because remember, this movie has two types of white people and two types of black people, here are the topics that Mike's old friends want to discuss. Knives, guns, violence, the N-word, drinking, drugs, and sex with white women. A few times, one of Mike's old friends keeps threatening to assault Leanne because she's his sexy white mama. The message here seems to be that Mike is not like the other black guys because he doesn't fit in with this crowd. And when Mike tells this dude to stop threatening Leanne, the guy literally says to him, I will bust a cap in your fat ass and drive east to pay a visit to your white mama and her fine little daughter. And then once he's done talking, immediately gunshots start going off in the neighborhood. This movie's not racist, guys. Remember, it's told us over and over again that it's not racist. How can it be racist when it went out of its way to tell us that it wasn't racist? Anyway, the next day, Leanne shows up in Mike's old neighborhood and she confronts the gang dude by saying, this is a direct quote, I wrote it down, okay? She says to him, I'm in a prayer group with the DA, I'm a member of the NRA, and I'm always packing. Then Mike and Leanne have a heartfelt conversation with each other. We're about 2 hours into the movie at this point, and she finally asks him, for the first time in the whole movie, hey Mike, do you actually want to play football? She's just never considered anything otherwise. Okay, so this could be the place where Mike the character actually shows us his passion for the game. He could be like, yeah, I love football because of these, whatever. No, we don't even get that. Instead, he's just like, I don't know, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm good at it. And then Leanne's like, all right then, I guess you can go to Tennessee if you want. And Mike goes back to the NCAA investigator and is like, I'm gonna go to Ole Miss because my family goes there. That should have set off alarm bells that, yeah, his family was pressuring him to go to Ole Miss and he basically admitted it, but instead the investigator's like, you're right, this story's about family and family's important, so you're all good now. And then he goes to Ole Miss, and then we get Wish brand Coldplay taking us into the credits. And that is the 2009 Oscar-nominated masterpiece, The Blind Side. As I mentioned earlier, The Blind Side is based on a book of the same name, which was published 3 years earlier in 2006. The book, while correcting some of the misinformation in the movie, also has a lot of issues and inaccuracies of its own. We are going to delve into a complete in-depth review of that book in just a moment. But first, we need to talk about the creation of this book, and that's going to start with its author, another Michael, the acclaimed journalist, Michael Lewis. A tale of two Michaels and one Fred. Michael Lewis, now 62 years old, is a well-known journalist, one of those guys who regularly gets their non-fiction books turned into based on a true story movies. Other than The Blind Side, Lewis's notable works include Moneyball, which was published in 2003 and adapted into a film in 2011, and The Big Short, published in 2010 and adapted into a movie in 2015. Though sports have been a common theme in Lewis's writing, most of his work comes at everything from an angle of finance, which makes sense. His education includes a master's degree in economics from the London School of Economics, and after college he worked as a bond salesman for Salomon Brothers before moving into journalism. As a journalist, Lewis has worked for a variety of publications, including Bloomberg and Vanity Fair, where he works as a contributing editor. As a journalist, he's won 2 Gerald Loeb Awards for featured articles, and for the most part, his books and his journalistic works have been overall loved by the critics. But what about before all of that? What about this Michael's childhood? How did Michael Lewis grow up? Michael Lewis was born in 1960 in New Orleans, Louisiana. As a wealthy young man in New Orleans in the 1970s, Michael attended a prep school known as Isidore Newman, a school with a basketball team coached by one Edward Tuohy, a school where Michael Lewis met his friend Sean Tuohy, future Ole Miss point guard and future fake adoptive father of NFL lineman Michael Oher. Now, savvy, you might be saying, yeah, that's a little bit suspicious, but come on. on. We don't all stay friends with the people we knew in high school for the rest of our lives. It's entirely possible to have a professional, unbiased relationship with a subject that we knew decades ago now that there's distance between us, right? I'll let New York Magazine answer that. In 2011, New York Magazine ran a feature called Why It's Good to Be Michael Lewis, which includes the following. Orr's story might have never been told outside of Memphis if Sean Tuohy's high school classmate Michael Lewis hadn't happened into town soon after that Thanksgiving Day to talk to his old friend for a story he was working on about their high school baseball coach. Lewis watched as Collins, her brother, Sean Jr., and a 6'4", 350-pound mystery streamed in and out of the house and quietly wondered what the hell was going on. When they were done talking, Sean Tuohy escorted Lewis to the door. "Well, I hope another 25 years doesn't go by," he said. Lewis paused in the entryway. "You're really gonna let me out of here without telling me who the black kid is?" he asked. Lewis is often referred to as a business writer, and this is sort of true in that his narratives usually focus on some kind of market, be it bonds or baseball players. But he's a business writer only in the same way that Malcolm Gladwell is a business writer. What most interests him are the people and how they behave. He tends to favor stories about mavericks like the Tuohys, Bean, Whitney, and Steve Eisman, the eccentric short seller, star of The Big Short, smart people who identify gaps of logic and market inefficiencies and take advantage of them. "He basically had a key to our house," says Leanne Tuohy. "Whenever he came to town, we made him go to church. We said, well, if you want to talk to us, you're coming to church." To their dismay, Lewis, an atheist, resisted conversion. "Lord knows we tried," says Sean Tuohy. "We had people praying for him." Even now in 2023, since the controversy has broken about Michael Oher's surprise conservatorship, since Oher has cut ties with the Tuohy family, even since Oher has publicly disputed his portrayal in the Blind Side movie, much of which is based on the testimony Sean Tuohy gave Michael Lewis for the book, Lewis has continued to defend his friend, Sean Tuohy. First, let's take a look at a Washington Post article from August 16th, 2023, titled "Author Michael Lewis Says Only Hollywood Cashed In on Blind Side Success." As the Washington Post reports, author Michael Lewis responded Wednesday to accusations from former NFL lineman Michael Oher, a subject of Lewis's best-selling book The Blind Side, that the wealthy family who took Oher in has hoarded profits from the award-winning film adaptation. "What I feel really sad about is I watched the whole thing up close," Lewis said. "They showered him with resources and love. That he's suspicious of them is breathtaking. The state of mind one has to be in to do that. I feel sad for him." As a little side note, this article also gives some very interesting background information about the production of the Blind Side movie itself. It says, according to Lewis, 20th Century Fox, as it was then known, paid $250,000 for the option to make The Blind Side a movie, which he split 50-50 with the Tuohy family. The Tuohys have said they split their share evenly, including with Oher. After taxes and agent fees, Lewis said, his half was around $70,000. Fox, however, never made the movie. According to Lewis, the studio had thought Julia Roberts would be interested in the film, but she wasn't. Instead, Lewis said, Alcon, a small production company backed by the Tuohy's neighbor, FedEx CEO Fred Smith, stepped in. Okay, this is interesting. In just looking at various areas of bias within the entire public perception of this story, I had to then go and look up Alcon Entertainment, the company that produced the movie The Blind Side. And it's right there. It's on their About page. The company was born out of a business plan written by co-founders and co-CEOs Broderick Johnson and Andrew Koso for FedEx founder, chairman, and CEO Frederick W. Smith, who ultimately personally financed the company, which was officially incorporated 20 years ago in January of 1997. So Alcon Entertainment, which made The Blind Side, is a company financed by Fred Smith, the CEO of FedEx. Let's go off topic for just a minute because we need to look into Fred Smith. Honestly, Fred Smith's Wikipedia page is really as far as we needed to go to seal the deal on this one because it is all right there in front of us. Fred Smith, a Yale-educated Republican from Mississippi, was the founder and CEO of FedEx, a company that made him billions of dollars until he ultimately stepped down as CEO in 2022. Fred Smith is estimated to be worth over $5 billion. And as the page confirms, he is a co-owner of Alcon Entertainment. But there's even more to the story. In addition to being a neighbor of the Tuohy family, a friend to Sean Tuohy, and the guy bankrolling the company that produced the movie about the Tuohys, Fred Smith is also basically family. He's their in-laws. At the time that the book The Blind Side was being written, Sean and Leanne Tuohy's daughter Collins was already in a relationship with Fred Smith's son, Cannon Smith, whom she married in 2016. The Smith family are in-laws of the Tuohy family. The Tuohy family's in-laws financed the production company that made the movie The Blind Side. Is it any wonder that the Tuohys were cast as the heroes? Now moving away from Sean Tuohy's biased relationship with billionaire Fred Smith and back to Sean Tuohy's biased relationship with journalist Michael Lewis. Even Rolling Stone has reported reported on Michael Lewis's public defense of the Tuohy family. In an August 17th article, Rolling Stone reported, despite the film's big box office return, Lewis stated that he and the Tuohys only received around $350,000 each from the movie's profits of the movie, and that Hollywood, not the Tuohy family, was to blame for Oher being undercompensated for his life story. Everybody should be mad at the Hollywood studio system, Lewis said. Michael Oher should join the writer's strike. It's outrageous how Hollywood accounting works, but the money is not in the Tuohy's pockets. I will agree on one thing, in that the Hollywood studio system is extremely exploitative. Michael Lewis is not wrong about that part. The article, however, fails to mention the little fact that Michael Lewis and Sean Tuohy were childhood friends, and that Michael Lewis only learned about Michael Oher in the first place because he'd casually stopped at the Tuohy's house to hang out with his old friend during Thanksgiving break. Now, any good journalist should have the ability to be unbiased, right? So even if Michael Lewis and Sean Tuohy are friends, even if they have been friends since at least the mid-1970s, Lewis should be capable of putting aside his attachment to the Tuohy family in favor of seeking the truth, right? And if Lewis claims that the false portrayal of Oher was due to Hollywood bias, not due to his own, then surely Michael Oher must be portrayed as much smarter, much more capable, and much more human in the Blind Side book than he was in the movie, right? Well, there's only one way to find out. It is time to review Michael Lewis's 2006 book, The Blind Side. Book Review 1, The Blind Side by Michael Lewis. What's interesting about the book The Blind Side is that it ultimately tells two different stories. First, the story of the evolution of the left tackle position within the NFL, how that came to be, the different factors over the course of NFL history that caused that position to become so much more highly valued financially, as it is the position that protects the quarterback, traditionally the highest paid member of any professional football team. Those parts of the story were very interesting, especially interwoven with how those things were able to influence the evolution of college football along the way as well. What I liked about this is that it showed that Michael Lewis as a writer is capable of complexity. He's capable of looking at a story from multiple angles, of examining the different factors that go into a situation and how the unique intersection of those factors can create various outcomes. But for some reason, he's not capable of applying this level of complexity and nuance to his examination of the Tuohy family. And this could be due to the very bias that we talked about earlier, them having been lifelong friends. I don't think this constitutes a spoiler to say that the last two chapters of the book are the only two chapters that include any of Michael's actual perception on what's going on. The entire story about Michael is told through interviews with Sean and Leanne Tuohy and a few of Michael's teachers and coaches, but Michael himself doesn't actually share his own perspective or share his own story until the last two chapters of the book. So we have to look at the chapters of the book before that in the ways that they tell that story, and we can see that everything is almost exclusively from Sean and Leanne Tuohy's perspective, much like the Blind Side movie is. This book also has a strange way of interpreting different racial dynamics, especially within Tennessee at the time. After the book opens with a discussion of the evolution of the left tackle position and different factors within the NFL, you know, the things with Lawrence Taylor and Joe Theismann and all of those things that were going on back in the day, the book then sets the scene in Memphis, Tennessee. And the way it introduces Memphis is by telling us that Memphis, Tennessee is so segregated that Michael Lewis is shocked that they even bothered to repeal segregation laws when millions of decisions that people made on their own still led to the white people being on the rich side and the black people being in the ghetto. He literally says millions of decisions, and it was any wonder that they repealed it. Okay, Michael Lewis, okay. So that part came off to be a little victim blamey. Now, I understand that when a journalist is writing something, they may be writing that to express the perspectives of other people who may have been examining the situation. Michael Lewis may not have been inserting that as his own personal opinion. However, it is then his job as the writer to examine what that means, to examine why it might be that way, to examine what biases people might be feeling to frame the situation that way in the first place, but he doesn't. The discussion of it kind of ends there and we move along. We get an introduction to Briarcrest Christian School. Michael Lewis tells us that the history of the school was that originally when schools were first being integrated during the civil rights movement, that white families in Tennessee didn't want their kids going to school with black people, so they created this rich white Christian school as a way to have a school for white people. Again, we know that the school is integrated now. It's still majority white, but it does have a few black students in there, so there's no like official segregation of it. But the fact that the school was created because people wanted to preserve segregation is once again never really examined beyond that at all. It's just kind of dropped in there, and then we're supposed to be like, okay, cool, whatever. Much like in the Blind Side movie, an issue within this book is the way that Michael as a human is objectified, treated not quite as a human until the last two chapters, but rather as an animal or a prop or an object that others are projecting onto. For example, the book talks about how Michael is struggling in school for a little while. How when he's in English class, his teacher gives him a paper and asks him to identify the nouns on it, and he's like, I don't know what a noun is, and the teacher says a noun is a person, place, or thing, and he's like, oh, it is? I didn't know that. Normally, this would be where you lead into an examination of the fact that kids in low-income backgrounds who have less educational opportunity may not be caught up to the same level, and that those gaps in knowledge might need to be filled in a way that, you know, bridges that gap and teaches those kids how to learn in a new environment. But instead of that, the way that Michael phrases this is, and I quote, he says, English was like a second language to him. I don't think that's true. I think linguistics was maybe a second language, as it is to basically everyone who's never studied linguistics. He didn't understand what a noun was, but he understands how to speak English and use nouns functionally in a sentence. To say English was basically a second language to him is pretty disgusting and a pretty terrible examination of what it means for a kid who just hasn't had those educational opportunities. He spoke English fluently. He could read and write. It's made very clear throughout the book, but Michael Lewis, the journalist, says the quote, English was basically a second language to him, meaning that he was the one viewing that situation and seeing the teacher's frustration with him not knowing what nouns are and being like, oh, well, clearly he just didn't even know the English language. I really don't like that. After that, it talks about like how Michael had never even heard of the concept of going to therapy or what that meant. And it's like a lot of people don't necessarily, especially this was like the 90s, early 2000s, things like that. The movement towards normalizing mental health services has really taken off in the past like 10, 15 years. Before that, going to therapy was kind of something that maybe wealthy people thought about, wasn't always covered by all health insurance types. It makes plenty of sense to me that he hadn't heard of going to therapy, but to treat it like, wow, this dude just doesn't know anything about the world. No, he came from a different background, and that's fine. Again, it goes through Michael's time in high school, talking about what his coaches thought of him, what his teachers thought of him, what the Tuohy family thought of him, but we never get Michael's perspective. It's just other people observing him and talking about what they assume he's thinking. We never have Michael say, actually, here's what I was going through at the time. Actually, here's what I was thinking. No quotes from him in this entire section, which is extremely weird. We get this really suspicious moment where this is when Michael is about a senior in high school. He's living with the Tuohy family, and Michael finds out that his biological father has died. His biological father was a man who had been in and out of prison, as I mentioned earlier, and while he was in prison, he got murdered in prison, and then his body was thrown off an overpass. Michael learns this news and feels a lot of conflicted emotions about it, so when he comes home and tells Leanne Tuohy that the news that his biological father had been murdered, Leanne Tuohy's response is, you know, I don't want to sound cold or heartless or anything about this, but you really didn't know him, and also you're on your way to becoming a college football star pretty soon, so like he would have just tried to take your money anyway. The book portrays this as like, look, Leanne Tuohy is such a sassy, no-nonsense woman. She gives you the tough love approach. She doesn't sugarcoat it. But that is not an example of being sassy or giving tough love. That is an example of showing no sense of human empathy. I was just appalled that she said that and that the book presented it positively. What's also interesting in this book is that, like the movie The Blind Side, there's this moment where Michael Oher says that he doesn't like to be called Big Mike. The book also talks about the fact that Michael didn't really like being called Big Mike. Yet Michael Lewis continues to refer to Michael Oher as Big Mike long after it's established that that's not the name he likes to be called, which I think is extremely disrespectful. And because of that, because it doesn't matter what we call people despite what they do or do not like to be called, for the remainder of this review, I'm going to refer to the journalist Michael Lewis as Little Mike. We've got Michael Oher and we've got Little Mike. Maybe we can also call him Small Dick Mike sometimes too if we're feeling like it. Little Mike, in his telling of racial dynamics throughout this story, regularly brings up people's race when it's not particularly relevant, and it's usually done in a way that makes things seem like stereotypical in a way. For example, whenever he talks about Michael walking into a room and surprising people, he'll be like, there was a big black man standing there, and it's like, you could just say there was Michael standing there, like we've established this many times, but he says it every time to the point that it's really weird. When he talks about Michael going to the DMV to try to get his driver's license and the woman there's really annoying, he keeps calling her a large black woman. He never says the DMV employee, he's just like, and the large black woman there was not doing anything to help them, and then they talked again to the large black woman behind the counter. Like, that's how he refers to people. It was really weird. There's a weird air of homophobia in this book that is dropped in there twice and then once again never explored. So Little Mike, in his telling of this book, out of nowhere talks about the church that the Tuohy family attends, and that the church is like okay with black people, but they're not okay with gay people. You can be black and go to the church, you're gonna stand out, people are gonna think you're different, but if you're gay and go to that church, no, you're not. It's never examined beyond that. It's just like the church is a huge part of their life. The Briarcrest Christian School is a huge part of their life. Being Christian is what matters most to all of them, but you better not be gay. And then it just drops that in there. We never move along. We just accept the fact that the Tuohys are extremely homophobic and they're still the heroes. Okay, sounds good. So remember in the Blind Side movie where there was that extremely suspicious statistic about how Michael had tested 98% in protective instincts, whatever that's supposed to mean? Well, according to the book, that was real. The way it's presented, though, doesn't really convince me that it's real. More so, it's weird. So little Mike presents us with this statistic about how when Michael Oher was in middle school, he took this career aptitude test and that he got the 3% in ability to learn or whatever. And then it said, but he got 98% in protective instincts, however they measured that. That's what little Mike says in his writing, however they measured that. And I was like, little Mike, my brother in Christ, my brother in homophobic Christian school apologism, you are the journalist. You should have been the one to ask how they measured it. When you heard the statistic, you should have been the one to dig deeper and say, okay, what does that mean? How are protective instincts measured? Is it perhaps pseudoscience? Is there any real backing to this? But instead, that statistic is taken at face value no matter how weird and unbelievable it seems, and we're just supposed to continue to move along as if that has any impact on the story whatsoever. There's a lot of unexamined classism in this book as well, and this is again because little Mike only takes Leanne and Sean Tuohy's perspectives throughout a lot of this book rather than asking Michael his opinion. So when Leanne and Sean Tuohy explain their rich people perspective of the world, this is taken as if it is the default and true perspective of the world, and that Michael just needs to catch up. So there's this part where Leanne Tuohy is teaching Michael all the things that, according to the book, it says, quote, he should have learned by osmosis. And some of those things include the fact that if you want to impress a girl, you would buy her jewelry from Tiffany's, the specifics of how to play golf, just general rich people stuff. I will be honest, I've never owned anything from Tiffany's or known that that's where you're supposed to impress a girl. Maybe that's why I've never had a consistent girlfriend, because I've never gone to Tiffany's. On top of that, I don't know how to play golf. From Leanne Tuohy's perspective, these are things that you should learn by osmosis. These are just part of being human. These are part of American human culture. No, it is part of her rich people bubble, but because little Michael Lewis is only getting their perspectives on this, he doesn't have any understanding beyond that. He takes their word at face value, which makes the book overall weaker because of that. This is another part where the classism was like off the charts. So Leanne is talking about how her husband, Sean Tuohy, was originally an athlete in college, and then when a career in the NBA didn't work out, he had to transfer his skills and find a different set of skills that he could use to have a successful career, which is what he did through becoming a restaurant franchise owner and making a ton of money that way. She talks about how, like, if Michael Oher doesn't make it in the NFL long term, or how if that career doesn't last for him, that he's going to have other skills to fall back on to create a good life and career for himself, which is true, but the way she frames this is so weird. So it says in the book that she knew that her husband Sean would be able to transfer these skills naturally from one thing to the other, but she knew that Michael would never be able to do that naturally, so that meant she had to teach him. What does that mean? Michael Lewis, little Mike, never examines what it means either. He just takes that at face value as, oh, Leanne said that her husband had the natural ability to transfer these skills, but that Michael Oher doesn't have the natural ability to transfer these skills, so it must be true. Putting it in the book is fact, moving on. No, that's extremely, I don't know if that's racist, classist, whatever. At the very least, it's prejudiced in some way that Leanne is saying, well, my wealthy white husband was able to figure out how to do these things, but this low-income black kid that's living in my house won't be able to do the same thing. He doesn't have the same potential or the same cognitive ability to do this. She just assumes that the writer takes it at face value, assumes it's true, and it's just there in the book as fact that is never further examined beyond that. The way that the whole NCAA Ole Miss booster investigation is handled in this book really doesn't give me a lot of faith that the Tuohys were innocent in this. And we're going to examine it further because there are quotes from Michael Oher saying that the decision to go to Ole Miss was his and his alone. So I'm not going to take away from that, and I'm not going to say that the Tuohys did have any influence on that. Whether or not they did, again, is still alleged, and we'll examine multiple angles to the story in just a minute. But the way it's handled in this book makes the Tuohys look guilty, all while the author keeps trying to tell us that they're innocent, which again, I think is a reflection of his bias in being friends with Sean Tuohy. It almost feels like this book was written as a way for the Tuohys to like stay ahead of the press before a bunch of scandals about all of this came out, but I don't know. So when it's talking about whether or not they groomed him to go to Ole Miss as part of a booster scam, there's these really suspicious lines that Michael Lewis has, things like, Michael couldn't be bought by cars, the Tuohys already had a private jet, he couldn't be bribed because they could already take him to any game they wanted. Yeah, he couldn't be bribed maybe by other people, but what you're describing is how he could very easily be bribed bribed by the Tuohys. Nobody could bribe him because the Tuohy family was already bribing him. Again, you're making them look a little guilty. And then this is juxtaposed directly with a scene of the Tuohy family setting up their Christmas tree, which they fill entirely with Ole Miss themed ornaments and decorating their entire house in Ole Miss stuff, and then talking about how Collins was already committed to go be a cheerleader at Ole Miss, and how the Tuohy family was already in the process of building a second home in Oxford, Mississippi, so that they could go to Ole Miss all the time and see Collins there, and they were hoping they could see Michael there too. Again, I'm not saying that I have any insider information on what happened here, but I'm saying that the writing of the book itself, Michael Lewis's portrayal, it's like he keeps telling us, no, they weren't trying to groom him to go to Ole Miss. All of these things that they did that made it look like they were trying to groom him to go to Ole Miss were just also happening, okay? It's really weird. And then, because the Tuohys don't want it to look like they are grooming him to go to Ole Miss and bribing him with all of this stuff that they're giving him, they decide they're going to legally adopt him because he's their son. The fact that he wants to go to the school his parents went to makes sense. But now, in the year of our Lord 2023, we know that they never legally adopted him, so looking back at that section of the book is a little surreal in retrospect to say, oh, okay, I guess that doesn't mean anything either, turns out. Plus, the fact that this book did put in there that the Tuohys adopted Michael and became his legal guardians, which is something we now know in this year is false, is making me wonder if Sean Tuohy just lied to Michael Lewis about everything for this book. Like, in all his interviews, can we take anything that he said at face value? A lot of the stuff in there is really suspicious to begin with, so I'm like, can we even believe anything that he said? The book also emphasizes over and over again how much pull the Tuohys had with Ole Miss, how they had the connections to their coaches and their administration, and they could basically have pull to get whatever they wanted to happen at Ole Miss because they're the big money donors. Their names are on buildings at the school because of how much money they donate. Again, is this supposed to make them not look guilty? I'm not sure what's going on there. Then we get to Miss Sue. May remember Miss Sue from the movie, Michael's tutor, who told him a ghost story about hiding bodies under the football field at Tennessee so that he would go to Ole Miss because she was also extremely biased in this. The woman Kathy Bates played in the movie. Yeah, okay. So here's the introduction of Miss Sue. It talks about how she is a former teacher and she applied at the Briarcrest Christian School to be a teacher there as well, and she did believe in God, but the school ultimately rejected her because they didn't think she was living a Christian enough life. Some of the things included interviewing her about her opinions on things like homosexuality, the LGBTQ community, things like that. Her answers were not Christian enough according to them. So basically, Miss Sue was not homophobic enough to teach at the Briarcrest School.
We're all homos. Homo sapiens.
Not examined beyond that. The churches everyone idolized were really homophobic. The school we're idolizing as the good guy in this book is also homophobic, but doesn't matter because this book's not about homophobia. That's just a separate thing. We're gonna ignore it. No, Miss Sue was not homophobic and got rejected from a teaching job because of that. He just leaves it there for us to see. Okay. Then there's a quote from Sean Tuohy about Miss Sue becoming friends with them where he says, "We had a black son before we had a Democrat friend," and it's left there to laugh at. Haha, we lived our life in a Republican echo chamber and now we finally have one Democrat friend, and it's funny because we had a black son for— what does that mean? Also, Michael Lewis is a Democrat and Michael Lewis has been friends with the Tuohys for like 40 years, and Michael Lewis himself knows this because he's the one writing the book. So did like Michael Lewis intentionally lie here in that quote? Was he trying to take himself out of the story and make us forget that he as the author is involved here too? Like that part was just extremely suspicious as well. Like, is Michael Lewis just pretending that he's not friends with them and that he's this objective third party? So can we even trust Michael Lewis, or is he a complete liar too? The next part is especially disturbing. Michael Oher is struggling to get his grade point average up high enough to obtain the Ole Miss scholarship that he wants to go play football there. And so Sean Tuohy deciding that, okay, Michael needs to take extra classes, he needs to get his grades up, do extra credit, do extra classes and extracurricular things. We can do that, but because he wants to make it as easy as possible, he learns that there's a loophole that if he gets Michael classified as learning disabled, then he can take these easier classes at a lower level and those can bump up his GPA higher. They intentionally take him to some psychologists with the intention of gaming the system and getting him falsely classified as learning disabled when Michael Oher is not learning disabled. The book itself says that he's not and Michael himself says that he's not, but Sean Tuohy decides to get him classified that way just to help him get the Ole Miss scholarship, which again, no booster scandal here. They falsely classified him as learning disabled, and the book book just drops it in there, and the way Michael Lewis frames it is like, oh yeah, I mean, it turns out that Sean Tuohy was pretty resourceful in this situation. No, he was not resourceful. This was a scam. And then it got me wondering, and this is something that we're going to delve into a little more later. One of the things people keep bringing up nowadays with the current controversy going on is, how did they ever get a lawyer to sign off on a conservatorship when Michael Oher has no known disabilities on record? In this book, it says that he does. Sean Tuohy falsely got him classified as disabled when he wasn't. And the book says he did it for the Ole Miss scholarship, but now I'm starting to wonder, like, could it have been to help him trick him into a conservatorship too? Because that would help lawyers want to pass the conservatorship. I don't know, we're gonna delve into it a little more later, but that was just setting off red flags and alarm bells everywhere in my head. The last 2 chapters of the book, like I mentioned earlier, are the only places where we get Michael's perspective. From these chapters, it's clear that the Tuohys were not the only people that were important in his life. Big Tony's role is a lot clearer. It's clearer how Big Tony is the one who got Michael interested in playing sports young and was there as kind of a mentor figure for him from the beginning. It talks about Michael's childhood friend named Craig, who was a guy he played sports with in his neighborhood, and how Craig has confirmed that Michael's always been this really confident guy. Yeah, he's a little more quiet, but he's always been very confident and very sure of himself, which again makes it very weird that the portrayal of him up to this point was other people talking about how he had no confidence in himself. He barely could read and write. He barely could speak. He couldn't do any of these things. None of that was true. Michael and his childhood friends are confirming, no, Michael has always been a confident guy. He's a little bit more quiet and reserved, but he's confident. He's always known that he has the ability to make something good of himself. So I'm very glad that the end of the book actually included those perspectives, but it kind of undoes a lot of what the rest of the book is about. Outside of course, the discussions about the evolution of the NFL, the evolution of the left tackle position, and that whole entire thing that was going on within the book, which is honestly the only place where I think Michael Lewis did a good job in writing this. So what do you guys think? Did Little Mike's writing contribute to the false Hollywood story told about Michael Oher in the Blind Side movie? Let me know in the comments below. Critical reception of the Blind Side book and movie. Despite my criticisms and the criticisms of many other people of these properties, both the Blind Side book and movie were considered to be commercial successes. Michael Lewis's book currently has more than a 4-star average rating out of 5 stars on Goodreads, with over 90,000 ratings in total, and that is not an easy feat. It was a #1 New York Times bestseller, and it received fantastic reviews from critics. The New York Times book review claimed that Lewis was advancing the new genre of journalism. Malcolm Gladwell, another narrative journalist that we've discussed on this channel before, called it as insightful and moving a meditation on class inequality in America as I have ever read. The movie fared just as well, if not better, with a rating of 7.6 out of 10 stars on IMDb, an 85% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, and 2 Oscar nominations. The movie was overall considered a triumph. Sandra Bullock won an Oscar for her portrayal of Leigh Tuohy, and the movie was even nominated for Best Picture. Now, I've seen a few people out here criticizing Sandra Bullock now that so much news has come out about how suspicious this entire story is. And honestly, I think that's just rude. Sandra Bullock is a professional actress. She is not the real life Leigh Tuohy. Overall, I like Sandra Bullock as an actress, and I think she did a really good job selling the role. Honestly, I hope that now that all this new shit has come out, that Sandra Bullock will reprise the role in a sequel where she plays an obviously unhinged villain. But that's all just to say that Sandra Bullock is not to blame for any of this, nor are any of the other actors involved. If anything, let's blame the director of this movie, John Lee Hancock, or the writer of the book that provided the source material, Michael Lewis, or even better, let's just blame the actual villains themselves, Sean and Leigh Tuohy. Though overall, the book and movie versions of The Blind Side have received overwhelmingly positive reviews, I'm definitely not the only person who found all of this suspicious. There have been a significant portion of critics across Goodreads, IMDb, and within official review publications that have pointed out some of the areas where everything seems a little off. For example, several IMDb reviewers were able to pick up on the weird vibes in the movie. Back in 2019, Jonahy123 in their review, "This is garbage, borderline propaganda," wrote, "This movie credits Sandra Bullock's character for everything that happens. She just swoops in and gives Michael all his ability. Do some research. Even the real guy hates what they did with this movie. Can't believe this was nominated for Best Picture. Just another white savior movie with a one-dimensional version of the actual hero." Way back in March of 2010, IMDb user Jaguar28 wrote a review called "What a Piece of Crap," which explained, "I walked into this movie with high hopes. After seeing a wave of violent, depressing movies, I was finally ready to see an insightful, uplifting, intelligent movie. I was terribly disappointed. The Blind Side was not only bad, it was offensive. It is full of melodrama, stupid cliches, and unrealistic events. Take the scene where Leanne is looking for Michael and she's just talking to the guy guys Michael just had a fight with, and she says, "You listen to me, bitch," and then goes off on an angry rant, and the guys just sit there and seem scared. Yeah, right. Another problem with the film is the way it treats black people. They are portrayed either as drug-addicted monsters or as helpless, infantile idiots. 2 thumbs down for The Blind Side. A few other users were quick to call out the movie's racism as well. In May of 2010, just a few months after the movie came out, user Bungle20 wrote a review called "Hard to Endure Racist Crap of the Worst Kind," where they said, "Movies like this perpetuate racist thinking and behavior. The plot: good, rich, Christian, white paternalistic family civilizes dumb, helpless black kid. White man's way is the best. Black people can't help themselves and have to be grateful for what the white man gives them. Only if they follow the path of the white man will they be successful and respected as equal human beings." I just can't believe these people gave this movie such high ratings. I had to leave the cinema because I just couldn't watch it anymore. Those who love this movie should seriously question their view on what racism is and how it survives, namely through such movies and through people who feel good with the crap that is shown in them. But maybe the best review of the movie of all comes from Michael Oher himself, who claims that the movie's inaccuracies have had a negative impact on his life and his athletic career. Back in June of 2015, ESPN reported, Carolina Panthers left tackle Michael Oher said in Wednesday the 2009 movie about his life has taken away from what he does as a player. "I'm not trying to prove anything," Oher said. "People look at me and they take things away from me because of a movie. They don't really see the skills and kind of player I am. That's why I get downgraded so much, because of something off the field. This stuff, calling me a bust, people saying if I can play or not, that has nothing to do with football. It's something else off the field. That's why I don't like that movie." In August of 2023, in the midst of the new conservatorship controversy, ESPN reported on the topic once again, claiming, "For years, Oher has chafed at how The Blind Side depicted him, saying it hurt his football career and clouded how people view him. He has said that based on the film, some NFL decision makers assumed he was mentally slow or lacked leadership skills. People look at me and they take things away from me because of a movie," Oher told ESPN. "They don't really see the skills, the kind of player that I am." For their part, the Tuohys agreed that Oher always had what it took to succeed. "If there's a fundamental misapprehension about Michael, it's that he needed saving," the Tuohys wrote in their book. "We discovered that underneath his shyness, his foot shuffling, and his head ducking, he had a tremendous will to determine the course of his own life. For years, Oher has said he was content to live with the myth created by the movie, reasoning that its inspirational message outweighed the pain inflicted by what he saw as its inaccurate portrayal of his life. But that has changed. There has been so much created from The Blind Side that I am grateful for, which is why you might find it as a shock that the experience surrounding the story has also been a large source of some of my deepest hurt and pain over the past 14 years, Oher wrote in his book When Your Back's Against the Wall, released last week. The week that I was filming this video, Salon released a new interview with Michael Oher as well, where he once again talked about what the movie left out.
Very grateful for the platform, and it's still inspiring and motivating people across this world. So I'm grateful for that. But at the end of the day, I had drive, I had ability to want to succeed and be something, and it didn't show the work ethic that I put in to get to that point. When I moved in with the family, I was an All-American football player already.
People don't get that. They don't get that from the film.
I was 18 and I moved in with them a couple of weeks before my senior year of high school. The journey that I had already traveled was a success, and that's what I want young people to understand and not look at something and say, I'm waiting on my savior, I'm waiting on this quick fix, I'm waiting on someone to come and give me this handout. And that was never my mentality.
So all in all, though the movie faced commercial and overall critical success, plenty of viewers, including the man whose life inspired the movie, have issues with the way the narrative is told. The same is largely true for the book. While the Blind Side book has a pretty high average on Goodreads, even reviewers with moderate 2 or 3 star ratings could pick up on a lot of the same inconsistencies in the book that I saw. Let's look at a Goodreads review by a user named Aaron, who posted this review back in 2007, 2 years before the movie even came out, only shortly after the book itself was published. Aaron knew something was up here from the beginning. He writes, Hoop Dreams detailed the machine built around taking poor black athletes from the inner city and sticking them into primarily white school systems that only cared about those athletes to the extent they would help their sports teams win. The Blind Side concerns itself with a similar story, except Michael Lewis tends to pause breathlessly and exclaim, "Isn't this great?" He admits that the father, Sean, had been born with a talent for seeing the court, taking every angle and every other player, and then attacking in the most efficient way possible. The talent translated beautifully from basketball into life. But Lewis never really weighs the possibility that maybe this chronic manipulator had some dubious intentions when, essentially on a whim, he ends up adopting a tremendous football talent, Michael, a year before Michael decides where he wants to go play college ball. When an NCAA investigator feels that this adoption and the tens of thousands of dollars thrown toward Michael might be some attempt to circumvent the rules and buy his favor, Lewis can't help but vilify her. The NCAA didn't care how things were, only how they could be made to seem. A poor black football star inside the home of this rich white booster could be made to seem scandalous, and so here they were, bothering Michael. The lady said said she was just trying to establish the facts of the case, but the facts didn't describe the case. They had violated the letter of every NCAA rule ever written. They'd given Michael more than food, clothing, and shelter. They'd given him a life. And despite this ascribed nobility of Sean, his family, and the support system of tutors willing to get him passing grades by any means at hand, I never found myself buying into it fully. Yes, I find myself rooting for Michael Oher to make it in the NFL, but mainly because I feel that if he doesn't, the life these people have given him will seep away and he'll be back on the streets. I was also annoyed by which the degree Lewis writes from the perspective of the poor black athletes and the rich white heroes. He can't help himself from throwing these modifiers on any person where they might apply. But when talking about a black investment banker, he isn't written as a rich black banker. Instead, he is merely described as being from Washington, D.C. Michael is meant to stand in for so much of what is happening in this country in terms of race and economics, and while large though he may be, he isn't big enough to tell the story unless Lewis cuts off these annoying details and nuances. In 2008, still a year before the movie came out, Goodreads user Megan was also right on the money about this one. She says, "I'm a big Michael Lewis fan, but Blindside really missed the mark. This was a chance to explore race, socioeconomics, education, college, and professional sports. Instead, it becomes a story of how wonderful a white family is for taking in a poor black kid who is then groomed to play football for the NFL. There are so many shades of gray in this true story, but Lewis never really goes there, and it becomes clear why in the acknowledgments. He is childhood friends with the rich white man in question." The best review of all, though, comes from the Los Angeles Times. This review was written in 2014 by Steve Almond, a journalist who in 2015 published a book called Against Football. Against Football is a book that details how, despite being a lifelong football fan, Steve Almond can't publicly or officially support the sport the way that he used to. One of his key points is being that it's a little hypocritical for football to be one of the ways that low-income kids have a chance at going to college, at getting a higher education, when it's also one of the sports that can cause the greatest head trauma and the greatest brain damage. Basically, it's fair to say that football exploits poor teenagers in the same way that the US military does, but that's another entire conversation. In the meantime, I think we should take a look at some of the highlights from Almond's review of The Blind Side, in which he basically tears Michael Lewis a new one. Almond says, "Lewis documents the rule bending done to keep Oher college eligible. The administration at his high school accepts him, although he can barely read. He secures a full-time tutor. When his grade point average still proves too low for the NCAA, his adoptive father, a canny former college basketball standout named Tuohy, manages to find a crucial loophole. He has Oher tested to prove he's learning disabled, then has him take numerous easy online courses. Lewis treats these measures as ingenious. We are meant to cheer the fact that Oher has gamed the educational process." And then he quotes a passage from the book saying, "Leanne was now making it her personal responsibility to introduce him to the most basic facts of life, the sort of thing any normal person would have learned by osmosis. Every day I try to make sure he knows something he doesn't know," she said. "If you ask him where should I go shop for a girl to impress her, he'll tell you Tiffany's. I'll go through the whole golf game. He can tell you what 6 under is, what's birdie, and what's par. Maybe it's just me, but I'm not sure these qualify as the most basic facts of life. Indeed, for all her Christian charity, Leanne seems to treat her adopted son more like a doll than a human being, or recognizes the ulterior motive swirling around him. He didn't go so far as to treat Leanne with suspicion, but as Leanne put it, with me and Sean, I can see him thinking if they found me lying in a gutter and I was going to be flipping burgers at McDonald's, would they still really have had an interest in me? This question is never answered. The essential message of The Blind Side is that poor black children matter and are seen as worth helping, not because of the content of their characters, but because of their physical prowess. Like most fans, myself included, Lewis prefers not to notice the prejudices that belie our lust for the sport, the perverse arrangement by which watching young black men engaged in violent spectacle has become our most profitable form of entertainment. I have no doubt that this book will become another Lewis bestseller. It will play to the masses as an inspiring underdog saga spiced with proper pieties about the power of hope and individual destiny. It should also stand as an inadvertent testament to the national blind spot that still prevails when it comes to our racial pathologies. Hello, I am here with Steve Almond. He is the author of the book Against Football and also the reviewer who wrote that review of The Blind Side that we referenced earlier in this video. So, Steve, thanks so much for being here with me today. It's interesting the way you want to address how football as a sport, while it's something that's fun to watch, is also kind of a way that exploits a lot of low-income teenagers by making it like the one way that they have a chance to go to college. When it's a sport, you know, you can get these injuries, risk head trauma, all of that.
I just want to sort of take a little step back.
Sure.
When you say football is it kind of creates this one pathway for particular certain kids to succeed. You know, we've heard that narrative. That's really what The Blind Side is based on. That's not football. That's actually white supremacy, patriarchy, late model capitalism. Those are the systemic reasons that we say to certain kids, usually poor, almost inevitably poor kids of color, we're not going to give you schools. We're not going to give you support in your communities. We're not going to give you, stability and good paying jobs for your parents and help families stay together. We're not going to do any of that for you particular kids. But, 1 out of every million of you could make $1 zillion as an athlete as long as you're willing to put your brain and body at risk for the entertainment of, frankly, mostly white fans. Football is the symptom of certain systems of power. And, it's our version of the gladiators. This is an old story of people like us, well-meaning citizens who are trying to be socially conscious and thoughtful, who are also have limbic systems that get turned on by beautiful dramatic narratives, and especially if they're spiced with the possibility, like beautiful balletic, athletic endeavors that are also spiced with a certain kind of danger and violence that's just inherent to the game. I wrote against football because I am, like you, a lifelong fan, and that review of The Blind Side was me saying, hold on a second, what exactly am I rooting for? And that was sort of one of the stations of the cross in this journey where I kept finding the part of myself that's trying to be like a good citizen and dad and trying to recognize how broken and pathological America is and its values collectively and its behaviors and its embrace of total cognitive dissonance. I believe this, but I behave in this other way that's in complete contradiction to my morals or purported morals. I was trying to confront that through the experience of being a football fan who has a primal connection to this sport and at the same time was morally trying to interrogate it. It's not a book that's like, oh, football's dumb and savage and everybody who loves it is, corrupt or screwed up. It's like more like, I love this thing. I'm addicted to it. It's not good for me, like a drug or alcohol wouldn't be good for me. And so can I try to morally interrogate this thing that I love to try to understand why, what's really happening? And I think the big trick of athletics and the big trick of kind of entertainment in general, films like The Blind Side, is they get you to so enjoy the narrative. They're so satisfying as narratives that you overlook what's really happening, the messages that are encoded into it. The reason you make these videos, you're thinking about stuff. You're trying to figure it out morally, trying to figure out its meaning. All of that is really what the Academy is for. So why do we have a massive for-profit, violent, beautiful spectacle, athletic spectacle that essentially has come to dominate higher education in this country? Why do we essentially say, with rather than addressing the roots of systemic racism and income inequality and so forth, why is our big narrative, oh, actually, there is a way out for you certain kids with all this, it's always this racially coded language. And how does that mirror? The one thing that's fascinating about The Blind Side is college football in particular is a huge deal, in football in general, in the South.
Yes.
It's like this huge deal. And you can't honestly interrogate the racial dynamics of the sport without saying it is weird that there's these people called owners and there are these other employees of theirs who are judged entirely on their physical prowess. That's entirely how they're being judged by the owners.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to be squinting. You'd have to have your Fox News glasses on to not understand that echoes the racial dynamics of slavery in this country. And I think people get the gender attitudes expressed in football. They're not from the 1950s. They're from the 1650s or the 950s. Masculinity is defined as big, strong, impose your will through violence and aggression. Now, that doesn't square in any other part of your life, Sabby. You're not sitting there going, that's cool. I'm cool with those values.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. And that's why it's very interesting to see, like, being a fan of football and enjoying that. But then in every other element, when you're analyzing any other system, you could say, like, oh, that's clearly wrong. That clearly doesn't make any sense. That's clearly a symptom of inequality. But I think we're so used to it being such an entertaining part of our culture that we almost give it a pass in a way.
It's not almost.
Well, we definitely do. Yeah.
We give it a
Yeah.
pass.
Oh, we do.
We look
yeah.
at a film like The Blind Side and say, wow, how inspiring.
Right.
Great. This guy was able to game the educational system. They were able to make this kid seem learning disabled so that he would qualify to play for a sports team. The central thing in that book that just stuck in my craw was this question that they don't even allow Michael Oher to ask, but it's clear from the way Lewis writes it that he was thinking this. If I was just a kid if you found me in the gutter and I was just flipping McDonald's hamburgers rather than being big and strong and good at football, would you have rescued me? Essentially, what life is worth rescuing? What makes somebody valuable? And we pay lip service to the idea that what matters in human beings is the content of their character. And I do think that the two is like, they're symptomatic. Like, I believe that they're compassionate people who wanted to take this kid in and saw that he had this remarkable talent. And because they'd all been mainlining football, they were like, wow, this is going to be this kid's path to greatness. And we can help foster that. And great, if he plays for our college team, wonderful. I believe they genuinely came to love and care for this kid. And that's great. I think the system that they were playing and the way that they were regarding him as a football prospect and how he was plugged into that system is the thing to interrogate, not their motives and so forth. And I'm kind of uninterested in that. I feel like it's a distraction. It's one of the ways that football in general manages to take a big systemic set of issues and get us narrowly focused on individual players and who can we blame. And Savvy, what I think that's about is us trying to cast out of ourselves the kind of self-interrogation that we should be doing about the country we live in, why the central unifying narrative is this like violent game that gives people brain damage that we're totally addicted to, that's essentially a kind of legitimized form of militarism and all the rest of it. I'm kind of like, they're just a symptom here. They're like a pimple on the giant tushy of football.
I think that point absolutely makes complete sense, because when you look at a lot of these things, when pretty much anything in the world goes wrong like this, you can just keep asking why. And when you ask why enough times, you get to the point where, okay, there's something giant and systemic going on that is part of a much larger problem. We wouldn't have gotten here in the first place had all these other factors not been just so baked into the way that we live our lives or assume that the world is supposed to be.
And I think that why is what I was doing in the book.
Yeah.
Is essentially saying why. Anybody who suggests trying to modify football so it's less dangerous, which they could do tomorrow, is immediately falls into the, hey, remember when football used to be real and men were men and women were women, and that whole kind of mindset.
Very reactionary way to look at it. Yeah.
And it's kind of like what's happening in the country. It's sort of being litigated. But the amazing thing is that football is the exception. There you are doing these brilliant, thoughtful videos trying to really understand, different cultural artifacts and say, hold on a second, I know it's really entertaining. What's underneath that? What's in the basement of this thing morally? And it gets you. The question is, how much do you really want to check under the hood of those decisions? How much time do you want to spend digging underneath the inspirational story of The Blind Side to how much that is really a movie or a book about blind spots and what people don't see?
I think it's interesting the way you kind of talked about this being all linked with capitalism and, a classist system we have in the US, because one of my first thoughts when I was looking into this as well was how this kind of has a parallel to the same funnel we see in the US military, where you've got these kids who they can't afford to go to college. Okay, well, you can go to college for free, but only if you decide to put your life on the line for the country. And I'm wondering, is that a parallel that you explore within this book, or something that you also think is a big part of this too? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole chapter on militarism and the relationship between, kind of the way that the options that certain kids get. I think that's right on the money. And there is an overt relationship, an economic relationship. When you see the Super Bowl, there's like a flyover with there's the Air Force jets, and then there's the Air Force ad. And there have been economic arrangements between the military and football, because if you think about it, they're the same system of indoctrination.
Yes.
And, in order to get outside of it, you have to sort of really step back and say, oh, wait a second, that's valuing, in order to do my job, I have to suppress my empathies.
I think that's all absolutely true. I am very excited to read this book. I'll also link it in the description of my video, and I highly encourage everyone to check it out because a lot of these points are extremely important, and they're things that I think a lot of us don't take the time to think about because we are so addicted to, I mean, the sports rivalries and the excitement we get from seeing it, but also from these inspirational stories, from stories we see out there that tell us, okay, we've got this rags to riches story. Someone starts out with nothing, they gain everything sheerly by the power of will and pulling themselves up by their bootstraps and working harder than everyone else. And that's the American dream of how we have social mobility played out in a sports movie. That's the kind of thing that we love to consume, but it really kind of puts us in the mindset like the one you're saying that kind of continues to feed into these systems that aren't for the greater good of all of us. I completely agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's sort of, we get the short-term buzz of it, and then there's this hangover that's like, oh, our country's in a lot of trouble if we don't start to take stuff seriously. The thing I would just leave you with is, in the best part of myself when I'm thinking about a film or whatever it is, I'm really trying to kind of think about the meaning of this and how am I participating as a citizen in this country and what's happening to this country even. And, you know, we need our places where we can kind of regress and like live, almost see the world almost in a childish way. We do need those. But I think football has become such a huge, just billion-dollar industry at every level that it's completely infiltrated and sort of broken our moral compass in a basic way, that where a lot of people who, I think if you sort of force them to read the book, would be like, well, I can't argue with that jerk. But at the same time, I don't want to argue with people. I want them to make up their own mind. I just don't want them to be full of shit about what football is, what it does to people's bodies or their brains, what it does to us as fans when we get into it, how it degrades our sense of what education means in this country, or why or how people should be able to succeed in this country. And, you know, you see a film like The Blind Side, you're buying into a real fantasy, a real racial fantasia about the benevolent white savior who comes in and saves like this one kid. And like, it's not that didn't happen, and that the Tuohys didn't have good motives and whatever. Like, that guy, given the house he grew up in and the supports he had in his community, great outcome. But he's one in a million, and there's 999,000 other kids in this country who don't. Football is not the path out. Greater equality, greater compassion, the values of Martin Luther King.
I appreciate you looking at the bigger picture and talking about the, not just each symptom of the problem, but how it's a problem as a whole. I think that's an extremely important discussion. So I'm very grateful I got the chance to talk with you today. What a lot of these reviews have in common is their overall disapproval of the white savior trope. This is a phrase that's been thrown around a little bit throughout these reviews and throughout this video as well, so I thought before we continue to break down the complexities of this story, we need to take a minute to go into what exactly people mean when they say white savior. A history of white saviorism. I've addressed this topic on this channel a couple times before, particularly when reviewing books written by white self-help influencers, but I've occasionally gotten comments from people misunderstanding the term. Some people have said things like, well, just because you're white doesn't mean you shouldn't help other people, right? Or what's wrong with white people wanting to help people of other races? What, we can only do charity within our own racial groups now? No, that's not at all what the term refers to. There are plenty of people in the world who are genuinely good, kind, charitable people of all races, religions, ethnicities, and backgrounds. I don't think anyone would disagree that helping other people is a good thing to do, regardless of your racial background or any other demographics you might have. The term white savior isn't referring to people who are legitimately kind and selfless people who also just happen to be white. This term refers to people who do these things usually with ulterior motives, and also in a way that gives themselves the credit and strips the accomplishments away from the non-white person that they helped. One of the first uses I could find of the term white savior is in an applied criticism to the poem The White Man's Burden, which was written by Rudyard Kipling back in 1899. The original context of the term wasn't in reference to white and black racial tensions within the US. Instead, the poem was written about the desire to colonize the Philippine Islands. In the poem, Kipling writes, "Take up the white man's burden, in patience to abide, to veil the threat of terror, and check the show of pride. By open speech and simple, and 100 times made plain, to seek another's profit, and work another's gain. Take up the white man's burden, the savage wars of peace. Fill full the mouth of famine, and bid the sickness cease. And when your goal is nearest, the end for others sought, watch sloth and heathen folly, bring all your hopes to naught." This poem came as a part of the manifest destiny ideology that many imperialists in the US held during the late 19th century. The idea that a wealthy, growing nation like America should colonize others for their own good. Enter the white savior, the white man who thinks he's doing good for the world because he's learned to see himself as the default, as the ideal, as the expectation. White saviorism is what Star Trek's Prime Directive aims to stop. Nowadays, the term applies when someone tries to help someone who's in a less privileged position, but the help that they're offering is usually unwanted or is self-serving or is part of an effort to diminish the other person's own accomplishments. Funnily enough, the Wikipedia page for the term white savior includes the movie The Blind Side as an example. In 2012, The Atlantic published an article entitled "The White Savior Industrial Complex," in which writer Teju Cole relates this concept of the now decade-old event of Coney 2012. Remember Coney 2012? I was a freshman in college when that was like the only thing on the internet that entire year, other than that one dude on Reddit who went viral for fucking his own mom, but we're not talking about that. We're not touching that with the 10-foot pole. Anyway, the article says, "The white savior supports the brutal politics in the morning, founds charities in the afternoon, and receives awards in the evening. This world exists simply to satisfy the needs, including, importantly, the sentimental needs of white people and Oprah. The white savior industrial complex is not about justice. It's about having a big emotional experience that validates privilege. Feverish worry over that awful African warlord, Coney, but close to 1.5 million Iraqis died from an American war of choice. Worry about that." And this gets to the heart of it. If a person in a position of privilege, whether that's racial privilege or financial privilege, or the privilege of just having a large platform and the ability to reach a lot of people, if that person is choosing to do things that look good publicly, that fulfill their emotional or sentimental needs, rather than having the motivation to fill someone else's basic life or death needs, that's what we're talking about here. And usually this kind of person is the person where they'll choose to help is going to depend on where they can gain the biggest reward, which is usually going to come in the form of public admiration. Enter Leigh Tuohy. It may sound cynical to say that Leigh Tuohy is a white savior rather than a genuinely charitable Christian, but not only does she center herself in a young black man's success story, but beyond The Blind Side itself, Leigh has a history of doing similar self-serving things with other black teenagers, even those who don't want or need her help. In December of 2014, a blog called The Bell Jar posted an article titled "Leigh Tuohy, Racism and the White Savior Complex." But this article doesn't focus on Michael Oher or the story told in The Blind Side. It focuses on another, more recent encounter Leigh had with Tennessee's black youth. The article sources a Facebook post from Leigh own Facebook page. The post on Leigh Facebook includes a photo of her standing in a KFC between two black teenagers, smiling for the camera. In the caption of her post, Leigh wrote, "We see what we want. It's the gospel truth. These two were literally huddled over in a corner table nose to nose, and the person with me said, 'I bet they're up to no good.' Well, you know me. I walked over, told them to scoot over. After 10 seconds of dead silence, I said, 'So what's happening at this table?' I get nothing. I then explained it was my store and they should spill it. They showed me their phones and they were texting friends trying to scrape up $3 each for the high school basketball game. Well, they left with smiles, money for popcorn, and bus fare. We have to stop judging people and assuming and pigeonholing people. Don't judge a book by its cover or however you'd like to express the sentiment. Accept others and stop seeing what you want to see." According to the Bell Jar blog, which I have to trust on some of this because Leigh has now privated the post, the majority of comments on this post were positive. It was fans telling Leigh that they appreciated how kind she was, that she was a model student in the school of being not racist. That is, until the two boys in the photo with her actually showed up to comment their own side of the story. One says, "Yeah, people don't know what really happened because I actually had money, I have a job, and have had one for over a year. I was gonna pay for my brother and the other guy in the picture, but he was insisting on waiting for his uncle, but his phone was dying, so we were charging it, which is the reason we were in KFC in the first place. And the game was only a 3-minute walk up the street. I don't see why she said bus fare. That kind of ticked me off a little, but the way she worded it is making it sound less fortunate and that this isn't the case at all. And when she came over to us, she never mentioned her initial reason was because of her friend's comments. I'm just now finding that out." Someone replied to this comment asking how Leigh approached him asking for the photo, and he responded, "Yeah, she never actually asked for it. As she was handing us the money, she was like, 'Hey, you know what? I think this would make a great picture.' And everyone with her was like, 'Yeah, totally.' So we just kind of went along with the situation, like, sure, why not? You're Michael Oher's mom." But the whole time I was thinking, why'd she come up to us in the first place? I was still clueless until she posted the picture picture on social media and stated, "The person with me said I bet they're up to no good." The blog post on the bell jar, which I've linked in the description below if you want to do further reading, beautifully goes on to break down everything wrong with the way that Leanne behaved in this situation. 1, 2 teenagers were sitting alone, completely minding their own business. 2, a white woman decides that based on the fact that they are huddled in the corner nose to nose, they must be up to no good. Because obviously whenever black people, especially black men, gather in public, it's bad news for the rest of us. Another white woman, one Leanne, quote, "I adopted a black boy so I can't possibly be racist," Tuohy, decides that white lady number 1 is wrong. Which is actually the correct assumption for Miss Tuohy to make, so I guess this is where some people are getting confused, because we see her intent is good, and that makes us want to believe that the action that follows will also be good. She's at a crossroad here, 2 roads diverged, etc. Had she taken the road less traveled, Miss Tuohy might have said to her friend, "Wow, you're being really racist right now. I'm not comfortable with how this conversation is going." Instead, she decided to confront the teenagers who, as a reminder, have done absolutely nothing wrong. 4, Leanne Tuohy walks over to the 2 boys and sits there in silence. I'm sure that wasn't scary for 2 black teenagers at all, especially given recent events. At the time this was posted, this was shortly after the stuff going on in Ferguson, Missouri with the death of Michael Brown. 5, after what was certainly the most awkward 10 seconds of those boys' lives, Miss Tuohy asks what's happening at the table. Like, other than 2 teenagers sitting there talking like anyone sitting at a table might do, some kids hanging out and chatting. That's what's happening. Unsure of the correct answer to this question, other than we are 2 friends sitting together and not causing any trouble, which probably seemed too obvious for them to point out, the boys remain silent. 6, Leanne tells them that this is her store and they need to spill. Again, these kids have done nothing except be black and be in public. 7, after being interrogated by this woman and probably afraid that at the very least she's about to call the cops, the boys show her their phones. This part just breaks my brain. Like, these 2 kids had to show a woman evidence that they are doing exactly what they seem to be doing, sitting at a table and having a conversation. Apparently satisfied with the evidence the boys have presented her with, Leanne Tuohy gives them bus fare and money for popcorn, but not before she has white lady number 1 take her picture with them. Miss Tuohy then posts this picture to social media and receives thousands of responses lauding her for being such a good person. Leanne Tuohy profiled 2 black kids, invaded their privacy, and interrogated them. But somehow people are behaving as if this is some kind of wonderful social justice moment. No, not even a little. This is some fucked up racial profiling combined with white saviorism, and it is racist as hell. Assuming those kids were doing something bad was racist. Assuming that she could take up space at their table was racist. Insisting that they talk to her was disrespectful and racist. Wanting evidence that they weren't up to no good was racist. Treating those boys as props to make her look good and then posting this picture publicly, and honestly I wondered if the boys even consented to it, is incredibly racist. Also, can we talk about how problematic using the phrase "don't judge a book by its cover" is when it comes to talking about race? This is the stuff that people were frustrated about when they complain about the Tuohys being white saviors or claiming that The Blind Side as a movie perpetuated a white savior narrative. Not only do the Tuohys have a history of making everything black people do all about themselves, even when those people are complete strangers, but they also literally cast themselves as the main characters, as the heroes in other people's stories. Now, savvy, you might be saying, okay, the way Leanne acted at KFC was extremely rude, but how do we know that her motives for helping Michael or were self-serving? What if the Tuohys are just genuinely good people who mess up sometimes? Well, ignoring the fact that extremely wealthy white people in the South get a lot more chances to mess up sometimes than others do, there's also the fact that the Tuohys weren't the only people who helped Michael Oher. Even if we take for a given the fact that Michael Oher is responsible for his own success and that his own hard work and determination and drive got him to where he is, but also take it as a given that nobody is an island and we all receive help from other people in our lives, even considering all of that, the Tuohys were not the only people to provide Michael with guidance, mentorship, and a place to stay within his life. Actually, when researching into the story more, it becomes clear that one of the most important role models and adult figures in Michael's life was not a member of the Tuohy family, and he also wasn't white. The movie includes this man for a grand total of like 3 minutes, and the Blind Side book basically only mentions him in those last 2 chapters when Michael finally gets to tell his side of the story. But Michael's own memoir, I Beat the Odds, which we'll be reviewing in just a few minutes in this video, credits him and the other black people in Michael's life with a lot for helping him get to where he is. And that's why next we need to talk about the ways that in centering themselves as the heroes in Michael's life, the Tuohys took almost all credit away from the black man who coached Michael in sports when he was young, who helped him get into Briarcrest Christian School in the first place, and let Michael live in his house when he was homeless before he even met the Tuohy family. We need to talk about the overwhelming erasure of Big Tony Henderson. The erasure of Big Tony. There isn't a ton of information out there about Tony Henderson, also known as Big Tony, and that kind of makes sense. After all, he didn't use this story as a way to seek fame and profits for himself the way that Sean and Leanne Tuohy did. But from piecing together the information scattered throughout Michael Lewis's book, combined with the backstory from Michael Oher's own memoir, which we're going to review in the next section of this video, combined with interviews from the family and all of that information, it becomes clear that Tony Henderson played a massive role in helping Michael become a star athlete. And I'd argue his role was just as big as that of the Tuohys, despite the fact that he doesn't get the credit that they do. In the movie The Blind Side, we're introduced to a man named Tony Hamilton. The movie changed his name, which I won't blame the director for, since it's entirely possible that Tony Henderson didn't sign all the documents giving them the rights to his name or whatever goes on behind the scenes, I'm not sure. But regardless, he's the man who in the movie also goes by the name Big Tony, who has a son named Steven that wants to attend Briarcrest. When meeting Briarcrest's admissions and football coach, he mentions that his son Steven has a friend named Michael, a homeless teenager who sometimes stays on his couch, who is also looking for a school to attend. When the coach in the movie named Bert Cotton, the fictionalized version of Hugh Freeze, sees Michael and Steven playing basketball together outside the school, he's so impressed with Michael's size that he realizes he must recruit this man for football. That is the extent of Big Tony's role in the movie. We never see him again after that. He's never mentioned again. He is completely forgotten. So let's tell the story of Big Tony here. Tony Henderson worked as a mechanic in Memphis, Tennessee. Despite his size also being about 6.5 feet tall and nearly 400 pounds, Tony himself never played football. Instead, he was very interested in boxing when he was younger, growing up doing some amateur boxing work, and eventually decided to start some youth sports leagues in his neighborhood to coach local kids and give them some athletic opportunities. While coaching recreational youth sports leagues in the Hurt Village community in Memphis, Tony met Michael Oher, a young boy who enjoyed playing sports in the neighborhood with his friends and occasionally played for some church leagues as well. Tony quickly saw that Michael had a lot of potential, partially due to the fact that he was extremely tall for a prepubescent boy, and partially due to the fact that he showed a lot of passion for basketball and football while playing those games. Tony recruited Michael to join his youth leagues, and with Michael on his teams, Tony led these leagues to various local championships. At this time, Tony also noticed that Michael's home situation was rocky at best, with him going in and out of foster care, regularly having to stay with different people in the neighborhood, and having a shaky on and off again situation with his biological mom's custody. Tony also had a son about Michael's age, a boy named Steven, and Michael and Steven had gotten to be friends playing sports together, so Tony invited Michael to stay with them. He had a spare room in his home, and Michael could sleep there whenever he didn't have anywhere else to go. Kind of similar to what the Tuohys did, except it was before Michael was already playing high school football and was getting looked at as a top prospect. Okay. Tony's mother was a devout Christian woman who had a very specific goal in her life. She really wanted Tony's son, Steven, to go to a Christian school and get a Christian education. When she passed away, she expressed this desire to Tony as her dying wish, and because of that, Tony decided he needed to fulfill it. So he started looking around Memphis for Christian schools where Steven could go and get a scholarship, and that wasn't too difficult considering that Steven was a model student, he had fantastic grades, but there was one stipulation. Tony wanted Michael to also attend whatever school Steven got into. That way the boys could have some stability in their education, and he could make sure that he wasn't leaving Michael hanging. As Michael Oher details in his memoir, I Beat the Odds, he went along with Tony and Steven to multiple different Christian schools in Memphis, all of which kept saying that they would accept Steven, but that Michael's grades weren't high enough or his educational background was too inconsistent. And this is important, okay? Tony rejected those schools. When a school offered to accept his biological son, but not Michael, Tony said, nope, you're taking both of them or you're taking neither of them, and I'm gonna keep looking. Tony was in this for the long run. When they finally found Briarcrest, that school also said that they couldn't admit Michael, yet Tony was able to strike a deal with Briarcrest admissions where they could accept Michael if he did some outside coursework to catch up. Then Tony got Michael involved in those work from home courses. Do we see a pattern here? Do we see how much Tony consistently cares that Michael gets the same educational and athletic opportunities that his biological son does? Do we see how Tony is currently behaving basically like a father figure? Once Michael got into Briarcrest his sophomore year, he continued to stay with Tony and Steven, and throughout his memoir, he recalls Steven fondly, a close friend with him at school at the time. Now, this whole section of the video is not at all to say that Big Tony is the reason for Michael's success. As I think I've made pretty clear throughout this video, Michael is responsible for his own success, but I just wanted to make sure that Tony got the credit he deserved as well, because the movie, which is pretty much the best known property about this entire story, completely leaves Tony's contribution out except for a couple minutes at the beginning. And that is just wild to me. When you have a wealthy white couple taking in in Michael after he's already shown college level promise in football. They get to be the heroes. They get to have the books written about them and the Oscar nominated movies made about their lives. But when you have a working class black man take in Michael before he's even in high school, coaching him in sports, helping him develop these athletic talents in the first place, and giving him a place to stay, and making sure he gets into a good school with a good athletic program, that man gets written out of the story. Why is that? Well, because the Tuohys were friends with the guy that wrote the book and in-laws with the man who financed the movie, and they say history is told by the victors, but I think history is actually told by the wealthy. The rich get to be the victors by default. This video has told a lot of stories so far, and one of the common themes has been how ridiculous it is that Michael's perspective hasn't been front and center. And that's why this video is going to include reviews of both of Michael's books. For now, we're going to take a look at his first book, published back in 2011, his memoir titled I Beat the Odds. Book Review 2, I Beat the Odds, by Michael Oher. This book is co-written by Don Yeager, a sports journalist famous for co-writing books along with a lot of professional athletes. In my opinion, Don Yeager is the GOAT, and that is for two reasons. One, in 1994, he co-wrote a book called Under the Tarnished Dome, How Notre Dame Betrayed Its Ideals for Football Glory, and as we say on this channel, fuck Notre Dame! We are Northwestern Wildcats fans on this channel. I've got a Sean Tuohy midlife crisis style fixation on the 2014 Northwestern versus Notre Dame game where I was playing my saxophone in the stands as Northwestern beat Notre Dame on one field goal in overtime, which wouldn't have happened if Notre Dame's stupid asses hadn't gone for a 2-point conversion instead of the extra point in the first half, which they lost, allowing the game to end on a tie in the first place. God, that night was so fun. Fuck Notre Dame. Anyway, Don Yeager co-wrote that book, and he also co-wrote Walter Payton's memoir, Never Die Easy, which has been a staple in my family for as long as I can remember, and that was published pretty shortly after Walter Payton's death. Wait, I totally have a Walter Payton jersey. Why the fuck was I wearing that Simeon jersey in the intro? Anyway, here we go. Anyway, I love and trust Don Yeager for entirely biased reasons, so now let's review the book that he co-wrote along with Michael Oher, I Beat the Odds. This book takes a unique angle from the start where, in the introduction, Michael emphasizes that this book isn't meant to be about The Blind Side or a comparison to that book, but rather it's meant to be about his own past and his own life and tie that into the issues that many kids in this country are facing in regarding homelessness and living in the foster care system. The book begins with Michael meeting up with the social worker that he used to be very afraid of during his childhood, one that he used to run from because as a child he was always scared that she was going to take him away from his mom. But now as an adult he sees her in a new light, seeing her as a kind woman who is in a difficult position who genuinely just wanted to help. She takes Michael through as much evidence of his past as she has, which helps him unlock some memories of what his life was like back when he was homeless and back when he was living in foster care. Michael is extremely nice to the Tuohy family in this book, much nicer than in my opinion he needs to be. For example, early on in the book, he mentions that recently he saw a quote from Leanne Tuohy in a publication claiming that she thought Michael would have been dead or involved in crime or something like that if she hadn't been there, if that family hadn't been there for him. Michael, in his good faith approach to the situation, says, well, he assumed this must have just been a misquote or a misprint because he couldn't imagine Leanne Tuohy actually saying something like that. He knew that the Tuohy family had always believed in his ability to make a good future for himself. That is an extremely good faith approach, and I commend Michael for giving the Tuohys the benefit of the doubt in this situation. After all this new shit that's come out, I'm not sure that it was a misquote. I think Leanne Tuohy just actually does think that highly of herself. Throughout this book, Michael details many families, the Tuohys included, but not exclusively them, who helped him throughout his life. One of my favorite sections in this book is when he talks about a woman named Miss Logan, who's one of his elementary school teachers. I thought that the story he tells here is just so sweet, and it really speaks to the power that a teacher can have on a young student. According to Michael, Miss Logan was the first teacher who actually saw his athletic ability as an asset. A lot of other teachers may have seen him as kind of the jock kid, a kid who could chase the ball but couldn't always bring it 100% in the classroom, but Miss Logan appreciated his talents, and when they were in gym class or at recess, she'd always say things to him like, if you keep running that fast, one day you're gonna make big money for that. Michael always remembered the way that Miss Logan encouraged him, and years later, after he'd made it into the NFL, he invited her to this benefit event that he was doing, and he was so excited to reconnect with her. That event was where he as an adult was able to explain to her as his former teacher her the impact that she'd had on him as a kid. As a former teacher and coach myself from back in the day, I was just so moved by this story. I love stories of teachers connecting with kids, identifying their areas of strength, and helping encourage those kids to build confidence in themselves and develop those strengths more. Michael then uses the story to make a point about how big of an impact teachers can have on the young people in their lives. Kids have a variety of things going on in their home lives, but the effect that a teacher's encouragement can have is monumental. And this is where he encourages teachers, adults, and mentors in kids' lives to help them find those strengths and encourage those kids to use their skills in a productive way. Michael then talks about how he first realized he wanted to be a professional athlete when he watched Michael Jordan on TV when he was a kid, and that's what solidified for him that sports could be a legitimate career path. He also talks in this part of the book about the difference between people who want to make it big versus the people who work to make it big. A lot of people can have big dreams or can visualize an amazing life for themselves, but he emphasizes the importance of setting a routine and committing to the steps that it takes. For example, when he was a kid, he always made going to school and going to practice and going to games a priority because he knew that that's what he wanted to do with his life, and staying focused was necessary, especially when he saw people around him falling into lives of crime, poverty, and just overall instability. During his childhood, Michael makes friends with a guy in his neighborhood named Craig, who's a kid that has a similar outlook on life as Michael. They both set high goals and expectations for themselves. They both want to make big incomes one day. They both want to create stable lives that they can be proud of. So Michael and Craig end up joining a lot of local sports teams together, and then they just stay as great teammates and friends throughout their childhood. Michael goes into all the sports that he played throughout elementary and middle school, how he played football and basketball, sometimes even baseball, for a variety of teams, his middle school teams, local recreational leagues, sometimes church teams, and more. Basically, he wanted to get as much experience playing sports as possible because he was confident that it was something he was really good at and it was where he excelled, and he wanted to really study all these sports so that he could have a shot at making a legitimate career in athletics. After this, we get our introduction to Big Tony, whom we covered in the last section. Michael talks a lot about everything that Tony did for him, including coaching sports teams that he played on as a kid, allowing him to stay in his house for long stretches of time, and of course helping him get into the Briarcrest School, which is ultimately the school where he became a football star and a college prospect. What I found super interesting about this book is, while Michael does talk extensively about how much he views the Tuohys as family, how much he appreciates them opening their home to him, they're also not the only people involved in his success. In fact, he goes to detail a variety of other families at Briarcrest that opened their homes to him before he even met the Tuohys. Most of these families were, like the Tuohys, also rich white families, but one family that he points out is the Franklins, who are not rich or white. They're also one of the few working class black families at the school, and their son was one of Michael's teammates, so they'd often let him stay at their house as well. Michael mentions that the Franklin family was one of the families that he felt most comfortable with, even though they didn't have the big house that the wealthier families had, even though their space was a lot smaller and more cramped, especially with a big guy like him in it. Michael didn't feel like he was being watched while he was there. He felt like he was staying people that inherently understood him a little bit better, rather than people that saw him as like this specimen from another world, something different. Michael does then go on to talk about the Tuohy family, which he does in a very kind and appreciative way. He mentions that his introduction to Sean Tuohy was when Sean was working as a volunteer assistant basketball coach at the school, and one day he started paying off Michael's school lunch account. This was one of the biggest culture shocks for Michael going to private school from having gone to public school before. Back when he'd been in lower income public schools, school lunch was always free as part of the free and reduced lunch program, so he always looked forward to going to lunch as his guaranteed meal of the day. However, he was surprised when he showed up to private school and they expected kids to pay for their own lunches, and since he didn't have money, he'd sometimes struggle to get enough to eat at school. This is where Sean Tuohy stepped in and anonymously set up a lunch account for Michael so that he'd always be able to get a meal. Honestly, that really was a nice thing of Sean Tuohy to do. I know I've been really hard on the Tuohy family throughout this video, with good reason in my personal opinion, but that doesn't mean that all of their actions were bad. In a vacuum, this is a wonderful gesture. One of the biggest hurdles for any kid, especially a kid from a lower income background, to overcome is just plain hunger. When kids don't have the opportunity to eat enough throughout the day, it's so much harder for them to focus in class, and then that leads to the kids struggling with their grades, and then the cycle just continues. I'm honestly shocked that school lunch isn't mandated to be free everywhere, but I guess this is a private school, so they can do whatever they want. But that's all to say that in this case, Sean Tuohy was doing a good thing, and I'd encourage others to do the same. Paying for a kid's daily lunch is a great way to make sure that a kid's basic survival needs are taken care of so that they actually have the physical ability to focus on their education. The book also goes on to talk about the ways that Michael enjoyed spending time with the Tuohy family, how he saw SJ and Collins like siblings. They argued, they had like friendly sibling squabbles and sibling competition, they played video games together, they did all all the things that siblings would normally do. And again, I thought that was very sweet. I want to make something else clear right now in this video. I'm focusing a lot of my blame on the things that happened within this story, specifically on Sean and Leanne Tuohy. I do not put any of the blame whatsoever towards their children, Collins and SJ, who now are adults, but I don't necessarily think they knew all the legal details of the shady things going on with their parents. And maybe I'm just being idealistic, but I do think that these kids really did see Michael like a brother, at least from what I can tell. Even in his recent interview with Barstool Sports, SJ Tuohy has said that he and Michael are still on good terms, they're still texting, they still talk to each other like brothers, all of that. So I don't blame these kids for anything that happened. They were minors at the time during all of this, and I'm legitimately happy that they and Michael had such a positive sibling relationship at the time. From there, Michael goes into some of the issues he had with The Blind Side as a movie. Many of them are things we have detailed in this video already, but he also talked about how the movie, not the book, but only the movie, diminished the role of left tackle as a whole. This might sound a little weird to say. After all, wasn't the book all about the evolution of the left tackle position? Wasn't it about how the position completely revolutionized the NFL? Sure, but we're talking about the movie, which somehow did the exact opposite. Due to the movie's false portrayal of Michael as some quiet kid who'd never played football before but learned to tackle due to protective instincts, Michael explains that the movie left a lot of viewers with a false view of the amount of strategy and intelligence that it actually takes to play left tackle. He hated how the movie made the position out to be like, just run into people, just smash people with your size, just run into them, when in reality the position required constant quick thinking, complex strategy, knowing the playbook, knowing all the complex strategies of the plays being run. Overall, Michael felt that this portrayal in the movie didn't do a disservice just to him, but to all left tackles, making the position look like it required a lot less skill than it actually does. We then learn a little bit more about Miss Sue, Michael's tutor. He talks very fondly of her. He talks about how she fostered a burgeoning love that he had for literature and poetry, which is very nice. I like that there's this literary and poetry themed motif that comes throughout the book at this point, because then it's brought back later when Michael gets drafted for the NFL. He's very excited to play for the Ravens because the Ravens are the only NFL team to be named after a poem, since it's named after the poem The Raven. Then we get the line that a lot of people are currently using in our current debacle to discredit Michael, but I actually think this line does the exact opposite. In the book, he says, "There was one major event that happened right after I graduated high school. I became a legal member of the Tuohy family. It kind of felt like a formality, as I'd been part of this family for more than a year at that point. Since I was already over the age of 18 and considered an adult by the state of Tennessee, Sean and Leanne were named as my legal conservators. They explained to me that it means pretty much the exact same thing as adoptive parents, but that the laws were just written in a way that took my age into account. Honestly, I didn't care what it was called. I was just happy that no one could argue what we weren't legally, what we already knew was real. We were a family." So I see a lot of people online using this as a way to say, like, okay, can Michael really claim that they lied to him about the conservatorship when in his 2011 book, he states right there on the page that they were named his legal conservators? He already knew. I think what people are missing, though, is the fact that within the context of what I just read of that quote, it says that Leanne and Sean Tuohy lied to him about what a conservatorship was. They said to him that it meant the same thing as adoptive parents, but that it took his age into account because he was already over the age of 18. We're going to go into the details of the legal conflict in just a bit in this video, but first I want everyone to keep in mind that the state of Tennessee does allow people to adopt someone over the age of 18, so Michael could still have been legally adopted by them instead of the conservatorship. And then on top of that, they straight up lied that a conservatorship and an adoption are the same legal process, or that it means the same thing. They are completely different legal agreements. They are completely different arrangements. This is kind of proof that they did lie to him, because he's saying in this book, they said that it was the same thing as an adoption when it wasn't. I've also seen a lot of people saying, like, okay, so this information has been out there that they were his legal conservators. Why didn't someone else notice this at the time? I think what we also forget is that the cultural understanding of what a conservatorship is has really only become mainstream common knowledge within the past couple years. I think if you mention a conservatorship and ask people to name an experience that they know of one off the top of their head, everyone would talk about the Britney Spears situation or Free Britney, and that has only been getting resolved and talked about in the public consciousness over the past couple of years. This is going to give all of us an existential crisis, okay? But 2011, when this book was published, was 12 years ago. That was 12 years ago. Most of us in everyday layman's public life did not know what a conservatorship was. For the most part, the differences between an adoption versus a conservatorship versus a legal guardianship versus any other type of contract you can enter into were just lawyer speak. It was things that lawyers knew about. Even someone who edited and published this book might not have known the difference or known to even fact check that in the first place. So I think this is further proof that the Tuohys did lie, and that it was a lie they were able to get away with for a long time because the majority of people didn't know the difference. Maybe we can thank Britney Spears for this. We'll talk about it later. Anyway, moving on from that whole debacle, Michael then talks about his time in college, how he made the chancellor's list, which is basically the dean's list. So he was a smart dude. You have to have a high GPA to be able to do that. However, despite the fact that he was getting good grades and he was regularly showing his intelligence, when he first got drafted in the NFL, he had faced a lot of coaches being uncertain about his academic abilities or his intelligence, or whether he'd even have the ability to read or learn how to learn a playbook, simply because they'd read the Michael Lewis book, The Blind Side, which portrayed Michael as somebody who had no understanding of anything. He then talks about Michael Lewis, how Michael Lewis, the author of The Blind Side, was always kind of hanging around the Tuohy house. He was coming there all the time. He and Sean Tuohy were really good friends. And then along the way, he got the idea to write about Michael. So Michael Lewis was over there all the time, kind of doing some research about some sports things. He had this idea for kind of a narrative journalism article about the evolution of the left tackle position. Then he saw Michael Oher in his story, and the way that he described it was that he wanted to write like a Pygmalion style story about him. Michael Oher, once again bringing back his love of literature, talks about how he thought that was a cool idea because Pygmalion was one of his favorite stories that he'd read in English class and examined and things like that. It wasn't until he was in college playing for Ole Miss that Michael finally understood what was going on with the book, or even knew that the book was already in the process of being written. And he was kind of like, okay, Michael Lewis, you haven't reached out to me for an interview. You're writing about my entire life story. Why haven't you reached out to me? So he actually called up Michael Lewis and he said to him, hey, are you working on the book about my life story where you're interviewing everyone except me? And Michael Lewis was kind of like, yeah, I am. And so Michael Oher was like, do you want to interview me? And then he finally interviews him, which is probably why it's only the last two chapters that feel tacked on at the end that actually tell anything from Michael Oher's own perspective. Because Michael was busy, with his first season with the Ravens when the movie first came out, he didn't go to any of the premieres or see it there. He eventually just went as a regular moviegoer, a regular customer at the theater to see it. And when he first watched the movie, he felt a lot of mixed feelings. The biggest feeling he had was a sense of wounded pride. He says he knows Hollywood has to take creative liberties and that he thought the actors all did a good job and appreciated the work that they did, but he thought that the movie showed him as being kind of dumb, as lacking intelligence, and that he thought it neglected how much he'd actually spent his entire life studying the game of football up until his high school career. In this book, the penultimate chapter is advice for kids who were in the position that Michael was once in, kind of being homeless, going in and out of the foster care system. He advises these kids, you got to make the right types of friends. You got to study the behavior of the people around you. Are the people you're hanging out with people who are interested in drugs or joining a gang or things like that? If they are, you need to stay away from them. Look at your role models. Look at the people you look up to, whether that's a professional athlete or a successful adult in your life or a teacher or someone who has a career path that you want. What kind of people do they surround themselves with? What kind of things do they do? What kind of behaviors do they model? And use that as a way to plan out your future for yourself. And then the last chapter is just direct advice for anyone who wants to get involved in helping kids who are in this type of situation have a better life. He talks about volunteering for the Boys and Girls Club or the YMCA or like Big Brother, Big Sister type of programs and how to get involved with those things, which honestly I thought was some nice tangible advice. Overall, I thought Michael Oher's memoir, I Beat the Odds, was pretty well written. I think that he and Don Yeager did a great job writing this book together. I really liked that we got to see Michael's own perspective from him telling us what happened in his own actual life, and I thought the revelation that Michael Lewis hadn't even reached out to him as an interview, that Michael Oher had to be the one to reach out for this book, was a huge revelation, and it kind of shows just how much integrity Michael Lewis lacks and how much we should not trust his book. After reading this book, of course I had to read the book that was from the perspective of Sean and Leigh Tuohy, because of course they had to capitalize off of the story even more than they already had. So Sean and Leigh Tuohy wrote their own book all about how great they were and telling their story as if their story hasn't already been told in the Blind Side book and movie, which are the biggest properties about this, but they had to write their own book as well. So now we are going to head into our next review, which is going to be a review of their book. Book Review 3. In a Heartbeat by Sean and Leanne Tuohy. Before I even began reading this book, I knew I was going to be in for a wild ride based solely on the book summary. Let's take a look at how this book is summarized on Audible, which is where I listen to it. The summary says, for the first time, the remarkable couple depicted in the film The Blind Side tell their own deeply inspiring story. First came the best-selling book, then the Oscar-nominated movie. The story of Michael Oher and the family who adopted him has become one of the most talked about true stories of our time. But until now, Leanne and Sean Tuohy have never told this astonishing tale in their own way, with their own words. For Leanne and Sean, it all begins with family. Leanne, the daughter of a tough-as-nails U.S. Marshal, decided early on that her mission was to raise children who would become cheerful givers. Sean, who grew up poor, believed that one day he could provide a home that would be a place of miracles. Together, they raised two remarkable children, Collins and Sean Jr., who share their deep Christian faith and their commitment to making a difference. And then one day, Leanne met a homeless African-American boy named Michael and decided that her family could be his. She and her husband taught Michael what this book teaches all of us. Everyone has a blind side, but a loving heart always sees a path toward true charity. Michael Oher's improbable transformation could never have happened if Leanne and Sean Tuohy had not opened their hearts to him. In this compelling, funny, and profoundly inspiring book, the Tuohys take us on an extraordinary journey of faith and love and teach us the unforgettable lessons about the power of giving. All right, let's unpack that. Mainly the last paragraph, calling Michael's success an improbable transformation. Are we forgetting that Michael was already a top lineman in the country, already a college prospect before he met the Tuohys? What about this transformation was improbable? I guess if we're being, well, charitable, for lack of a better word, to the Tuohys here, we can say that in general, I guess it is pretty improbable statistically for a kid born into extreme poverty to make millions of dollars later in life. It is improbable that a child born into a cycle of poverty and homelessness will be the one that breaks the cycle. Michael himself acknowledges this. After all, he did title his book, I Beat the Odds. But let's look at the rest of this sentence and what it means in context, okay? His improbable transformation could never have happened if Leanne and Sean had not opened their hearts to him. Wow. Sure, we can give the Tuohys the benefit of the doubt and assume they meant Michael's transformation was improbable based on the statistics regarding kids born into a cycle of poverty. But to say that they were the ones responsible for the transformation, that's just factually inaccurate. Remember Big Tony, whom we talked about earlier, the man who got Michael into Briarcrest in the first place? What about Miss Logan, Michael's elementary school teacher who encouraged him to stick with sports in the first place? What about the Franklins, the black family whose kids also attended Briarcrest, who also opened their homes and hearts to Michael? And what about Michael himself? Basically, the book's summary already gives the Tuohys credit for every part of Michael's work of pulling himself out of poverty and homelessness, when in reality, there were a lot of people involved, people of all ages, men and women, white and black, and of course there was Michael himself. To say that this could not have happened without them, not probably couldn't have happened, not maybe it wouldn't have happened, just straight up, it could not have happened, is so self-aggrandizing, it makes me sick. Also, do not take a shot every time this couple refers to themselves as remarkable in this synopsis. Let's get into this mess of a book. So in the first chapter, they're basically like, so if you saw the movie The Blind Side, or if you read the book, you probably know what happens next in the story, which again ignores the fact that that book and movie were so wildly inaccurate and just treats them as the truth and hammers home that we should believe them. Then the whole first chapter of the book is just Leanne Tuohy bragging about how successful she is as an interior designer and how successful Sean is at his fast food franchises and how big their house is and how they eat out for every meal and never have to cook and how they have 5 cars and just bragging about their wealth. Their story of meeting Michael basically begins with racial profiling, and I know I mentioned earlier in the movie it looks like it's racial profiling. The book basically confirms that. They're talking about when they're driving in the car and they see Michael walking across the street alone by himself. Leanne's first thought was, what's a black guy doing here in our rich neighborhood? He doesn't belong. So she was literally racially profiling him at first. Then they talk about how Briarcrest as a school does admit black people now. It used to be a segregated school, and that one of the reasons it decided to stop being a post-integration response to bringing schools to being segregated again, one of the reasons they started admitting minorities was because it wanted to expose the affluent kids in the school to different ways of life. We're not even taking into account that the students themselves, like black students, students of color, students of low income backgrounds who are now allowed to go to this school, that they're going there for their own benefits. It was also to help the rich white kids learn that other people in the world exist. Okay. Then there's this weird lip service to Michael's autonomy that goes nowhere. There's like a brief sentence where Leanne is like, now, Michael never needed saving. It was obvious he was going to determine his own future from day one, but that kind of goes against everything else they've been saying, like in the summary about how his transformation could not have happened without them, so I'm not sure what that's about. Then Sean and Leanne hit us with a series of Bible verses, which I couldn't make heads or tails of, but they claim that that's their philosophy on giving. They just read some Bible passages to us. They give us all a challenge as readers that we should go out, and when we see strangers that we think need help, we should go start talking to them and getting to know them, which I guess in some situations could be okay, but for the most part, one of the things I love about living in Chicago is that people here are very friendly, but they also mind their fucking business. Like when I'm out in the suburbs, people there are all in each other's business. When you're in Chicago, walking down the street, people will say hi, people will be friendly. The Midwest is a very friendly place, but also if you see someone doing something that looks off to you, for the most part, unless it's like a life or death situation, people are just going to kind of ignore each other and let each other live our lives, which I think is fantastic. Then we get Sean's perspective in this book. He talks about how he is from a working class background. He was going to Newman, the private school in New Orleans. He was going there on a scholarship. He says, and I quote, "The only silver spoon I had growing up is the one I stole from my friend Michael Lewis as a kid." So we know that Michael Lewis and Sean Tuohy have been friends since at least childhood. Okay, good to know. Leanne then talks about how people like to ask her really stupid questions all the time, and she says that whenever people ask her stupid questions, she can tell that they, quote, "took the short bus to school," which is extremely ableist. Okay. And then when Leanne talks about the fact that she has no filter and just yells whatever's on her mind all the time and it makes people uncomfortable, she says that she has truth Tourette's. That's what she refers to this as. She says it's basically Tourette's, but for just telling the truth. Leanne does not actually have diagnosed Tourette's. I call what Leanne does being a bitch, but she says it's truth Tourette's. Okay. Then she talks about how her dad was a cop. Michael Lewis in his book talked about how racist Leanne's dad was, how when she and Sean got married, because Sean had a lot of black friends, when they were at their wedding, the dad stood up and yelled the N-word at Sean's black friends at the wedding. So Leanne's dad was like hardcore, straight up racist, and he was also a cop. That's exactly the kind of person that we want to be a cop, right? That's someone who's admittedly straight up racist. Leanne talks about how when she was a kid, her dad first taught her gun safety by blowing off a rabbit's head in front of her. There was a rabbit, and he was like, "This is what you can do with a gun," and he aimed it at the rabbit and just blew off its head in front of her while she was a kid, and how she learned from that we need to be safe with guns. She talks about how her dad used the N-word a lot, like he would just call black people the N-word all the time, but then she's like, he didn't really mean it in a racist way though. What other way is there to mean that? And then he sends her to Briarcrest right after it's established as an anti-integration school because he wants her to go to school with white kids, so again, not racist. And then the book spends way too much time talking about Leanne and Sean's time as a basketball and cheerleader couple in college and how hot they thought they both were in college and how they were both such a cute couple, whatever, I really don't give a shit. Then it talks about how God gives us all different circumstances. God makes people different races and different genders and different income backgrounds because it's all part of his plan. God makes some people rich and some people homeless because he wants to see how we're all gonna get along and interact with each other. That makes no sense to me. Leanne talks in this book also about how she actually does carry a gun with her everywhere, and how when Sandra Bullock first met her before they were getting ready to film the movie and she wanted to meet her to get to know her one-on-one, Sandra Bullock was like, "Do you actually carry a gun everywhere?" And Leanne just like opened her glove box and whipped out her gun at her, and Sandra Bullock was terrified and Leanne thought it was funny. So again, normal behavior. They then talk about this cheerful giving concept that they learned at church, and the concept basically means that God owns everything and we as humans on this earth are just here holding it in the meantime, and that's why we all need to tithe 10% to the church. The Bible stuff in this book really makes no sense and really feels like it was forced in there. And then when Sean Tuohy isn't sure if he's ready to start tithing to the church every week, he listens to this pastor who yells at him, "If you don't tithe, God will bust you." And then Sean starts tithing and does so for the rest of his life. Okay. And then they specifically outline that part of their philosophy about giving is that giving is not about the recipient, it's about what it does for the heart of the giver. So Sean Tuohy in this book straight up admits that the reason he gives to other people is for self-serving reasons because it makes him feel emotionally fulfilled and makes him know that God's gonna appreciate him and send him to heaven or whatever. The book then goes into way too long of an explanation of the process of all of their children being born, the process of like how they raised their first couple children, what their children were like as babies. It wasn't relevant, I really didn't care. But then we learn what Sean and Leanne were like as parents. And you know how earlier I mentioned that I don't blame SJ and Kyle Collins for any of this. I blame them even less now. I have a lot of sympathy for these kids because, whoa, were Sean and Leanne insane parents to the next level. Like, they're gonna be featured on someone's viral subreddit story one of these days, okay? So I say this as someone who had very involved parents. My mom was the typical overprotective Midwestern Polish mother. She was involved in everything, but I have a fantastic relationship with my mom. My mom was someone who always also, while being very involved in every part of my life, also made it very clear that, like, she wanted me to choose my own career for the future. She wanted me to choose, you know, where I went to college in the future. Things like that were all things that she wanted me to have a say in, and it wasn't like, I've mapped out your whole future for you. It was about develop your own skills and your own passions. Leanne and Sean Tuohy were not like that, okay? So first of all, they talk about how their parenting philosophy includes making sure their kids are required to be overcommitted to everything possible. Their kids, from like the time they were in elementary school, were required to play multiple sports and were required to play at least one musical instrument. There was no debating about that. They were required to do these things. They specifically say that they didn't want their kids to have any idle time at home whatsoever. So these kids had no rest. They were supposed to be constantly working at all times. She didn't allow them to get anything but A's and B's on their report card, and if anyone ever brought home a C, it was like there was going to be hell breaking loose. There was a point when Collins was in high school where Leanne realized that because she'd pushed her in sports so hard, Collins was becoming like very athletic and had never learned how to be traditionally feminine and ladylike. So Leanne was like, I gotta fix that too. So she decides that Collins needs to do beauty pageants. Now Collins has no interest in beauty pageants and says they kind of make her uncomfortable. She didn't want to be objectified like that and all of that. But Leanne was like, no, you have to do it. You are required to. So Leanne forcibly puts Collins into the beauty pageant. Before Collins goes on stage for the pageant, she starts crying backstage. She's so nervous and uncomfortable and does not want to go out on stage in front of the crowd. And Leanne goes backstage with her and is like, you have to do this. I'm not letting you get out of this. So Collins eventually goes on stage and plays a church hymn on the piano, and this is treated as like some beautiful story. This is not abusive whatsoever. This is a story of perseverance and love, or I don't fucking know. Then they retell the whole Blind Side story again. It's basically the same thing as the movie. And then Leanne talks about how she makes sure to teach Michael all the important things that he needs to know in life as part of being a human. And those things are things such as what to order at Italian restaurants, what the different types of cheese are. She explains how to play golf because they're country club people, and that's extremely important that he knows that. Whenever they'd go to high-end restaurants, she would just order every entree on the menu so that she could teach Michael what all the fancy foods were. This just really feels like wealth flaunting to me. Then there's one point where she gets Michael this North Face backpack, and Michael's like, oh, I don't really want this because this is considered like a rich kid status symbol, and within my own communities that I'm a part of, people are gonna make fun of me for that. And she was just like, you are a rich kid now, Michael, and makes him use it. You know, buying someone a backpack is a nice thing to do, but at the same time, you're completely denying his own feelings on the situation, and you're completely writing off the fact that he does have his own crowds of people and his own identities outside of you, and you're just not willing to understand that or even discuss it whatsoever. The book does also confirm that Michael was already a star athlete before they took them in, so at the very least it does that. Once again, to flaunt their wealth, there's this part where Sean Tuohy shows up to help coach at the school, and he shows up driving a BMW, and then the head coach tells him that driving a BMW to practice looks unmanly, so Sean just goes out the next day and buys a pickup truck. Who else just goes out the next day and buys a new car whenever someone tells you they don't like how your car looks? Very relatable, right? I've never owned a single car in my life. So this also then confirms that Sean Tuohy and Michael Lewis have been friends since kindergarten, a full 40 years of friendship before the Blind Side book came out. Very good to know. Leanne then falsely claims in this book that they legally adopted Michael. We now know legally that that was not true. They never legally adopted Michael, but she straight up calls what they did a legal adoption. No, they did not do that. They use the word adopted in this book so many times. They call themselves his legal guardians, all things that are not true. So all this part of the book has told me is that the Tuohys are full-on liars. Can I trust any of this book? Can I trust anything they say? They then claim that they did not groom Michael to go to Ole Miss. If anything, he had the most choice out of anyone in the family where they got to go to college, because when it came to Collins, there was no option. She was going to Ole Miss and she had no other choice. And that's because Leanne loved going to Ole Miss and being in Kappa Delta and being a cheerleader. So she told Collins that you two have to go to Ole Miss and you have to be a cheerleader and you have to be in the Kappa Delta sorority. So when Collins is at Ole Miss, she calls home one day and is like, hey mom, I'm rushing sororities and Kappa Delta's fine, but actually there's another sorority who's also interested in me. And Leanne's like, no, there isn't. And Collins is like, yeah, there is. And Leanne's like, there is no other sorority. There is no other option for you. You have to join Kappa Delta. This is non-negotiable. So Collins eventually gives in and joins Kappa Delta. And then it's brought up that the Kappa Delta sorority house has a lot of racist people in it, and that the Kappa Delta sorority is so overwhelmingly white that it's like considered weird when any of the sorority girls are ever hanging out with black people. And so then Leanne tells Michael that he should go start having lunch with Collins at the Kappa Delta house to show that Kappa Deltas are not racist or something. Michael feels wildly scared and uncomfortable going into a sorority house that he's been told explicitly is racist, but Leanne bullies everyone into doing it anyway. So what I've gathered from this is that Sean and Leanne Tuohy are extremely pressuring parents. They pressure their kids to do everything. I would call them borderline abusive. That's alleged, okay? I'm not out here to be the one accusing someone of abuse, but from my perspective, that all feels abusive to me. But they tell this story with no regrets, no shame. They don't even seem to acknowledge that any of this could have been negative in any way. Instead, this was told as like, that was the approach we gave to our kids and they turned out great, so clearly we did something right. I don't know, man. I wonder what these kids are gonna all tell their therapist later on. Overall, I thought this book was an absolute mess, but at the very least, I'm glad I read it because I got confirmation of what I already knew, which is that Sean and Leanne Tuohy are horrible people. But now let's take a look at how some others received this book as well. The reception for In a Heartbeat was mixed. Thankfully, by this point, readers were starting to see through the Tuohys, and while this book received plenty of positive reviews for its promotion of charitable giving, there were more than a few people who claimed that the Tuohys came off as extremely self-centered in this book. Even reviewers who enjoyed the movie The Blind Side still couldn't stand how full of themselves the Tuohys came off in this book. As one Goodreads reviewer says, 1 star. I enjoyed the movie. What they did for Michael seems wonderful. I couldn't finish the book though, and I almost never ditch a book even if it's bad. This was just page after page of name dropping and bragging and going on and on about all the good things they've done. It doesn't negate the fact that they've done a lot of good things. They have. It's just too much bragging for me. Leanne's take charge attitude is not nearly as cute or endearing as everyone in the book seems to think. I decided I was headed towards being done when she recounted the story of how her father taught her how dangerous guns could be by taking her out in the yard and having her watch as he blew off the head of an unsuspecting rabbit. He was too tired at the end of a long day of law enforcement to be bothered with properly putting the gun away from her reach, so he demonstrated their destructiveness. Rather than tell the story in horror, she brushed it off, stating that she learned then and there to stay away from guns. I'm sure the rabbit thought it was an appropriate way to teach gun safety also. I gave the book 1 star because there wasn't anything lower to rate it. Other reviewers, myself included, thought that Leanne's southern charm and sassy personality wasn't nearly as cute as she thought it was. Rather, she came off as a controlling bully who always needed to get her way. A stereotypical let me speak to the manager Karen, but with a lot more money to back it up. As another Goodreads reviewer explains, 1 star. Hated this book. I rarely say that, but there is just no nice way to put it. Started out in the introduction when Mrs. Tuohy says to look around, notice the people you probably don't pay much attention to, a waitress or clerk, and says that you are judging them and thinking yourself better than they are, and parenthetically, if you say you don't, you are lying. This demonstrates Mrs. Tuohy's extreme bullying, arrogance, and hypocrisy. She seems to think all of us are as arrogant, hypocritical, and naive as she is. As late as her college years, she didn't understand what was wrong with her father's use of the N-word. Most people see the Tuohys as shining examples of Christian giving. I see them as typical of Christian hypocrisy. They so clearly look down on all the people they are helping. The manner and tone of the book is so arrogant and narcissistic. One joke in the book, and repeated by Leanne Tuohy when she spoke at a local women's conference where I first felt disgusted by her, is about stupid questions people ask, such as if she ever expected Sandra Bullock to play her in a movie. Her joke is that these people obviously rode the short bus to school. Makes me sick recounting it here. This does not demonstrate Christian love and acceptance. And as we mentioned, the short bus joke is incredibly ableist too, and we're going to get into the ableism involved in this entire situation later on when we talk about conservatorships themselves. But for now, I think we need to talk about the complexities of another situation that's going on here. We've talked about the white savior narrative and how throughout this, Leanne and Sean Tuohy have centered themselves as the hero in this story. But this is not something that's unique to them. Maybe it's unique in the sense that this is happening on such a large scale, but this happens with a lot of adoptions. And this is why in the next section of this video, we are going to be talking about transracial adoption, what it is and what the pros and cons are, and how people can approach it differently. The complexity of transracial adoption. Transracial adoption is the term for when a parent of one race adopts a child from a different race. Many parents who are interested in the adoption process don't always think about race ahead of time. Often, as they say, they just want to give a child a good home. Whatever child needs a good home, they are going to love that child. And for many parents, this is true. But unfortunately, it's not true for all parents. Transracial adoption can be done well in some situations, and in other situations, it can be a barely disguised front for human trafficking. trafficking, but there's an entire spectrum in between as well, and that's where we need to discuss the complexities. A few times on this channel, I've briefly discussed my own experiences with being adopted at 8 years old. Now, I'm a white woman, I was adopted by a white man, so my experience is wildly different than what we're going to be talking about here. When you're dealing with cultural barriers, international barriers, plus also looking different from your parents, with it being visually obvious that you're adopted wherever you go, it's an entirely different world. And in a lot of cases, transracial adoption can cause trauma for the adoptee that the adoptive parents don't always understand or fully know how to address. In 2021, the Washington Post published an article called "I Know My Parents Love Me, But They Don't Love My People. Adoptees of color with white parents struggle to talk with their families about race." The article details various accounts of transracial adoptees. As the article says, transracial adoptees, people raised by adoptive parents of a different race or ethnicity, are experiencing their own racial reckoning as the nation confronts its historical scars. Many of these adoptions involve white families and children of color who, now as adults, are reflecting on the racism they experienced that their parents couldn't see and rarely talked about. Classmates' racist comments about their hair and eyes were dismissed as harmless curiosity. America's racial dynamics were explained in the language of colorblind idealism. The propriety of cross-cultural adoptions has been debated for decades. In 1972, the National Association of Black Social Workers took a strong stand against the adoption of black children by white parents. Several years later, the Federal Indian Child Welfare Act was passed to address the wave of Native American children being separated from their tribes and placed in white families. The growth in transracial adoptions from foster care in recent years has far outpaced the growth in same-race adoptions, according to data from the Department of Health and Human Services. The number of such families increased by 58% between 2005 and 2007 and 2017 to 2019, while same-race adoptions increased by 24%. Transracial adoptions are now 28% of all domestic adoptions in the United States. Richard Leigh, a professor of psychology at the University of Minnesota who focuses on internationally adopted Koreans, said many adoptees experience what he calls the transracial adoption paradox, the experience of growing up with many of the privileges that come with whiteness. When they leave that sort of smaller network and enter school or move out of the family home later in life, suddenly they're confronted with being perceived and treated as a racial minority, Leigh said. Adoptive parents' good intentions and honest efforts can still fall short, particularly when the conversations are limited to cultural celebration and discussion about heritage rather than more complex topics such as systemic racism and the lingering impacts of colonialism, Leigh said. In one study Leigh co-authored, researchers started following 116 Korean American adoptees in 2007 when the children were between 7 and 13 years old, and checked back with them in 2014 when they were between 13 and 20 years old. The study asked about their level of ethnic socialization and knowledge of their ethnic heritage. While the adoptees said their parents exposed them to things such as Korean restaurants and cultural festivals, they weren't engaging in more complex conversations about racism as they got older. Often we hear from adult adoptees who are reflecting on their childhood that say, "What was communicated to me early on, verbally and non-verbally, was race is not something my parents can handle," or "I know if I bring up these issues, it's going to hurt and upset my parents," Leigh said, "and I'd rather not have to deal with that." Within our social media bubble, I think one of the most high-profile cases we've seen in recent years of transracial adoption gone wrong is the Micah Stauffer situation. I actually made a video on this about 3 years ago, but it's a situation that still haunts a lot of us to this day. For those of you who don't remember, Micah Stauffer was a family vlogger, an internet influencer who regularly made videos about herself, her husband, and her children, where her children became characters in the reality TV show of her vlog. Now, we've talked about child exploitation in the media many times before on this channel, so we're not going to delve too deep into that angle of it today, but the adoption piece comes into play when Micah decided to crowdfund the international adoption of a boy from China. She got viewers and followers to put money into her GoFundMe, which she used to pay for this boy that she adopted overseas. But as it turns out, the adoption wasn't all flowers and rainbows like she'd hoped. She made lots of vlogs with the young boy, featuring him front and center in her videos, taking sponsorship deals for products that she used when taking care of him, and she basically let her audience develop a parasocial relationship with this boy. The problem? Micah didn't bother to learn anything about how to actually navigate the complex situation of adopting a boy from another country, from another culture. For one thing, this boy was about 2 years old when adopted, and he spoke no English whatsoever. Did Micah ever teach him English? No. The child came from a background of food insecurity, and as a result tended to hoard food or to stare at Micah and James when they ate. Did Micah explore the origins of food insecurity or work with a therapist to figure out how to navigate this specific situation? No. Instead, she posted to Facebook groups making fun of how weird it was that this kid wouldn't stop staring at her while she ate. After a while, Micah noticed that the return she was getting from the ad revenue and sponsorship deals she was making off of this kid in her vlog wasn't exactly worth how much much work it was taking to raise him, so she gave him back. And ever since, we all associate the name Micah Stauffer with being a grifter of the absolutely worst kind, one who treated parenthood as a business deal. Micah Stauffer has become synonymous with a specific flavor of mommy vlogging scented human trafficking, one that still disgusts most of us to this day. This situation broke a lot of people's hearts. It also started a conversation about transracial and transcultural adoptions, one that most people who hadn't experienced it hadn't really had to think about before. Now, this isn't to say that transracial adoption can't be done well ever, just that it's a different experience than adoption of one's own race or one's own similar cultural background, and it requires more preparation on the part of the parents. Time magazine has an article called "The Realities of Raising a Kid of a Different Race," which explains, parents who believe they can raise their child colorblind are making a terrible mistake, says Korean adoptee Mark Haglund, a 54-year-old journalist and adoption literacy advocate. And it's shocking how many people I meet that still think this way. If there's a single thing I can share with my white adoptive parents, it's to look at the adult adoptees who have ended their lives or who have substance abuse problems. Love was not enough for them. When I tell Haglund, who is a co-moderator of the closed Facebook group TRA, a transracial adoption community comprised of adoptive parents, adult adoptees, and birth parents, that many adoptive parents, including me, feel tremendous anxiety around introducing concepts of racism to their children, he is kind but emphatic. "May I please nuclear bomb that for you?" he says. "It's inevitable that your black children will be called the N-word. It's inevitable that they will be othered for being black. So if you prepare them for that, you are helping them." He's well used to adoptive parents' hand-wringing, which often masks a great fear of inadequacy and powerlessness on the subject. "Are you not going to teach your child how to cross the street?" he asks. "I could never talk about being hit by a car because then my child would fear it." Well, guess what? Part of your role as a parent is teaching your child how to safely cross the street. So how does this entire situation manifest within the story of Michael Oher and the Tuohy family? Adoption activists have thankfully spoken out about this very topic. An article published in The Cut in August of 2023 details the perspective of Angela Tucker, a black woman adopted by white parents who works as an adoption advocate, has written books on the topic, and also served as a writer's room consultant on the show This Is Us, a TV show that included a transracial adoption as one of its main plot lines. Now, Tucker shares her perspective on the situation between Michael Oher and the Tuohy family. For Angela Tucker, who is black and was adopted by a white couple as a baby, it has been especially challenging to hear people questioning Oher's claims or suggesting that he should be grateful for the Tuohy's support, even if they publicly misrepresented their relationship. Tucker, the author of You Should Be Grateful, Stories of Race, Identity, and Transracial Adoption, offers mentorship through which she's met many fellow adoptees of color who have struggled with sharing their conflicting feelings around being adopted. "What do black and brown people have to do in order to be fully seen as human and deserving of being believed?" she says. "As black adoptees, we don't get that benefit of the doubt. There can never be an accusation that we make without people defending white people first, looking at us sideways, thinking there's gotta be more to the story, maybe they're exaggerating." The interviewer then asks Tucker about her opinions on The Blind Side as a movie, the cultural connotations it had when it first premiered, and the discussions it sparked regarding transracial adoption. Tucker says, "As a transracial adoptee, there were several things that were striking to me. One is that we didn't get to hear Michael Oher much. He was kind of mute. He didn't have many lines. This is really common with how the media portrays transracial adoption and adoption in general. There's no story without Michael Oher, but it's told from the parent's perspective. The Leigh and Tuohy character, portrayed by Sandra Bullock, had the majority of the lines. Another thing that stuck with me is the poster of the film, which shows Michael from the backside. He's really large. Then it shows Bullock as this tiny, petite damsel in distress type. When we think about racism, black men are often portrayed as larger, aggressive, scary. That fits perfectly in this white savior narrative where Bullock is pictured as this feminine, dainty rescuer. One of the things I know about this film is, and Michael has said in his book, that he felt he was portrayed as if he was slow. He had to write his own book and write about how he was depicted in order to share his own side of the story. There was so much that this film could have explored with how Michael handled things." Tucker then goes on to detail the ways that this movie contributed to a culture of centering adoptive parents' voices over the adoptee themselves. As Tucker explains, this film has played a huge role in people viewing adoption as a purely charitable act that benefits all involved. Michael needs support, and so he moves in with his family. They give him food and shelter. But I think what he also said in his book is he feels like, yes, he was starving, yes, he needed a home, and I wish I could quote this, but he said something like, he wishes he had food and shelter without strings attached, or feeling like he owed something in return. I do a lot of adoption mentorship work, and adoptees sometimes say this to me. They feel like they need to be a good return on investment to their parents. There's always strings attached, and it's not the portrayal that we see in this film. It's one-dimensional. Of course, adoptive parents are the loudest voices. They're the ones that everyone everyone loves to think about. I think adoptees are muted because hearing our complexities muddies up the story. That doesn't sell well. And then finally, Tucker shares her opinions on the more sinister implications behind the Tuohy's intentional manipulation of the story. Their choice to pretend that they were adopting Michael, to tell the public that they were his parents, that they'd adopted him, when in reality, they'd locked him into a business contract. As Tucker says, with the Tuohys, it seems like it was intentional that they weren't adopting him, but they chose to use the language. Us adoptees could get to the bottom of that quicker than society would have. We could have seen through what's happening with the Tuohys, asked a lot of questions about their motivations to adopt. I run a group right now as part of my mentoring that is made up solely of adoptees who are estranged from their adoptive parents. And a lot of the reasoning goes back to things like this, where the whole truth was never stated openly. That's not uncommon. People love to use the word adoption and then they get a pass on everything else. And there it is again. Adoptive parents get a pass on everything. Society building up all adoptive parents as good Samaritans when some may have had ulterior motives all along. Like Tucker says, a more complex story wouldn't sell as well. And considering the details of the actual non-adoptive contract that the Tuohys gave Michael, which we'll go by point in a bit later in this video, it seems likely that the Tuohys did care a lot about what sold, about how they could profit both financially and emotionally, and in terms of social capital from their story. Because let's not forget, the Tuohys are wealthy entrepreneurs. We've talked extensively about Sean Tuohy's multi-million-dollar restaurant franchise empire. But what about Leanne Tuohy?
A lot of fuss has been made about what my family did for our son, Michael Oher.
You are truly the people that can make a difference. You can make a change.
So here's this large African-American young man in a lily white neighborhood.
And I truly believe that if Michael had had a massive heart attack right there on the sidewalk on the way to school, that no one would have known, no one would have cared. It would have taken months to find someone to notify.
I also thought it was very interesting that the social worker actually thought that you would go out, or somebody would go out and bring a child into their home and do it for weird gains.
You would be surprised how many people thought that.
And we had this instant bonding. And I realized how deep his needs truly were. Started out we'd talk 20 minutes and then we'd take questions and answers. And inevitably, second or third questions, when we'd come up front and they'd go, "Has this movie changed your life?" Well, I hope y'all didn't teach any of those people, because that is a stupid question.
I told someone very well known this weekend, I said, "I'm not sure who you think you are, but you're not very important. You cook. And so you need to realize that you're just a cook." And move on. He wouldn't even look at me, wouldn't look up. I said, "Excuse me, I am talking to you."
And people want to get hung up on it. It's a movie. Hollywood, took a little bit of artistic licensing with it. We got to go to the set. They would call us over when they wanted to, look at this. Does this look right? Would you have said this? Would you have said that? Michael gets a little upset because he said, I never, was that bad at football. And I think that John Leigh really wanted to show the disparity in Michael, how far he came. And so, yeah, we had input in it.
Leanne and her family are working to deliver opportunities to more families.
Team Tuohy has one more little surprise for you.
With an inspirational reality series called Family Edition. In each episode, the Tuohy family works to help families on the verge of adopting one or more of their foster children.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Leanne Tuohy.
Leanne Tuohy is a boss babe. This story couldn't be complete without a girl boss trying to capitalize on someone else's success now, could it? During the past 2 decades, Leanne Tuohy has used her fake story of adopting an NFL star, which, I remind you, she never actually legally did, to create a boss babe empire of self-help books, motivational speeches, TV appearances, and more. So let's break those things down one by one. In terms of books, well, we have already reviewed the Tuohy's first book, In a Heartbeat, and within the context of this video, we still have one more book to review, which is Michael's new book, and I thought 5 book reviews might be a little too much for just one video, so we aren't going to review Leanne's other book today. But Leanne Tuohy does have a second book. It's called Turn Around, Reach Out, Give Back, and Get Moving. It was published in 2015, and according to Amazon, it's 640 pages? Okay. As the synopsis says, giving isn't always worries about money, much less a lot of money, Leigh Tuohy, whose family inspired the hit film The Blind Side, challenges us to rethink what giving really means. Turn Around is a 5-day per week devotional that uses scripture as a springboard to reconsider what it means to give sacrificially, generously, and immediately, many times without having to leave your own community. Everything's about giving! I love that Leigh Tuohy wants to become the official girl boss influencer for charitable, selfless, altruistic, no strings attached giving, and make a profitable career out of that. It's truly a commentary on capitalism. According to Goodreads, Leigh also has another book on the same topic, published in 2012, but it has no cover pictured, and I couldn't find it on Amazon, so that one might be out of print. That book is called Making It Happen, and as its summary says, in all aspects of her life, author and motivational speaker Leigh Tuohy, notice how she's no longer identifying publicly as an interior designer or even an adoptive mother. Now she's an author and motivational speaker. Okay. Leigh Tuohy advocates for living a better life by cultivating a more generous spirit. This book is your guide to achieving it. So it's another book telling us how to be more generous and giving. At least she's not writing manuals on gun safety, I'll give her that. Now you may remember in the previous section of this video when I read a review of In a Heartbeat, one of the reviewers talked about seeing Leigh as a speaker at a women's conference. And that's because a true boss babe is not complete without speaking at gigs and personal development seminars. And booking Leigh Tuohy as your keynote speaker is not cheap. According to Speaker Booking Agency, hiring Leigh for motivational speeches costs between $30,000 and $50,000. And here's how her profile on Speaker Booking Agency describes her. Dubbed a warrior princess by author Michael Lewis in his best-selling book The Blind Side, Leigh is the inspirational matriarch of the Tuohy family. While studying at the University of Mississippi, better known as Ole Miss, Leigh met Sean Tuohy, her husband of 31 years. Both were active and ambitious college students. Leigh was a cheerleader, campus favorite, homecoming maid, and an active member of her sorority Kappa Delta. Sean became a record-breaking SEC basketball champion and still holds several SEC assist records. Oh, I'm sure you do, buddy. Are you very proud of that, aren't you? Leigh inspires audiences to recognize the full potential of individuals in their community and to find value in those who society has deemed valueless. She shares her personal blindside observations from seeing Michael Oher from the first time to how the experience changed her as a person and the Tuohys as a family. He had a much greater impact on our lives than we did on his life, says Leigh. One of the country's most sought-after motivational speakers, Leigh has given lectures to a broad spectrum of audiences from religious groups and town halls to some of the country's largest corporations. The Chronicle of the Tuohy's family life, Michael Lewis's New York Times #1 bestseller The Blind Side, went on to become a record-breaking Hollywood blockbuster that earned more than $300 million at the box office and became the #1 opening weekend sports film in history. The film boldly depicts both the struggles and triumphs of building a blended family. Sandra Bullock won her first Academy Award for her portrayal of Leigh in the film. Years after The Blind Side burst onto the scene, breaking box office records and inspiring individuals nationwide, Leigh continues to make an impact. In July 2010, she and her husband Sean released the New York Times bestseller In a Heartbeat, sharing the power of cheerful giving, and established their charity, the Making It Happen Foundation, which promotes awareness, provides hope, and improves standards of living for all the children fighting to survive in the invisible cracks in society. Leigh newest book, Making It Happen, Just Turn Around, details concrete action steps people can take to becoming more involved and giving in both their community and the one-on-one interactions with others. Book Leigh Tuohy now! As a renowned expert and highly sought-after speaker, Leigh Tuohy's expertise is in high demand. But it's not just self-help books and motivational speeches that comprise Leigh glass house of girl bossery. A boss babe always has multiple pieces to the empire, multiple streams of income, self-help books, speaking gigs, and of course, small-time reality TV. In 2013, Leigh Tuohy hosted a reality show called Family Edition, which according to IMDb ran for 1 season. The show, which ran for 6 episodes, followed the basic HGTV or Food Network type of formula. Leigh as the host, introduces us to a new family in each episode, and then she helps that family turn their lives around. Except, instead of helping families build a new home or revamp their restaurant, she helps them adopt children. Each episode introduces us to a family who's either fostering kids or taking in kids who don't have present families of their own, a foster family who wants to adopt the kids. Leigh then helps those foster families prepare for adoption, and the episode gives us a cheerful ending as the kids become legal members of their new families. What's ironic about this is that Leigh and Sean Tuohy would actually be a lot more qualified to do a traditional HGTV or Food Network style show if reality TV were the direction that they wanted to go. After all, Sean built his fortune in his fast food empire, so he knows what makes a restaurant run, and Leigh Leanne is a professional interior designer. That's why she was featured on Extreme Home Makeover in 2010, so she could have done like an HGTV show. But what she doesn't actually have experience with is adoption. Remember, Leanne and Sean never adopted Michael. All they did was lie to the media and tell everyone that they did. And then Leanne hosted a reality show as an expert in adoption, with her only credential being that she lied about adopting someone. Interesting. It's clear that the Tuohy family has profited off of Michael in countless ways, whether or not they ever took any of his NFL profits directly, which, you know, we're going to examine a little more of those things when we look at the legal case in a bit. It's actually kind of irrelevant to this particular point. No matter what, there is hard evidence, there is hard proof that they made money off of him and his story. Leanne's influencer career would not exist had Michael not posed as the kid that she pretended to adopt back in the early 2000s. And it's because of Michael's football success that anyone even cares who the Tuohys are in the first place. He's the only reason people would even care to buy an inspirational book written by the Tuohys about cheerful giving, or why a company's seminar or a women's empowerment conference would even be willing to spend 50 grand for Leanne to speak there. He's the only reason people would trust Leanne to run a show about adoption. Now, the Tuohys will tell you time and time again that their relationship with Michael was never meant to scam anyone, and that it's disgusting, that they were just trying to profit off of him, all of that. Again, I'm not a mind reader, I'm just looking at the facts of the situation. The Tuohys say that they were saddened way back in 2004 when the start of their familial relationship was soured by the NCAA investigation, assuming that they'd only taken him in as a way to bribe him to play for Ole Miss, where the family was financially invested. So I think that's where we need to look next. Throughout all the books we've read and all the interviews we've seen, the Tuohys have had a consistent claim. They adopted Michael because they loved him as a son. I mean, they actually never adopted him at all, but you know. But they also claim that adopting him was the only way he'd be allowed to go to Ole Miss. Now, I guess the conservatorship accomplished the same goal from a legal standpoint, but their entire claim was unless they had some type of official legal tie to Michael, the NCAA would find it too suspicious that he wanted to play for Mississippi. Because theoretically, what was to stop every big money booster with an investment in a college from taking an underprivileged student with tons of athletic talent and essentially bribing them to go to their school? And that's why next, we need to actually discuss this piece of the puzzle. It's time to talk about the NCAA, Ole Miss, and their history of booster bribery. Ole Miss and the NCAA booster scandals. In the article, The Unusual Legal Agreement Behind the Blind Side, which was published August 28th, 2023, the Seattle Times explains how choosing to adopt, or rather become conservator of, Michael Oher was born of necessity for Sean and Leanne Tuohy to avoid penalties from the NCAA. As the article explains, because the Tuohys were not Oher's parents, providing support to him could be seen as breaking NCAA rules against providing benefits to recruits. As significant donors to the University of Mississippi, one of the colleges recruiting Oher, the Tuohys might subject themselves and the school to penalties in case of a violation. So they put together a plan. They asked the court to give them wide authority over Oher's affairs, including power of attorney, control of his medical decisions, and the right to approve financial contracts on his behalf. The arrangement, they believed, would satisfy the NCAA. Oher, then 18 and legally an adult, agreed to it. Basically, unless the Tuohys were legally tied to Michael Oher in some way, the NCAA would view them as simply bribing Michael to play for their school, which would be an awful precedent to set, and one that the University of Mississippi is plenty familiar with. Had the Tuohys not entered into some form of legal agreement with Michael, the NCAA would view them as having bribed him to go to Mississippi, which could inspire big money alumni from other colleges to go out and find low-income athletes, host them at their house, buy them things in exchange for an agreement to go to their school. However, if the Tuohys had some sort of legal connection to Michael, like, you know, an adoption, then it wouldn't be seen as a problem. It wouldn't be bribery, it wouldn't be a scam, it would just be parents hoping that their adopted child went to their alma mater, because in the end of the day, it's a story about family. When Michael declared his intent to attend Mississippi, the NCAA sent investigator Joyce Thompson to ask him questions about his relationship with this family. Because the Tuohys had adopted Michael, the NCAA eventually declared that no rules were broken and Michael went off to Ole Miss. But now we know that they didn't adopt Michael and instead put him under conservatorship, so I'm wondering if everyone's now realizing that actually, yes, they probably were just doing a little booster scam as a treat. I don't think Michael was in on it, but Sean and Leanne do have a lot to answer for. Their whole excuse for it not being bribery is that they adopted him, but they didn't adopt him. They lied about that. So, anyway, Ole Miss is actually no stranger to recruitment scandals. This is very common at their school. SB Nation even has an article titled, All 21 NCAA Allegations Against Ole Miss Ranked by Zestiness. This video is already the longest thing I've ever made in my life, so we're not going to go through every single one of these allegations in detail, but I'll pull a few relevant ones just for the sake of discussion. They include things like a 2010 scandal in which Ole Miss assistants Chris Vaughn and David Saunders allegedly fixed athletic recruits' ACT scores so that they'd qualify academically, Ole Miss being involved with helping players with their car loans, Ole Miss boosters bribing a prospect with $13,000, but then that player deciding not to go to Ole Miss. That's kind of funny. As SB Nation says, the NCAA alleges a former Rebel staffer set up a couple boosters with the recruit, and those boosters furnished the player with between $13,000 and $15,600 in cash between April 2014 and February 2015, and then the recruit didn't even go there. She doesn't even go here. Also, there was a weird he said, they said controversy with an officially licensed merch store called Rebel Rags, in which, according to a Sports Illustrated article from February 2018, Rebel Rags' entire business is based on selling officially licensed Ole Miss clothing and merchandise. Last year, the store took the unusual step of suing two active college football players over claims made by those players to the NCAA investigators. More specifically, the store contends that two Mississippi State football players, Leo Lewis and Kobe Jones, along with Lindsey Miller, the estranged father of former Ole Miss tackle Laramie Tunsil, defamed the store by asserting that Rebel Rags provided free gear to Lewis and Jones during their recruitment. Those claims serve as part of the basis of the NCAA's notice of allegations against Ole Miss. Basically, all of this is to say that Ole Miss boosters are very serious about their school, and Ole Miss has plenty of experiences with strange, alleged, maybe swept under the rug, maybe resolved out of court, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, types of recruitment and bribery offenses. Now, how does this relate to the Tuohys and their motives for taking in Michael Oher? One of the things that the movie The Blind Side sort of got right is that once Michael Oher committed to Mississippi, there was an NCAA investigation into the Tuohys. The situation did look suspicious, a wealthy couple taking in a homeless teenager toward the end of his high school career, paying for all his expenses, and then presenting him with Ole Miss propaganda at every turn. Now, in the movie, this plotline is slightly less plausible. After all, within the context of the movie, the Tuohys brought in Michael before he even knew how to play football. But the real life story is quite different. We know that the Tuohys didn't meet Michael until long after he'd been excelling at football, and we know that he didn't stay at their house until a decent way through his junior season, and even then, they were one of many houses where he stayed. When we take real life circumstances into account, an investigation into the Tuohys' intentions makes a lot more sense. According to the Clarion Ledger, Oher told the Commercial Appeal in July 2004 that he was definitely a Tennessee fan growing up. The Vols, then coached by Philip Fulmer, seemed to be in pole position for Oher, who was entering his senior season at Briarcrest Christian in Memphis. Hugh Freeze, his high school coach at the time, would later say he thought Tennessee was the pick until shortly before Oher committed. The first report emerged on January 14th that Orgeron had offered Freeze a job on his staff. Oher said that having Freeze around would be a big factor and would help his decision a lot. He verbally committed to Ole Miss on January 18th. Freeze was officially announced as Ole Miss's assistant athletic director for football and external affairs a bit over a month later. He would go on to be the Rebels head coach from 2012 to 2016. When it came down to it, I had to follow my heart, Oher said. I just couldn't imagine myself trying to block my Briarcrest teammate Justin Sparks' field goals or having my sister Collins Tuohy on the sideline cheering for a school that I am not playing for. I am willing to believe that Michael was honest in his commitment to Mississippi. As he states outright here, his heart told him to go to the school that his family went to, a school where his family would be. The fact that Sean and Leanne Tuohy were in the process of buying a second home in Oxford, Mississippi to attend more Ole Miss games, to be there on the Ole Miss campus, shows just how devoted this couple was to having their family there together. And as we mentioned when reviewing the Tuohy's book, Collins attending Ole Miss was not debatable. They were going to force her to go there. There is no evidence that they also forced Michael to go there, so I think we should take him at his word that he was following his heart, going to the school where he'd be surrounded by his family. But let's keep in mind, Sean and Leanne Tuohy were lying about being his family this entire time, that they'd specifically lied about adopting him and made him their son when they were, in effect, forcing him into a conservatorship, with one of their motivations stated being so that the NCAA wouldn't consider them to be violating booster rules. If Michael has a legal connection to the Tuohy family, it's no longer suspicious. He's family now, even if he's not family in the traditional sense. But legal commitment shows that they were committing to Michael long term. He wasn't just some kid they were bribing to play for their team. What many have underestimated is just how far the Tuohys are willing to go to commit to a grift. The connection to Hugh Freeze, the coach here, can't be understated. As we just read in the Clarion Ledger, Hugh Freeze somehow being able to move to Ole Miss could be a factor in Michael's decision to go there. But this wouldn't matter unless the Tuohys had massive pull with Hugh Freeze, right? Well, it turns out they did. And not only did they have insane amounts of influence on Hugh Freeze and his life, but also their influence on Hugh Freeze helped him cover up scandals of his own. So now it's time to finally talk about the football coach involved in all of this. The gross human being that is Hugh Freeze. Hugh Freeze is a creep. Within the context of The Blind blind side, Hugh Freeze is Michael Oher's football coach when he played in high school at Briarcrest Christian School during the time that he lived with the Tuohy family. But he was also somehow his college coach at Ole Miss, being hired by Mississippi less than a month after Michael Oher committed to the very same school. Now, if this sounds fishy, well, we're not even at the tip of the iceberg. This is more than fishy. This is a whole seafood buffet over here. What was the Tuohy's connection to Hugh Freeze? Why did he seem to follow them? Let's start with the timeline. Hugh Freeze first began coaching football for the Briarcrest Christian School in Memphis, Tennessee back in 1992, a position he held until 2004, which was Michael Oher's senior season, but we'll put that aside for a second. In addition to coaching the football team at Briarcrest, Freeze also coached the girls basketball team. In 2005, Freeze was hired by Ole Miss as their assistant athletic director for football, and then the following season he took an assistant coaching position, even filling in as head coach through 2007. After that, he had a few other coaching positions, including working as an offensive coordinator for Arkansas State before he was hired back at Ole Miss in 2011 as their head coach, a position he held until 2017. He was later dismissed following a variety of scandals that we will also delve into in a moment. But like I said before, none of this matters unless Hugh Freeze had some kind of connection to the Tuohys beyond just the he coaches at the school our kids attend type of thing. And of course they do. The Tuohys have their fists deep in everyone's buttholes, but I think y'all figured that out by now. Let's take a look at a Newsweek article that clearly details just how intertwined the Tuohy family was with Hugh Freeze. As Newsweek reported in August of 2023, Freeze's sojourn from high school coach to Auburn is long with lots of twists and turns, but his entry into the college ranks came when he followed the star offensive lineman within days of Oher's commitment to play college football at Ole Miss. Freeze's relationship with the Tuohys goes back decades and continued well after Oher headed to the NFL. In 2013, he baptized S.J. Tuohy, whom in 2021, Freeze hired at Liberty as assistant athletic director of football operations. It's a special connection with that entire family, Freeze said via ESPN on hiring S.J. at Liberty. It's always a great feeling to hire somebody that you know and somebody that cares about you and believes in what we're doing and how we're doing it. Hugh Freeze, in his own words, has a special connection with the Tuohy family. A connection so deep that he's even able to get their son S.J. his job as assistant athletic director at Liberty, the school that he coached at following his departure from Ole Miss. But this isn't all. Now, I can't prove that the Tuohy family played any role whatsoever in helping Freeze cover up the following scandals of his own. All I will say is, in my personal opinion, it's extremely suspicious that all of this was going on at the same time. And by all of this, I mean that Hugh Freeze has a long-standing reputation, even back from his days at Briarcrest, of harassing and objectifying female athletes. Let's start with Briarcrest. In July of 2017, USA Today reported 3 women who were students at Briarcrest Christian School in Memphis in the late 1990s and early 2000s described to USA Today Sports how Freeze made them feel uncomfortable with inappropriate behavior. Freeze was developing a reputation as something more than an offensive genius whose teams lit up the scoreboard when they were on the football field or in the gym. He was known for strictly enforcing rules such as the Christian school's dress code. Katie Del Masso, 32, said she was an 8th grader at Briarcrest in 1999 when Freeze made her change shirts inside his office after he said her Grateful Dead t-shirt violated school dress code. Coach Freeze pulled me in his office and told me that my shirt represented drugs, she said. I said, I'll go change in the bathroom. And when I said that, he said, no, you're gonna change in here so that I get the Grateful Dead shirt and you can't have it back. Another former Briarcrest student said Freeze was hyper attentive to the length of her skirts and that he loomed in the parking lot after she would go to her car to change clothes. She also said she was troubled by the time she and some football players faced discipline for arriving late from lunch when she has to be paddled, a form of discipline reserved for the male students, instead of receiving detention. She said she was stunned when Freeze obliged rather than getting a female teacher. Freeze did some bizarre warm-up taunt before actually making contact, said the woman who spoke to USA Today Sports on the condition of anonymity because she said she fears reprisal. I was humiliated that he didn't have a female in the room. A third woman who attended Briarcrest said she created a closed Facebook page last week to offer a safe place to discuss Freeze after some former Briarcrest students received threats for criticizing the coach and making allegations about him online. The woman, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because she fears reprisal, said she found Freeze's method of discipline shocking. And Freeze has, unsurprisingly, denied these allegations. But they're not the only allegations. As we know, after Briarcrest, Freeze took an assistant coaching position at Ole Miss, but years later became the head coach. And we know that in 2016, he had to leave that head coaching position. But why? For more inappropriate conduct. As ESPN reported in 2017, Ole Miss football coach Hugh Freeze resigned effective immediately on Thursday night, with the Rebels athletic director telling ESPN that school officials found a pattern that included phone calls to a number associated with female escort services. USA Today reported Thursday that Freeze made a 1-minute call from a university-issued phone to a number associated with a female escort service. The number was found during preparation related to former Ole Miss coach Houston Nutt's civil lawsuit against Ole Miss and Freeze, which was filed in federal court last week. If there's one thing we are not here to do, it is kink shame. If this service had sex workers involved in consensual sex work that they as consenting adults chose for themselves, and Freeze wanted to call that internet service at his home on his own time, that's none of my personal business. But the fact that this was on a university-issued phone, that this was his work phone associated with the university... And what about Liberty University, one of Freeze's other main coaching jobs? What happened there? Before taking his most recent job at Auburn University, Freeze coached for the Christian college Liberty University, and in July of 2022, Hugh Freeze sent unsolicited messages filled with SA apologism to a student named Chelsea Andrews, who is in the process of suing Liberty University for allowing assaults to happen on campus. As Alabama Local reported in November of 2022, Auburn did not contact former Liberty student Chelsea Andrews as part of its vetting process in hiring Hugh Freeze. Andrews is an SA survivor. She tweeted in July about Freeze, the former Liberty head football coach, sending her an unsolicited DM defending his boss, Liberty athletic director Ian McCaw. Andrews has been critical of the way the school handled a number of SA allegations. Andrews, then identified as Jane Doe 7, was one of more than 20 plaintiffs who sued Liberty for mishandling SA allegations in a lawsuit that has since been settled. Liberty is currently under a Department of Education federal investigation for how it handled student reports of SA. Andrews was outspoken about Liberty before, during, and after that legal process, prompting Freeze to send her 3 direct messages, which AL.com has reviewed. In the one Andrews posted a screenshot of in July, Freeze refers to McCaw as the most Jesus-like leader he had ever been around. Before arriving at Liberty, McCaw was the athletic director at Baylor before resigning amidst an SA scandal. McCaw hired Freeze in December 2018 in his first head coaching job after resigning in shame from Ole Miss in 2017. You don't even know Ian McCaw, Freeze wrote in his unsolicited message to Andrews. He is the most Jesus-like leader I have ever seen or been around, but you take every chance you can to take a shot at him. I don't understand that mentality. Her July tweet got considerable attention at the time, generating multiple stories and at one point becoming a trending topic on Twitter. That tweet saw a surge in popularity again last weekend when Auburn focused its search for its next football coach on Freeze. Critics of a potential Freeze hire reshared Andrews' tweet as a troubling sign that Freeze had not reformed the way he claimed since his well-publicized extramarital affairs when he was caught making at least 12 phone calls to escort services during his tenure as Ole Miss's head coach. Freeze has multiple instances of sending unsolicited messages to critics on Twitter over the years. Of course, a discussion about an overwhelmingly male-dominated sport couldn't be complete without at least one harassment scandal from a high-profile, well-paid coach, now could it? Even after discussions about Freeze's conduct at Briarcrest came to light, discussions popped up on Reddit and other forums where people called Freeze's regularly creepy behavior an open secret. But somehow, once Sean and Leigh and Tuohy sent 2 athletes off to Ole Miss, the school where they have their name on buildings after massive financial contributions, somehow Freeze has escaped from Briarcrest and is off to Ole Miss too. Now, again, I don't have any special insider knowledge. I don't have any special proof that the Tuohys knew of Freeze's behavior, or even if they did, if they took that into account when pulling whatever strings they could pull. I just thought it was worth mentioning because, well, he's a massive player in this entire story, and he's got plenty of crimes of his own to answer for. And like I've said many times, every piece of this puzzle is suspicious, but it would leave a lot more room for benefit of the doubt had the Tuohys actually adopted Michael Oher like they said they did. But the truth is, the Tuohys are liars. After decades of calling themselves his adoptive parents, the Tuohys are finally facing public backlash for instead locking this man into a nearly 20-year conservatorship. And that's what we need to break down next. What are these legal conflicts going on between Michael Oher and the Tuohy family? And what do they say about how all these pieces of the puzzle fit together? The lawsuit. I titled this section The Lawsuit because that's what everybody's calling it, but I do want to be clear and accurate here. As of the time that I'm filming this, there is no actual lawsuit yet. Instead, there is a petition which was filed in Shelby County Court in Tennessee to end the conservatorship that the Tuohys have over Michael. And with no official adoption on record, ending the conservatorship will sever all legal ties between them. So what exactly happened here? Where did the Tuohys lie, and why did the Tuohys lie? What are the differences between an adoption and a conservatorship? Let's dive in. On August 14th, 2023, just a few weeks ago at the time that I'm filming this, a petition was filed in the probate court of Shelby County, Tennessee by Michael Oher, now 37 years old, requesting to end the conservatorship that Sean and Leigh Ann Tuohy have held over him for 19 years. As the petition alleges, Michael Jerome Oher petitions the probate court for an order for a financial accounting in the above reference caused to close the conservatorship, for an order requiring the co-conservators Sean Tuohy and Leigh Ann Tuohy to show cause for failure to meet their required duties to provide regular accountancy or to act in the best interest of their ward, Michael J. Oher. So he's asking them, hey, end this conservatorship and pay me what you owe me. We'll get into the messy details on the money in a bit. Now, the Tuohys have claimed that the only reason they didn't legally adopt Michael is that he was over 18 years old. And that would be a great excuse if being over 18 years old actually made any difference. No, the state of Tennessee allows you to adopt someone over the age of 18. There was nothing standing in their way. As Ryan McFarland law says, Tennessee law allows adult adoption. If two people are adopting an adult, they must be married to one another. A married person cannot adopt without their spouse's consent. The only way to retain one birth parent's parental rights in an adult adoption is for a step-parent adoption to occur. Otherwise, both birth parents' parental rights are terminated. Okay, so as others have been saying, maybe that means that the Tuohys didn't want to step on the rights of Michael Oher's birth mom. Maybe they were struggling to get in contact with Denise Oher, and they didn't want to have to go through all those extra legal hoops of getting her consent to have them become his only legal parents. After all, time was of the essence, especially with the NCAA breathing down their neck, right? Well, no, that also doesn't make sense. Once again, if we look at Ryan McFarland's law office in their post about adult adoption laws in Tennessee, it says, the birth parents do not have to consent to the adoption, but they must be given notice of the action unless they are deceased. The law states when a petitioner seeks to adopt a person who is 18 years of age or older, only the sworn written consent of the person sought to be adopted shall be required and no order. Okay, so Denise Oher wouldn't have to give her consent. Others are saying maybe they just didn't want to get in her way. Maybe they didn't want her to have to terminate legal custody. Let Michael's birth mom keep her rights. Let him have the best of both worlds, right? Wrong! Because according to the legal petition filed a few weeks ago, Denise Oher hasn't had legal custody of Michael since 1996. As the legal petition claims right there on page 1, on April 14th, 1996, when Michael was not quite 11 years old, his custody was awarded to the Tennessee Department of Human Services, in whose legal care and control he would remain until becoming an adult. So there were exactly 0 reasons that the Tuohys couldn't have actually adopted him, especially if that's what they were claiming to do. Interesting. Let's see what else the legal petition says. In September 2003, Michael's junior year, Michael began playing sports at Briarcrest. From the beginning, he excelled. He made first string for the Tennessee All-State game in both football and basketball, and was selected to play in the Army All-American Bowl his senior year of football. Football scholarship offers poured in from the powerhouse football universities across the nation. During his 10th and 11th grade years at Briarcrest, September 2002 until June 2004, Michael often stayed at the home of the grandfather of his friend Quinterio Franklin, and he had other benefactors as well. During the summer after his junior year at Briarcrest, Michael also occasionally stayed with Sean and Leanne Tuohy. Where other parents of Michael's classmates saw Michael as simply a nice kid in need, conservators Sean Tuohy and Leanne Tuohy saw something else, a gullible young man whose athletic talent could be exploited for their own benefit. Almost immediately after Michael moved in, the Tuohys presented him with what he understood to be legal papers that were a necessary step in the adoption process. Michael trusted the Tuohys and signed where they told him to sign. What he signed, however, and unknown to Michael until February of 2023, were not adoption papers or the equivalent of adoption papers. Instead, it was the petition for appointment of conservators, which was filed in this cause on August 9th, 2004 by Deborah Brannon, attorney of record. Miss Brannon was so close to the Tuohy family that Michael was encouraged to refer to her as Aunt Debbie. Wait, I'm sorry, hold up, what's this? The Tuohys have another friend in on this? Sean and Leanne have Michael Lewis, lifelong friend who wrote the book The Blind Side. They have Fred Smith, CEO of FedEx and billionaire who financed the production of the movie. They have Hugh Freeze, a lifelong friend who they're able to get move schools with, okay? And now they also have Deborah Brannon, who is such a close family friend that the Tuohys have their children refer to her as their aunt. And she's the one they had counseling Michael into signing the conservatorship papers. For anyone out there who wants to claim, well, Michael did sign the papers, I want you to put yourself in his position for a moment. You have 2 adults who have spent months letting you live in their home. Their kids have become like siblings to you. They tell you to call them mom and dad. You have finally opened up your heart to them and finally trust that they do have your best interest in mind. They tell you they want to adopt you and that this is a necessary part of the process, and then a lawyer tells you the same thing. What teenager wouldn't trust them? We're always told as children to trust our parents, to trust the adults in our lives. Michael, despite a childhood of adult betrayal, had found it in his heart to trust people again, and so he did. I would have done the same thing. Hell, I also signed some stupid contracts at 18. I'm 30 and still paying off my student loans, and I bet a lot of you guys watching this are too. This was 100% a situation of the Tuohys taking advantage of Michael. And to hear the lawyer here was, once again, a friend they had in high places. There's a pattern here, isn't there? So let's continue. The petition then cites the agreement from August 9th, 2004, which states the following. They, meaning Sean and Leanne, shall have all powers of attorney to act on his behalf, and that the said Michael Jerome Williams Jr. shall not be allowed to enter into any contracts or bind himself without the direct approval of his guardians and conservators. That the said Michael Jerome Williams Jr. will further not be allowed to make medical and educational decisions on his behalf and have full and complete access to all his medical and school records in the same vein as had they been his natural parents and guardians. Okay, so a few things. First, I should have clarified this earlier, but Michael Oher's birth name was Michael Williams, and that's because Williams was his father's last name, but he went by Michael Michael Oher because his mom's last name is Oher and he spent almost no time with his birth father. Anyway, that's not what I want to focus on. What I want to focus on is complete authority to make educational decisions on his behalf. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but theoretically, could the Tuohys have decided for Michael that he was going to Ole Miss? I'm not saying they did, but it kind of looks like they set it up so that they could. And the medical decisions thing, like, bro, he was a legal adult. Sean and Leigh Tuohy convinced an 18-year-old boy to sign away all his rights to them so that they could skirt NCAA rules. That's really what's happening here. Back to the petition. The lie of Michael's adoption is one upon which co-conservators Leigh Tuohy and Sean Tuohy have enriched themselves at the expense of their ward. Michael Oher discovered this lie to his chagrin and embarrassment in February of 2023 when he learned that the conservatorship to which he consented on the basis that doing so would make him a member of the Tuohy family, in fact, provided him no familial relationship to the Tuohys. This isn't just infuriating, this is also heartbreaking. Sean and Leigh had fully convinced Michael that they loved him like a son. I hope he destroys them, dude. Now let's get into some of the financial allegations, which is where a lot of the disputes from the Tuohys are coming from. Later in the petition, it talks about the profits from selling the rights to the movie, and this is what it says. Upon information and belief, the Tuohys used their status as conservators for Michael Oher to negotiate a contract with Fox for the movie The Blind Side based on Michael's life story. Interestingly, Section 18, titled Notices and Payments of All Four of the Tuohy family members' contracts with 20th Century Fox, lists Matthew Snyder at Creative Artists Agency as the Tuohy's contact, but the agent and attorney to receive contract and payment notices for Michael is listed as Debbie Brannon Esquire. What? Sean and Leigh Tuohy registered themselves with an official, legitimate agent from Creative Artists Agency, or CAA, which is a well-known agency that deals with negotiations for movie rights and the like, but they didn't get Michael an agent with the same reputable firm. Instead, they let their friend Debbie handle it. The same Debbie who helped them trick Michael into signing a conservatorship while lying to him that it was the same as adoption. Upon confirmation and belief, conservators negotiated for themselves and natural-born children a contract price of $225,000 plus 2.5% of all future defined net proceeds. All payments were contingent upon Fox first acquiring Michael's signature. Now, this part of the petition is saying that the Tuohys took a cut when the movie rights were sold. However, the 2.5% defined net proceeds thing is a little shaky here, and I think this is what Michael Lewis was getting at earlier when he said that Hollywood was to blame and that Michael Oher should join the writer's strike. Hollywood is known for doing, for lack of a better term, creative accounting. Like many large businesses, big movie studios like to write things off tax-wise so that movies technically make as little net profit as possible. You know, like how Amazon likes to avoid taxes and things like that. When a contract says that someone's getting a percentage of defined net proceeds, if the studio has a creative enough accountant, that amount might just be zero forever because they'll make it look like there was never any true profit, only revenue. So it's hard to say how much anyone actually made from defined net proceeds or whether anyone ever made anything from that at all, Tuohy family included. But that's not the part we need to focus on. What we need to focus on is this next part. A contract also exists entitled Life Story Rights Agreement, purportedly signed by Michael Oher, dated April 20th, 2007, in which the subject Michael Oher appears to give away to Fox without any payment whatsoever the perpetual, unconditional, and exclusive right throughout the world to use and portray Michael Oher's name, likeness, voice, appearance, personality, personal experiences, incidents, and situations, and events based upon or taken from Michael Oher's life story in connection with motion pictures and otherwise from dates mentioned in the Blind Side book through the end of the 2008 NFL draft, and non-exclusive rights to his life after the 2008 NFL draft. Michael Oher believes that the signature on this document is very similar to his own, and he does not know whether the signature was forged. However, Michael does know that he at no time ever willingly or knowingly signed this document, and that nobody ever presented this contract to him with any explanation that he was going to be signing such a document or any document concerning his rights to his name, image, life story, or to Fox or anybody else. Yeah, they wanted to take the rights to his likeness without payment to Michael. The rest of the petition goes through the things that Michael was hoping to accomplish with this filing, which includes the dissolution of the conservatorship, plus asks for payment for all the money the Tuohys made off the lie that they'd adopted Michael, and I guess that could include things like Leigh Tuohy's reality TV show where she pretended to be an expert on adoption, or maybe her motivational speeches, or maybe The Blind Side. Anyway, thankfully the Tuohys have agreed to end the conservatorship. I say thankfully, but I mean bare minimally. Michael is 37 years old. He has a wife and children of his own. Why the fuck did the Tuohys even have a conservatorship in effect? Were they worried that if they dissolved it, there would be press about the fact that they never actually adopted him? Well, I guess that's what's happening now. Anyway, on August 18th, NPR reported the following. During a news conference in Memphis this week, one of the Tuohys' attorneys, Randall Fishman, said the couple intends to enter into a legal agreement to end the nearly 20-year conservatorship. If that's what Oher wants to do, terminate it, then we're more than glad to do so, Fishman said. In an earlier statement issued to NPR, NPR, Martin Singer, another one of the Tuohy's attorneys, said they are heartbroken over these events and the idea of the family ever profiting off Oher is transparently ridiculous. The notion that a couple worth hundreds of millions of dollars would connive to withhold a few $1,000s in profit participation payments from anyone, let alone someone they loved as a son, defies belief, Singer said. Yeah, it's ridiculous and defies belief that rich people would do shady things to keep getting richer. Do they think that the general public just all collectively forgot about people like Donald Trump? But this still doesn't answer the question on everybody's mind. Why did the Tuohys choose a conservatorship in the first place if not to have financial control over Michael, who was likely to be an even more lucrative business investment than another Taco Bell location could be? If this wasn't a business decision, then what was it? As many articles were quick to point out, the situation is so incredibly weird, and many journalists and legal experts alike have spoken up about how unorthodox a conservatorship is in these circumstances. As the Seattle Times reported in August of 2023, this much is clear. The conservatorship departed in several ways from Tennessee legal norms. According to the case file, a court granted the Tuohy's petition even though Oher didn't meet the criteria for a person needing a conservator. Nor, as typically required, did the court compel the Tuohys to disclose how they handled Oher's affairs, even though he had the potential to sign a lucrative NFL contract. The unusual arrangement and the workaround the Tuohys devised to help Oher qualify academically to play in college reflect the football-mad culture of the University of Mississippi, the Tuohys' deep connections to the university and the football program, and the lengths they went to stay within NCAA rules. The whole thing is just bizarre, Susan Mee, a lawyer in Tennessee who focuses on conservatorships, said of the legal arrangement, adding that the Tuohys should have updated the court when Oher became a millionaire pro athlete. To fully understand the situation at hand here, we need to back up for a second. So what exactly is a conservatorship? Conservatorships, free Britney and more. Conservatorships as a legal agreement first entered public consciousness a few years ago when everyone was talking about free Britney. In case you need a refresher, here's what happened there. Back in 2008, famous pop singer and absolute icon of the 90s and 2000s, Britney Spears was issued a 5150 or a forcible mental health evaluation and psychiatric hold. After this 5150, her father, Jamie Spears, petitioned to place her under conservatorship, claiming that she was too mentally unstable to handle her own affairs. Shortly after, she was issued another psychiatric hold, after which Jamie was issued a temporary conservatorship of Britney's estate. During the next decade, Britney continued to work, performing shows and earning money, all while her father retained the right to control her assets. She was also placed on birth control without her consent and other things like that that violated her bodily autonomy. In 2019, the Free Britney movement started to take off. Through the power of social media, Britney's fans spread the word about the fact that Britney did not have all the same rights and freedoms that most adults are guaranteed. In 2021, the documentary Framing Britney Spears premiered, which caused people even outside of Britney's fan base to finally understand what was going on. The conservatorship was finally dissolved on November 12th, 2021. That's a wild oversimplification of what happened, but the important thing to know here is this. It wasn't until 2019 at the earliest, or potentially 2021, that the majority of the general public even knew what a conservatorship was. Back in 2004, 15 to 17 years before Britney's situation went mainstream, it would have been so easy to trick a teenager into thinking a conservatorship was an adoption and that they were basically the same thing. But a lot of lawyers are saying that in the case of Michael's conservatorship, it's weird how it even got passed in the first place. As the Washington Post reported, the nature of the conservatorship that Oher was placed under is not clear and somewhat unusual. Tennessee law reserves conservatorships for people with mental or physical disabilities who lack the capacity to make decisions for themselves, said Barbara Moss, an attorney in the state who is experienced in conservatorships. You have a doctor say you have a mental or physical disability in whole or in part, Moss said. From an outside legal perspective, she said, the arrangement with Oher and the Tuohys was bizarre. I've never seen something like that happen, she said. From what I know of Michael Oher, he wouldn't have qualified. I've seen this point brought up time and time again, that it's extremely weird that a court granted the Tuohys conservatorship when Michael has never had any known disabilities. But did we forget? The Tuohys falsely got Michael classified as disabled. We talked about this 2 hours ago in this very video, and I told you not to forget about it. Michael Lewis told us in the original Blindside book, here's what he told us. He said the following, and I quote, "There was a hitch, of course. There was always a hitch. But like every great prestidigitator, Sean knew that hitch was also an opportunity. The BYU courses might be used to replace the F's on Michael's transcript with A's, but only if they were taken during the school year. That's when Sean discovered, deep in the recesses of the NCAA rules, yet another loophole. A student athlete was allowed to generate fresh new grades for himself right up until August 1st, as long as that student athlete was learning disabled, whatever that meant, though Sean had no idea if Michael was actually learning disabled, but now that it was important for him to be learning disabled, Sean couldn't imagine any decent human being trying to argue that he wasn't. But in case some dark soul wanted to make the case, Sean began to propose the rebuttal in his head.
He's just gotta be LD, he said as he flipped through the yellow pages looking for someone to provide him with the necessary paperwork. Of course, he couldn't just declare Michael learning disabled himself. He needed a document signed by some pointy-headed shrink. Sean called the Briarcrest academic counselor, who came up with the name of a bona fide licensed psychological examiner. A few days later, Sean wrote a check to cover the cost of the test and dropped both it and Michael at the front door of her office. When Michael came through the door to have his brain examined, they were shocked by the implications. They gave him the Wechsler intelligence test and then a series of achievement tests. Michael later told Leanne he thought they were testing him for insanity. The holes in his mind were obvious enough. He was still working well below grade level. He would probably never read a book for pleasure. When she'd finished the testing, Jessup called Sean Tuohy. She wanted to see him in person. "Is this going to get me by the NCAA or not?" he asked. It worked. Michael, to everyone's delight, was certifiably learning disabled. So ignoring all the glaring holes in that, like the fact that Michael would never read a book for pleasure when now he's not only written 2 books, but has also talked about in those books about his lifelong love of English literature, can we talk about the fact that Michael Lewis straight up said that Sean Tuohy went and got signed documents declaring Michael Oher disabled so that he could use a loophole for him to complete his courses by August 1st? I don't have any special insider information on this. I just read all the books and the documents that are publicly available. This information has been out there all along. So here's something else you might be asking now. Savvy, regardless of whether or not Michael was falsely accused of being learning disabled or whether Britney Spears was actually dealing with mental illness or anything else, don't conservatorships still leave room for a lot of abuse? Even if someone is mentally ill or is disabled in some way, that doesn't mean that someone else should have ownership over them. That seems awfully ableist. Yeah, it does. Because it is. Fueled by ableism. Ableism is the prejudice or discrimination against people because of their disability status, whether that be a disability regarding walking or a medical condition or that person's mental health status. On this channel, I've talked a lot about ableism before, and I plan to continue to do so more often on this channel. You may have noticed that while I've talked a lot in this video about how much I've enjoyed watching football in my life, I've never mentioned playing it. That could be because it's traditionally a sport for men, or it could also be because I spent my entire prepubescent child in leg braces and physical therapy, and then my pubescent childhood in a back brace, and then my early adulthood in more physical therapy. The world is set up for able-bodied people, and because disabled people often lack accommodations, that leads to the social infantilization of these people. And when you view disabled people as less capable of making their own decisions, well, then you get things like conservatorships. Shortly after ESPN broke the news about Michael Oher's conservatorship, Insider released an article called "The Michael Oher Adoption Controversy Exposes How Ableism and Racism Can Work Hand in Hand to Create a White Savior Narrative." As the article explains, some disability activists said the question of whether Oher was mentally disabled or not misses the point. In most states, under a conservatorship, courts appoint an individual to make decisions on behalf of a person because they are considered incapacitated and no longer competent to manage their own affairs. In the movie, the character of Oher was painted as someone who needed to be rescued by white foster parents. In real life, Oher was placed under a conservatorship that saw him as incapable of managing his own affairs. Racism and ableism work hand in hand when it comes to the Tuohy's conservatorship of Oher, according to some experts. Marginalization is rendering something or someone into a non-entity, Lassiter said. Ableism comes in and intersects with it by saying they're not human anyway, or they have all these deficits. The ableism is connected to racism is the idea of you can't survive without me as the white savior helping you. To fully discuss the ableism in this case, I have brought on a disability rights activist named Imani Barbarian, who goes by the name Crutches and Spice online. As a writer and a Black woman with cerebral palsy, Imani uses her blog and her TikTok page to spread awareness about the intersections of racism and ableism, and recently she's been posting on TikTok about how these specific prejudices intersect when it comes to Michael Oher's situation. I have been loving the TikToks that you've been making about the situation and about how you talked about how the conservatorship in the Michael Oher situation specifically was a situation where we saw racism and ableism working together hand in hand, and how you called ableism like a carceral system. Anyone can be forced into it. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, talk about, where you've seen that kind of thing happen or what that kind of means to you.
Yeah, so when I talk about ableism as a system, it really is kind of like nitrous in the tank of every other marginalization. And that includes racism. And when we talk about the history of racism and eugenics and race science, the entire idea, like the broad scope of that idea, was to connect race to a disability, to show that these races are inherently less than because of it was being attached to a disability. And that has reflected itself in every single system that we have. When we think about runaway slave syndrome and drapetomania. You talk about hysteria in women. This has always been the undercurrent of the American system, as well as the American healthcare system. And there are entire systems in our legal system and our courts that allow this to happen. And we have, let me be clear, we have a lot of really good advocates making sure that disabled people are not stuck in these situations, that, non-disabled people too are not kind of thrust in these situations as well. But a lot of people do not know about it. And it's really devastating when people realize that the system they've neglected their entire life, the disabled people that they just see as inspirational, this is the system that they've inherited now that they are disabled, and they are less likely to be believed about their own circumstances because now they're categorized as having a disability.
Yeah, I think it's important too that you bring that up. There's a lot of times, especially when we talk about, systems of discrimination or prejudice or just inequality in general, ableism is one that often gets left out. We talk a lot about sexism and racism, and those things are obviously extremely important, but it's just, you need to talk about the whole picture. And so I like that you're bringing that angle into it. I think what I wanted to know kind of next was, some of these TikToks you were making were talking about the situation with Michael Oher and the conservatorship and the discourse surrounding that specifically. So I was wondering, what are some ways that you've seen ableism contributing to the discourse that we've seen surrounding Michael Oher and his conservatorship and that entire conflict right now?
I think one of the most fascinating things about ableism is that people kind of pick away at these individual moments of the system not working or the system being abused or things like that. And they see it as, this is an aberration of the system itself. This is out of the order of what it's supposed to be, not that the system itself is rotten. And when we talk about Michael Oher or Britney Spears or any of these people that are in conservatorships or guardianships, people believe that this is just an error, but that the system itself should still stand. And that's not, I personally think that conservatorships and guardianships should be abolished. There are other ways, there are other mechanisms by which that can work, but people always want to keep it intact. And the reality is that this has been a system that is designed like this, that you could do this to literally anyone. Anyone is at risk of it. And it takes a lot of planning and a lot of community supports to show the courts, I don't actually need this. And once you are declared having a disability, it is then on you to prove that you do not. And like we go over with ableism itself, that is at a point in which people don't believe you about your own story, about your own experiences. And that's the hard part.
Yeah, especially that's the moment that always gets me. That's like the thing that I find scariest. You have to prove that you don't. You have to prove a negative to somebody. You have to, and people are already in a place where they don't believe you. It's kind of that lack of belief that can be especially scary. It's a very inherent denial of your own humanity, and you get kind of trapped in this situation that it's almost impossible to get out of, which is terrifying. Yeah.
It's quite terrifying. And then you hear people say things like, oh, Michael Oher is not disabled, therefore he does not deserve to be treated like this, and not the idea that nobody should be treated like this, including disabled people. And people think that this is some sort of radical belief to say, oh, well, this is a problem because he doesn't have a disability. The problem is that we reserve the system for disabled people and then think it's okay. But as soon as somebody who is more popular, who has more notoriety, then it's an issue. But there are 1.5 million people in conservatorships and guardianships to date, and we don't even keep an accurate record of those people because they're not well monitored.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point too. Like what we saw a lot of in the Britney Spears situation, for example, once the conservatorship was ended, a lot of people celebrated, but then now we still have all these people who are trying to always monitor her mental health and see should she have actually still been in it? Is the way she's behaving, and it's the thing is well, no, she as a human has the right to behave how she wants to behave, whether or not her mental health is perfect or not. That doesn't matter. The system itself is what is the problem. And I think a lot of people are missing that because they're still trying to evaluate whether she could be someone who deserves it. And it's that constant feeling of being watched. I think that's just so scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constant state of surveillance.
Yeah.
Especially if you're on benefits, you have to be disabled enough to qualify. You have to be and present as disabled enough to qualify for the supports that you need to survive day to day. But then you can't be too disabled to have your rights taken away from your entire autonomy, your entire personhood. In some states, you can't even vote if you're in a conservatorship or guardianship. So when we talk about how limiting it is, people do not have any clue until they're in it. And this is the cloud that has been hung over disabled people's heads our entire adult lives. And we fear it every single day.
One of the things that I think is especially infuriating, but that you see a lot in these cases, is this whole, like, benevolent ableism idea where people think that they're trying to do something for someone's own good. And I've seen you talking about that in some of your videos and things like that as well. Like, people think like, oh, this system, it might have failed in this case, but for the most part, it's set up as a way to help people who can't help themselves and that kind of thing. And that can be, I mean, extremely insulting and also be a huge struggle for the people who are affected by it. But I'm wondering, you've mentioned that there are so many better solutions. There are so many other things that we could be looking at instead of, a conservatorship type of situation. We could abolish that and then, put other systems in place. I'm wondering, what are some solutions that you've proposed or that you think could work instead of having conservatorships at all?
Well, actually, I'm not an attorney, so I try to stray away from it. And different systems exist in different states. But what I will say is this. There are several states' protection advocacy agencies working on guidelines on alternatives to guardianships and conservatorships. And I would encourage people to look at their own state's agency to see what they're putting out there about alternatives. Now, the protection advocacy agency that I used to work for, Disability Rights Pennsylvania, DRNPA on YouTube, they have an entire 20-part series being broken down by a lawyer about what the alternatives are to this system, and I encourage people to go look at those. Additionally, too, what a lot of people don't realize is that he signed those papers, but you can be put into a conservatorship and guardianship and not even know. You could have it filed for your name in like a county court and be put in a conservatorship by a judge. Sometimes people aren't even notified that they're in a conservatorship or guardianship until somebody shows up at their house to quote unquote take care of them. So this idea that an 18-year-old, a child, signed a paper that was given him by people that he trusted, that they had his mother like in the court so that it was less contested, that every single adult around him told him that this is the correct thing to do. Why wouldn't he? That he trusts these people. He's 18 years old. He's a child. And there are grown adults that are in this situation that, got a little confused at the bank. Wendy Williams I think Wells Fargo filed a conservatorship for Wendy Williams at one point. So this idea that like he was just ill-informed or he just made the wrong choice and now he regrets it, it's just not true. When I tell people that this could literally happen to anybody, I mean that with my full chest.
Oh, it absolutely could. I know so many people, like I have so many friends who have been in situations where they were like this close to getting rights taken away from them. It's especially terrifying. And I think a lot of people there's this whole debate going on about like, is he trying to get money off of them? Is he trying to promote a new book? Is he trying to get back in public consciousness for this? But the legal documents are there that the conservatorship was filed. And at the end of the day, we have to wonder, why did that happen? What is their motivation there? Why did, in a vacuum and everything else removed from that is an issue in and of itself.
Well, not only that, but I think, too, people are very narrow-minded in the scope of what this looks like. Mm-hmm. And we're in a particularly tumultuous political time. I believe it was Tennessee that put into their gender affirming care restrictions that people had to be tested for autism beforehand.
The same state this conservatorship was filed in, Tennessee. So, yep.
Exactly. So it would be easier for people and to put conservatorships and guardianships on trans individuals or gender non-conforming individuals. Imagine being in an abusive relationship and your partner files a conservatorship or guardianship for you. They no longer believe you. And even with abortion, do you really want an abortion? Or are you just out of your mind? So I'm going to put a conservatorship or guardianship over you so that you continue that pregnancy. This is when I tell people that the system is rotten, it's rotten and it's not going to be improved. I remember going to a session of watching a movie on institutionalization of disabled people. And the one thing that one of the panelists said that always stuck with me is you cannot do a bad idea well. You cannot fix a system that was designed to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
And when we take away the rights and autonomy of disabled people, it extends to everyone. Because not only can, even as an able-bodied or able-minded or just able person in general, be thrust in this situation, but you cannot predict for me what's going to happen to you tomorrow.
I think it's great that you're running the blog that you have, your website, your TikTok, all these things that are spreading this information, making people more aware. What are some things you think people could do to get involved or help out with trying to, make this? I know you can't fix the system, but what can we do in our lives to just try to make something improve in any way?
So there are a lot of state agencies that work on autonomy for disabled people that are overwhelmed, like devastatingly overwhelmed. According to, I think it was like the Kaiser Family Foundation, there are about 656,000 people on wait lists for services. And that puts them at great risk because if they don't get services in their community, then the idea is to further institutionalize them and take them out of society by any means necessary, including conservatorships, guardianships, nursing homes, what have you. So start pestering your politicians to end wait lists, for services, to make sure that there are more home and community-based services. So we need to make sure that those are fully funded and fully flushed out. Raising the wages of direct support workers. You could look up your state's average wage for somebody who's a direct support worker or care worker for a disabled person. They are very, very, very low. In the state that I live in, it's about $13. And we are really at a cliff's edge right now because they're understaffed like you wouldn't believe. Make sure that you're advocating for this stuff now. Again, I try to always impress the people that this system, the way that ableism works is once you become disabled, people cease to believe you about these things. So talk about it now, plan for it now, and don't just plan for yourself, plan for society at large. Don't leave behind a gaping hole of issues because you're too scared to go against the system.
Absolutely. Awesome. I really appreciate that you were able to take the time to talk with me today. So don't forget to check out Imani's blog, Crutches and Spice, and her TikTok, both of which I have linked in the description below. This situation is complicated, to say the very least. And to throw one more thing into the mix, Michael Oher has also just released a new book, a sort of second half to his first memoir. And it's time to review Michael's most recent piece of writing, his new book, When Your Back's Against the Wall. Book review for When Your Back's Against the Wall by Michael Oher. When Your Back's Against the Wall is the second book released by Michael Oher. It was released just this year, and it's kind of the part 2 to the memoir that he wrote in his first book, I Beat the Odds. That book kind of covers up until his time getting started in the NFL, and then this book takes us from the rest of his time in the NFL up until kind of where we are right now, excluding the current legal conflict and things like that. Part of the premise of this book is very similar to part of the premise of the previous one, which is that a lot of these problems that Michael has faced in his life and a lot of the things that he talks about stems from this idea that there are a lot of kids stuck in a foster care system, there are a lot of kids who don't have parents, and there's a lot of systemic poverty that's keeping kids in these situations. Throughout the book, it details his journey of trying to get a school started to help the kids who are in these situations specifically have access to a better education, because that's an opportunity that he was grateful to have, and he wants to make sure that other kids get to have that opportunity as well, not just people like him who are standout football prodigies. So the book takes us through his journey of meeting with foster homes, meeting with pastors, meeting with educators, just meeting with a variety of people who he plans to team up with to make this dream of starting a school for kids in the foster system into a reality. He talks about how this book is about his focus on the future now, how his career in the NFL is in his past, and while he's going to tell us stories about those times, right now he's gotten really focused on looking towards the future and how he doesn't want to be known for being someone who was helped by other people, but rather he wants to be remembered for the impact that he has on others. And I think that that's a really important point, especially looking at the fact that for so much of his life, it was always other people telling his story. He was the one who was being saved by someone, whether that was the Tuohy family acting as the heroes, or whether that was Michael Lewis being the person to tell his story in the book The Blind Side. He's like, I want my legacy to be the fact that I did things to help other people and I made the world a better place, not just that other people made my life better. He wants to be the subject subject in his own life, not the object. Couldn't agree more. He does talk a little bit about the experience of having seen a movie based on his life and how it always felt really off. He specifically mentions that it always felt weird to have other people writing his story, especially before he was even approached for an interview, which I believe is, again, a reference to Michael Lewis and the fact that when Michael Lewis was writing the book The Blind Side, he originally told the story of Michael's life based solely on the testimonies of Sean and Leanne Tuohy and of coaches and teachers and things like that, and didn't even reach out to Michael for an interview until Michael had to contact him. So he's over here like, it's really weird having had so many other people tell your story your entire life. He also wants to clear up the fact that he was never illiterate. The book The Blind Side specifically says that Michael Oher was basically illiterate, that he struggled with understanding English, things like that. Michael Oher's over here saying, guys, I was never illiterate. There was never a point where I was in high school not knowing how to read. That actually just didn't happen. He also talks a lot about the people who were part of his high school experience that made his life a lot better, that helped him obtain those opportunities. He says this in the book, and it's something I've also said in this video. None of us exist solely on an island. We all have to help each other out in this world. None of us is going to be able to make our way in this world solely by ourselves. And so he talks about some of the people that were helpful to him growing up, and now he wants to be helpful and a force like that for other kids. One person he talks about a lot is Steve Simpson, the principal at Briarcrest. He talks about how Steve Simpson kind of took a leap of faith in admitting him into the school when Michael was still a little bit on shaky ground in terms of his academic standing at the time. In this book, he ends up meeting up with Steve Simpson, that principal, again later to kind of talk about things in retrospect, reflect on the past, things like that. He also spends a lot of time talking about Coach John Harrington, who was the basketball coach at Briarcrest, because remember, while Michael did end up going to college on football scholarship, he was also playing basketball throughout the entirety of his high school career and was doing very well on that team as well. If having friends in high places and using your friendship connections has been a very common theme in this video, and we've talked a lot about how the Tuohys use their connections with lawyers and journalists and billionaires who can fund production companies and things like that as a way to get things done their way, to tell their own story. We can look at another figure that we've talked about who doesn't get the recognition that the Tuohy family has gotten, which is, of course, Big Tony. As we've mentioned, Big Tony also utilized his friendships and relationships, but he seemed to use them much more for good than the Tuohys do, in my opinion. In this book, Michael talks about how Big Tony was very good friends with Coach John Harrington, who was the basketball coach at Briarcrest, which also went a long way for, Michael getting those experiences and opportunities on the basketball team. Big Tony was kind of always around in the basketball arena. That kind of got the ball rolling on a lot of things. Once again, Big Tony was such a huge influence, and so was the basketball coach. Why are these people all erased from the story? This book does also have a Christian angle, and like I mentioned earlier, in the Tuohy's book, In a Heartbeat, there's a huge Christian angle where they're throwing a lot of Bible verses at us. Now, you guys know I'm not a particularly religious person myself. I know very little about religion. I grew up Catholic for the first part of my childhood, but I don't even remember it that well, so I'm not the person to ask about religion. However, you guys know I'm the kind of person who I don't like when people use religion as an excuse to be an asshole, which is kind of what I feel like the Tuohys have been doing. This book has a Christian angle in it as well, and I want to be clear that I think having a religious or spiritual angle to your writing can absolutely make sense if that's something that inspires you a lot as a writer, as a creative person, and it's a big part of your identity. Michael is a Christian man. He is involved in the Christian church and things like that. So in this book, he does talk about a Christian angle, how he met a coach at his high school named Coach Fry, and Coach Fry gave him a Bible, helped break down the Bible stories with him, helped him understand religion. While the religious angle in this book didn't really resonate with me personally, because again, I'm not a particularly religious person, it definitely felt a lot more relevant than it did in the Tuohy's book, because the Tuohy's were just kind of throwing Bible verses at us. Then in the Blind Side book, we had Michael Lewis just kind of excusing the church's homophobia out of nowhere. This book doesn't do anything like that. It just kind of occasionally uses religious figurative language throughout it, saying things like, well, as we know, when God closes a door, he might open a window for us, and then talk about finding new opportunities or things like that, as well as Michael discussing his own experiences with religion and how those have been helpful and inspirational to him throughout his own life, which I think is a much healthier approach to it personally. That is the extent of what we hear about Michael's time in high school. We hear about Coach Fry, who gave him the Bible. We hear about Coach Harrington, the basketball coach. We hear a little bit about Big Tony, and we hear absolutely zero about the Tuohys. They're not mentioned once in this entire book, which is kind of wonderful, and also kind of says a lot about the fact that Michael's able to tell his own story without them being even a part of it, let alone being the main characters. He also brings up the fact that, like, earlier I mentioned that it seemed like him saying people telling my story for me without approaching me for an interview first seems like it was a dig at Michael Lewis. Later in the book, we get confirmation that it absolutely was. He talks about how Michael Lewis specifically did not consult him about the book until the very end. Michael, when he heard about this book, assumed assumed that he was going to be involved with this book as just giving an interview of an example of someone who is a left tackle who's talking about that because his story is included in the book. He didn't realize that the book was going to be so much a telling of his particular life story. When the book came out, Michael at the time didn't really read it. He just wanted to focus on his college career at Mississippi because this book came out like right at the start of Michael's time at Ole Miss. So he was like, you know what, I'm going to focus on my career. I'm not going to worry about this. He didn't realize the impact that it was going to have on his life at the time. I also think it's just extremely awful of Michael Lewis that he didn't even approach him for an interview. But savvy, you might be saying, you didn't approach Michael Oher for an interview for this video. Yes, actually I did. I did reach out to him for an interview. I'm not a big enough deal for him to know who I am. And also with the legal conflicts going on, I get the vibe that he and most of the Tuohy family, a lot of them are kind of avoiding journalists like the plague right now. I reached out to a lot of people for an interview for this video. But anyway, let's continue. The book then goes on to talk about how in the NFL draft, when Michael's first getting drafted for the Ravens, he learns that he was the number 23 pick, but he could have been a higher pick, which he learns later, that it's because coaches were concerned about his intelligence because the Blind Side book had just come out a couple years before. A lot of them had been reading this book, and he heard talk of coaches saying like, oh, is he going to be able to learn a playbook? Like, this book basically talks about him like not being able to read, barely being able to understand basic academic concepts. Is he going to be able to learn the playbook? Is he going to be able to read? Is he like academically competent enough to be on this team? And Michael was like, oh fuck. Michael Lewis really did me wrong with this, which he did. The quote that Michael has in this book specifically says, the book was starting to become one of the biggest unforeseen obstacles in my life. And just how sad is that to have someone writing a book where they're trying to say that they're telling your life story as a success story, but within your success story, the way they tell it makes you look like such a victim that it ends up actually hurting your future opportunities. I don't know how Michael Lewis sleeps at night, honestly. The rest of the book goes through kind of, you know, some of his big games in the NFL, playing in the Super Bowl, a bunch of cool things like that. He talks a little bit about dealing with his concussion and the aftermath of all of that and how difficult that was. And then the part that I want to end this review on is an interesting discussion that happened in this book shortly after he was in the process of starting to retire from the NFL, which was him basically having sort of an existential crisis, thinking, okay, I'm 31 years old right now, which is especially relevant to me because at the time that this video is premiering, I'm going to be turning 31 years old in exactly 1 week. So that's a little scary to me too. It's a little scary to me thinking, oh no, I'm getting old. From Michael's perspective though, he's thinking I'm 31, I'm not that old, my life is just beginning, but my career is ending. I have just finished my NFL career. What's next? And a lot of people might not necessarily think about this because you think, okay, he had a successful career as a professional athlete. He made money. If he invests it and saves it well, he's set for the rest of his life. He doesn't have these everyday stresses that he used to have or that a lot of people currently still have. What's the big deal? The big deal is that all of Michael's books up until this point, everything he's written about, everything he's talked about with his life, the way his life has been portrayed is everything has been about football, whether that's playing football in high school, playing football in college, playing football in the NFL, disputing whether or not he knew how to play football before he met the Tuohys, talking about his childhood of constantly trying to study and learn the game, playing football as a kid. Everything in his life had been in preparation for a career in the NFL, and this is what you see with a lot of professional athletes. You have an extreme passion for a game, you have something you love about it, and you spend your entire life perfecting that skill, getting better and better at it, but it's a skill that you can't do forever because it relies on your physical body. When you get a career-ending injury or when your body's just too old to be able to play or perform the way that it used to, what now? What's next? Every moment of your life had been spent preparing for this career, and now that career is over. What's your purpose? So that line of questioning that he had to go through, I found extremely relatable just on a human level of thinking about what our purposes are, what our goals are when we go into a certain career or when we take certain roles in life and how those roles can expire and things like that. Those are the kind of discussions I just love seeing brought up in memoir and in literature in general, so I was glad that he brought it up. The resolution to this is kind of the fact that, one, Michael's life is really about being a father now. He has a couple of kids with his wife, and he's really stepping into that role as a father. And in addition to that, a lot of his life now is about what he can do for other people, about hoping to start up a school to give educational opportunities to kids in the foster systems, things like that, which is again why I'm really glad that both of his books have included tangible discussions about how to get involved with helping kids who are in the foster care system or who are homeless or who are dealing with childhood poverty and hunger and things like that. His books really do focus on the solutions to those types of problems and what everyday gay people can do to help and what he's currently doing to help try to solve those problems. So I overall think that his books are a lot more important than an overly glorified Hollywood based on a true story sports movie. So I think it's time that we lead into our final section of this video. Who controls the narrative? The Blind Side claims to be a story about football. How the left tackle protects the quarterback's blind side. Paralleling that, Michael Oher, while playing left tackle, is cast in the role of someone who needs to be protected as well, as someone who has his own blind sides. Within the story, that's the fictionalized story told in Hollywood, the slightly inaccurate story told in the original book, and the real story of what actually happened, a lot of very similar common themes emerge. We have the theme of rich versus poor. Who gets paid for the rights to be used in a movie? Who deserves money? Did the Tuohy's money allow them to be charitable and generous, or did it give them undue power? The Tuohy's wanted this to be a story about family. They wanted family to be the main theme. They did everything in their power to make this into an inspirational story about the power of love, the power of family connection, and the ways that family connection can cross socially constructed barriers like race and social class. But their story was overwhelmingly a lie, and yet they did so much to tell this story anyway, from lying to Michael Lewis, to having their neighbor finance the movie, to having a family friend work as Michael's lawyer. But I think even more than a story about money or family, The Blind Side, and that's both the fake story and the real story, it's all really a story about legacy. There's a legacy in familial lineage. That's what colleges call legacy when they're looking to admit the offspring of their alumni. You know, like how Collins and Michael both went to Ole Miss after both Sean and Leanne had gone to Ole Miss and had legacy at that school. Legacy is how we're remembered, and when you have money, when you have systemic power, you get to control the legacy. It's not just the history that the victors, or in this case, the wealthy, get to be in control of. It's the very concept of legacy itself and how that concept unfolds. In wanting to protect their own legacies, wanting to go down in history as philanthropic saviors, Sean and Leanne Tuohy completely erased any legacy that Michael Oher could build for himself. And in a way, Michael was already at a disadvantage when it came to the concept of building a legacy. In the collegiate sense, sure, he didn't have parents who went to college before he met the Tuohy's, nor did he after, since, you know, they never actually became his parents. Michael had a biological father who was murdered in prison and a biological mother who lost custody of him before he was even in middle school. His legacy was one that society could so easily erase, which is probably why it was so easy for Sean and Leanne to swoop in and try to control his story themselves. Just imagine the hubris that takes. How full of yourself must you be to think that you're the one that gets to exert the control over the entire narrative of someone else's life story? And while it was easy to control the public narrative around Michael's story, that didn't mean it was effortless. The Tuohy's went to such great lengths to keep themselves cast as the heroes, from having Sean's childhood best friend write an entire book about it, filled with almost entirely Sean's false testimony that he used. And then when that book became popular enough to be made into a movie, the movie was made by a company financed by the Tuohy's neighbor, their friend, the father of their daughter's husband. And when it came to the sale of the rights for how that story was going to be told publicly, both in book and movie form, the Tuohy's assigned another friend of theirs, this time Debbie Brannon, to be Michael's lawyer. Every step of the way, the Tuohy's have been controlling the narrative. And at the end of the day, that's what this video is about. Remember, I'm Savvy Writes Books. I might be stupidly invested in college football against my better judgment, but I'm not a professional sports commentator. I'm a writer, I'm a storyteller, and I care about how stories are told. I care about who's the one who gets to tell them. If it took us nearly 20 years to piece together an albeit still incomplete picture of Michael Oher's real story, how many other people are out there having their stories also falsely misrepresented by someone else who has more money and power than them, someone who has an investment in twisting their legacy to look like the hero instead? Michael Lewis was right about one thing though. There is a universal blind side all of us have, and that blind side comprises the holes in our stories, the gaps that never get filled in because we never get to hear from the person who should have been the one telling them all along. Ironically enough, Michael Oher now has to spend his life protecting his own blind side, and his story is only finally being listened to now that he's someone who has money and social capital. But I'm glad Michael's out here finally telling it. I hope he continues to do it. I believe in him. I hope Michael never stops writing, and I hope he keeps telling his own story forever.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.